Oh, it
Prova.
works. It works.
Prova.
Okay, so good morning everyone. Nice to see you here. This is the second day of our conference. So dear guests, dear friends and esteemed speakers, good morning and welcome to the second day of our exciting conference. As we convene today, let us take a moment to reflect on the insightful discussions of yesterday, where we navigated the transformative potential of Web3 technologies in shaping Europe's future. Today we will continue to dive deeper into those topics, uncovering more insights of the dynamic Web3 landscape. In yesterday's discussions, we saw how the emerging Web3 paradigm could change the fields of governance, finance and sustainability, and explored how it aligns with the principles of Liberte, Egalite, Fraternite. It's crucial as we step into the second day that we keep this forward-thinking spirit alive, ensuring that our deliberations today are equally innovative and enlightening. Our focus today will extend to areas such as emerging technologies, regulatory practices outside the EU, the interplay of technology and consciousness, and the potential of the metaverse. The sessions ahead promise to be thought-provoking, inspiring, and rich with insights that will fuel our collective journey into the Web3 future. As we mentally prepare for the day ahead, let us remind ourselves of our responsibility towards the societies we want to build. Let us recommit to the principles of cooperation, openness and innovation that underpin the Web3 vision. Our discussions today have a potential to shape the European digital landscape and beyond, contributing to a future that aligns with our shared aspirations. I invite you to approach today's discussion with an open mind, ready to engage with groundbreaking ideas and questions. It's my hope that our deliberations over those 2 days will illuminate our path forward and contribute to a resilient, inclusive, and thriving digital future. Thank you so much. Let's start our first panel discussion. And Tommaso, please welcome.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here so early. So it's appreciated to see so many faces already here with us today and ready for another great day of discussion. So thanks again for the organizers for putting together this great event. I think we had a pretty interesting day yesterday, but let's get started for the second day. And I'm very happy to be joined here today to be discussing how can we nurture emerging technologies through the EU MiCA regulation and the regulatory framework more generally. And I'm very pleased to welcome today, we have Dr. Nina Ziedler from Morley Hub Luther. Yes, thank you. We have Francesco Paolo Patti from the head of Blockchain Lawyers Group. We have today also Maria Stashkevich, Secretary General of the European Digital Finance Association. And finally, Hedi Navazam, Head of Compliance, Regulatory Affairs at Crystal Blockchain. And then joining us online, we have Jan Klesla, the member of the Board of Directors at INATBA. So thanks all, and I would like to open up the debate by letting you actually introduce yourself, maybe mention quickly what you have been working on, how you've been focusing on the MiCA regulation, and then we can get started as there is quite a lot to discuss this morning. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Nina Ziedler from Morley Hub Luther. That is a multidisciplinary service firm. So we have a group of about 20 colleagues working on blockchain use cases from a legal, tax, and audit perspective. So we're aiming to take a holistic view to support the project being realized. I had been in the regulatory space for quite a while, founding member of the German Blockchain Association, supported the European Commission with setting up INATBA, had been on the initial board of INATBA. I'm very pleased to see a lot of other colleagues from the INATBA space here.
Thank you, Tommaso. I'm Francesco Patti. I'm a law professor from the University Bocconi in Milan. I'm also an attorney in Italy. I practice in the field of blockchain. I'm also a council member of the European Law Institute. And today I come here as a representative of the Blockchain Lawyers Association, as a group, which is an association which is global in nature. We are more than 100 lawyers focusing only on blockchain. And we had long discussions concerning MiCA, the implementation of MiCA in the next months. And so I would like to give some contribution from an academic point of view, but also from a practicing point of view about how exciting this next month will be for people that practice in this area.
Thank you. Maria?
Yes, hi. The months will be exciting not only because of MiCA, but also other files in the regulatory realm. I represent the European Digital Finance Association, which is an umbrella of national fintech associations. We have 15 members. We have around 2,000 member companies. We, as you can guess by the name, are not tackling only crypto assets, or not primarily, but we deal with the entirety of the financial sector with the focus on innovation. However, we've been engaged with commenting, writing positions on MiCA. We did several events in the Parliament recently on the implementing assets. That's something also I want to tell today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Maria. Hedi?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Hedi Navazam, leading regulatory affairs and compliance at Crystal Blockchain. Basically, Crystal Blockchain is a blockchain data analytics. We work with private and public sector on both ends, which is an interesting challenge we hear from crypto businesses. their challenges, and at the very same time, we support law enforcement agencies, TradFi, but central banks and regulatory agencies in mitigating risk when it comes to crypto-focused financial crime.
Thank you. And Jan, you want to close it off? The round of introduction?
Good morning. Good morning from Prague. Hope you can hear me. So, Jan Kosla, I'm the Secretary General of the Board of INADBA, and also I have the pleasure to co-chair the Subworking Group 3 on DeFi and Web3 regulation. And I'm really happy to be here with you, especially Helena.
Thanks so much. All right, well, after this quick round of introduction, maybe let's get to the topic of the day. As Maria mentioned, it's not just MiCA, right? We're talking about a comprehensive regulatory environment that the European Union is trying to put forward, to implement, to establish. And so maybe let's have a quick general round of comments. Let's start like that. What do you think really of this regulatory framework, which again is MiCA, but it's also other very important files from the Data Act, the AML discussions, but also the other financial services discussions on open finance and finance. How is that coming up all together? Should we maybe change the order? Why don't we start with Jan? Jan, do you want to give us, especially with your work within ATBA, do you want to give us a quick general comment on how is this regulatory environment looking like in the European Union?
Yeah, thank you. The main point is to say we are glad we have a regulatory framework finally. It's not just about the MiCA, it's also about the pilot regime. And there's a long way to go, of course, with delegated acts and with, let's say, implementation on the national level. The devil's always in the detail, and we have to look also into matters like electronic securities and et cetera, et cetera. And I guess we can discuss this further, but I would like to stress one point, and that's the importance of legal certainty. It's not just for our industry, for the crypto industry, but it's especially important for all, let's say, other industries, traditional finance, traditional industries, also traditional European industries, to be able to be active in blockchain, because especially if you are regulated finance entity or even outside of finance, you need to be quite certain in the area of compliance. That is something the regulatory framework can provide, and we believe it will provide the legal certainty. What is currently missing, and we are also quite glad it's missing, is the regulation of the DeFi and decentralized applications, because no one has, let's say, solved this puzzle yet. That's the reason why in NADWA, in our sub-working group, we are leading these efforts to prepare a self-regulatory framework. We believe there is quite a lot of space for self-regulation. So we like to invite everyone to join this effort, not just members of INADBA, but also other not just associations, but companies, institutions, and others. We sincerely believe that if the industry provides regulators and other public bodies with self-regulatory framework, it's something we can build on. So we should not wait for regulators, national or European, or let's say also outside of your global regulators to come with regulatory regimes, especially in something like DAO. But we should be ahead. We should propose the good ideas, and we should behave as a good industry. So for me personally, MiCA is a good piece of legislation. Of course, there are compromises, but it's a good one. I would especially like to stress the pilot regime. It's a bold piece of regulation. It's quite uncommon to have a bold regulators, but this is something, and we can discuss it more. This is something very innovative, and I really like it.
Yeah, Thank you, Jan. That's an interesting comment. And as you say, legal clarity, legal certainty is probably one of the key principles that the regulatory environment that the European Union is trying to introduce is trying to achieve. But are we there yet? Do you, and I think Jan already mentioned a few of these open questions that we have, but looking at this whole regulatory framework, Nina, do you want to maybe give us a comment on, do you think is it coherent? Is it really coming together as a coherent piece, or are there some parts of it that might be maybe conflicting with each other?
Well, looking at MiCA, we now really start analyzing how to use the next 18 months of intermediate period and really looking in detail into that framework raises a lot of questions. So I think that a lot of things are not clear yet. We don't really have true grandfathering rules here, but MiCA will suddenly apply in 18 months at once. And that creates some challenges. There are very specific rules for applications and for handing in the white papers and so forth. And all of these rules only apply in 18 months. But in 18 months, we should have the licenses available. We should have, our white papers done and procedures finished. So that raises a lot of question marks how we actually shall do this. And we will address this also to the European Commission and try to get answers to those open questions as soon as possible. And I think that's very important. And at the same time, we are trying, or at least I always try to advocate that crypto is not all financial services, right? There are some parts which are more, non-financial services stuff, and MiCA is very broad. So there is a kind of danger that all this, what we would typically put into the non-financial area, is now swallowed by this kind of financial regulation that MiCA puts in place. So that will be also very interesting to see how that ultimately turns out.
That is a very good point. I think it's something that we were, discussing this already yesterday. It's really what we're looking forward to see is moving away from just focusing on the financial services area, which of course made sense to start from there. But as we all know, there is so much more that this technology can help us innovate, and so we're looking forward to see, as you said, other kind of policy proposals that look at other aspects. But now, maybe let's turn to Francesco. If you want to, let's start talking also because you are part of an international group of lawyers that are looking at the blockchain policy world from very different angles. So, in your conversations with your peers, with your colleagues, how do you think that MiCA has been perceived outside of the European Union? And we're going to probably get to the whole comparison part a bit later on, but just as some initial thoughts on how is this market in crypto assets regulation being perceived outside of this European Union?
Yes, sure. So when you regulate such an innovative technology, you have to strike a balance. The balance is always between trying to preserve the innovation, not harm it, and at the same time also protecting the involved weaker parties, which are the investors in this case. And in this regard, I want to start from the last point of Nina. All this could have been done also in a different way. We have rules on financial instruments at the European level. We have the MiFID, we have the prospective regulation, and theoretically the legislator could have created like a special section for crypto assets and apply the same rules. Whereas here I see the political will of creating a different set of rules that take into consideration the peculiarities of the crypto assets as such. Said this, and this is, I think, a very important point, we can analyze the MiCA and understand if the balance that was made is proper or not. And I think that the answers here are a bit different. I would highlight the first part of MiCA, which to me is very important for an issue of taxonomy, so what the crypto assets is. Probably, I don't expect that there will be a lot of fundraise at a European level. My feeling is that this idea of ICOs was a bit an idea when the MiCA was created. Now the token launches are made in a different way. I don't see a shift towards Europe for this reason. But nonetheless, I think that the most important addition of the first part is the fact that we have created an asset class which is not a financial instrument in a proper sense. We have a positive definition of utility token, but also a broader definition of crypto assets, which is not an e-money token, which is not an asset reference token, but which is also not a financial instrument. And apparently the willingness of the European Union is having a broad understanding of these assets. You can infer this also from the recitals of the pilot regime and of the MiCA. And therefore, if you compare this set of piece of legislation, MiCA versus MiFID prospectus regulation, you have the feeling that it is an easier way to get access to funding, and the willingness is probably not to create too much burden for the projects that want to operate in this space. And this compared to what happens in the US, I mean, it's the first competitor, it's completely different because we give some tools, we get some tools to get clarity, to escape these rules of securities, which can be too burdensome for projects at an early stage. And we have this asset class of crypto assets, which I think as practitioners we have to protect. So we have to explain what it is, when it applies, and in order to protect this area, the scope of application of MiCA, which makes today Europe a very different landscape from the US, where you always fear the fact that securities law might apply to the token. Why this? Because they don't have a positive understanding of what a crypto asset that is not a security is. We have here a very strong element that we need to explain and protect in order to enhance innovation.
Great, thank you so much. And Maria, then maybe you want to give us also a bit of a perspective from, as you said, right, the Digital Finance Association is not just crypto, right? So how was that process perceived? How is the sector that you are representing in the end looking at the MiCA regulation? And do you think maybe, we can start maybe criticizing a bit? Do you think that there were things that could have been done better?
Well, I guess you always have to say there could have been things that should have been done better, but I would rather stick with the crowd and say that I should praise MiCA for many reasons. Also, as Francesco said, first of all, it probably demystifies the general understanding crypto assets mainly as cryptocurrencies. It tells the broader crowd, not ourselves, we are just focusing on the things that we like, but the typical European consumer will now know, yes, I can trust crypto assets, cryptocurrencies, and other solutions based on blockchain DLT, because if the European Commission has a regulation, has a document on that, I think that I can now at least be interested in that because I am covered by protection measures. So I think this is the first important step of MiCA for this sector as such. The second is, I would say that MiCA is putting on a par crypto asset service providers with the traditional businesses, and they cannot say now this is something not very important, this is something small, this is a small area that we should not cover, we should not be talking about. This is something that is now officially a part of the financial sector. So this is the second interesting thing, important thing. It doesn't, of course, mean that all the banks will now open the accounts to the service providers, but at least I think this is a positive sign. And I think for the entirety of the sector, and I think this is the most important thing, which is hidden in one of the ESMA documents that released in March, which is the so-called Digital Finance Standing Committee. It's a working group, so something people would usually not notice, but I would say a very huge step also for the implementation part. So this Digital Finance Standing Committee is a committee composed of the representatives of NSAs and the European bodies that first of all will be helping the implementation period and coordinating the NSAs, which is, I think, very important. for the harmonization. But there is also a sentence saying that this committee will facilitate the putting a market of innovative solutions and products as such. So, I mean, this is just a small sentence, but I would say it has a very huge impact for this for the innovation in financial sector, because I guess we have all very different experiences with especially national contact authorities that usually were not, if I'm speaking generally in general terms, were not really into understanding, into acting on what is happening on the market. Now they will also, by means of simple peer pressure, they will have to take some action.
All right, thank you. That's very, very interesting perspective there. And let's maybe then get another interesting perspective from someone that in the end is representing the industry. And do you think, Eddie, that was there anything that could have been done better in MiCA? And then, as we're already touching a bit upon the implementation phase, how do you think, what do you think are the biggest challenges that there will be for implementing these rules, both from a crypto asset service provider perspective, but also for the member states and in the end have to implement these rules?
Sure. I mean, we all, I think, have a common understanding that we are praising MiCA, and there are reasons we say it was a landmark. Mainly, let's not forget that we had a Luna Terra collapse, and it was people's assets that were lost. And then we had the FTX collapse, which was one of the biggest exchanges. And again, people, like the entire point is about protecting the consumer and bringing the consumer protection. And that's why there have been a lot of pressure, of course, on the regulatory side to bring transparency and clarity to the market. Nevertheless, we have to, I think, be very honest with ourselves. If we want crypto be in the active part of the ecosystem, the financial ecosystem, we need to have regulations out there. Nevertheless, how much the crypto native community may not very much like it, but I'm also advocate of not regulating innovation, bringing innovation to the regulation, and especially when we are talking about such a, let's say, beautiful characteristics of the blockchain that is totally different what we are seeing with TradFi, and going back to the history of also what we have in place when it comes to regulation with the TradFi. We didn't have really these, market conduct, integrity, and consumer protection back in the day in 2000, right? We had a 2008 crash. The trust was gone from the banking sector. With my ex-colleagues at the bank, also coming back from the TradFi background, we always made a joke that people love to be a banker. It was prestige, and 2008 happened, and people started hating the bankers, right? And then we started, obviously, the regulation, the compliance didn't exist, and the banks had to start building on their compliance department, had to implement. And that's what we have nowadays. Banks are very much under scrutiny. And I just want to compare it to what we are talking now about crypto sector, crypto businesses as well. I somehow look at to those days that compliance and all these topics that we are discussing also didn't exist as much comprehensive for TradFi. And MiCA is a landmark. Mainly, I would say I liked it more for the aspect of especially the proof of reserve, the segregation of the assets. So the assets of the customers should be separated than the assets of the business, and having a reserve. So anytime me as a user, I should feel confident whenever I want to have my assets back, that exists there, right? And it's not like overnight it collapsed and all my, let's say, assets are gone. And that's also one of other reasons that the public society have still trust in the TradFi, because they know central bank is backing them up. And it's not like your bank, yes, overnight can, of course, go on we had a Silvergate and a Silicon Valley Bank that had no connection to crypto anyways, but they were just crypto-friendly banks. But they also had a lot of audits every day, lots of course, requirements. Things can happen, but at least we are again talking about the society and the consumer protection. And MiCA is bringing that aspect a lot in its requirements and for the same. And going back maybe to Nina's mention on white papers, there are also now these requirements. Of course, if you are issuing assets, you have to put it out there. The bare minimum. What are the risks? What is it about? And I just want to highlight, back in the day, like when I was managing the products at the bank, in terms of compliance, we had a very enhanced due diligence. If we wanted to introduce a new product for our bank to the consumers, like we had to really go through different aspects of what would be the implication. And obviously, we had to give a notification to the authority, and that should have given the approval. And the consumer protection was on top of our mind, amongst many other, of course, requirements. So that's why we do really hope that MiCA is bringing, of course, more transparency. Nevertheless, what could have been done better is, I really think, and talking to the community and industry on the NFTs, there are quite debate at the moment, right? NFTs were clearly out of the scope. Nevertheless, there are now discussion if it's series of the collection, yes, they would be considered under the MiCA, and that is not really clear for the users, but also the businesses. On the implementation side, I'm not really hopeful for the businesses to be able to implement it within the 18 months. Not that I'm not hopeful, but this is a lot of requirements. We are asking the crypto business service providers, virtual asset service providers, considering some of them are startup phase, scaling up, not all of them in having all those resources in place to implement. And if we want to have a look at the travel rule implementation, which was already 2 years ago and back, recommended by the FATF, then at the member states, businesses were required to implement. We are not there. At the jurisdiction level, we are not there. At the interoperability, we are not there. There are quite challenges. So I foresee we will see challenges, but interesting enough is that the businesses are already preparing. So I'm in contact with a few of the exchanges, and they're already asking how can we help, and experts in this field helping them setting up the compliance department and how can they implement the MiCA. So those that want to stay in the ecosystem, at the end of the day, they are taking it serious.
Perfect. And I think that's a great segue. Please, and I actually wanted to remind our speaker, feel free to jump in and respond if you do.
I would like to add
Please.
one further aspect. I think MiCA is not only a wake-up call to the crypto community, it's also a wake-up call for the administrative bodies, because there had been regulation already out there, right? We had the e-commerce rules apply throughout Europe, which require proper information prior to ordering anything online, right? So there had been rules for transparency, but they had not been regarded. And unfortunately, the prosecutors didn't go after the people not following those rules. So there had been a systemic lack of enforcement in that area, which also contributed to some of the scams out there. So that's what I really expect from MiCA, is that the public authorities also wake up, staff themselves properly, and start going after those people not obeying the rules, because it just creates an imbalanced market if we accept players not playing by the rule, having way cheaper admin costs and so forth, being able to offer way cheaper services than all the firms being compliant out there. I think we really need to stop that.
That's, I think, a very useful remark indeed. And I think that's, we've been mentioning a few of these open questions, things that we're looking out to see how they will actually play out. Where Hedy was also mentioning like how companies are already trying to prepare, right, to be able to get to that moment when they need to acquire this license. How does that process look like for them, and so on. So maybe, I'm sure that all of you have different experiences on this, so maybe we can mention some of these questions that are coming to you. I know, Francesco, maybe you are obviously talking with a lot of companies and clients that might be wondering, how is this going to play out? And
Yes, for sure. Now, also what Nina was mentioning is correct. Like the role of the authorities was a bit unclear until now.
Right.
We've seen that some of them were more proactive. I would say the BaFin, for example, also the French authorities. Others adopted the approach, let's wait and see until someone tells us that we are responsible for what happens. Then we wait and see what happens. And this is understandable because it's a huge burden in terms of responsibility. If something goes wrong and there is a competence of an authority at a national level, obviously this does not shed a bright light on the authority. And so, for instance, my feeling was that in Italy it was more, okay, let's wait for the indications at the European level, and then we will take action. But until this moment, not having a clear framework prevents us to exercise an actual control. And so this will obviously change. And this leads us to the topic of Tommaso, obviously, and this is also interesting, when we speak with American clients, they look at the European Union as a kind of monolith that applies the rules in the same way. In reality, we know exactly that it's not the case. Like, we have 27 jurisdictions with 27 authorities. Some adopted a more proactive approach, others not. Plus, there are all the other conditions that apply, taxation, data protection, and also their authorities work in a different way. Obviously, the most important addition of MiCA is the fact of having a passporting regime. It means once you have the authorization for one service in one country, this counts in every country of the European Union. The very interesting topic, and here there is a kind of competition between lawyers, is understanding where is the place where to get the authorization. Italy will be the best, I can tell you from the beginning. If you want to explore, no, that's a joke, obviously. But what we are talking about is we see that there is some political intervention. Right. Sometimes. I would say France, for instance, where there is a kind of presentation of the country as crypto-friendly or more ready to adopt these authorizations. For them, it's not entirely new. I would say the same for Germany. For other countries, you have really to invent a procedure, to invent a body of persons that will take care about the authorizations and the licensing regime. For instance, Italy. It will be between Consob and Banca d'Italia, not clear exactly how it will work. And so probably there will be some countries that will be more ready than others. But does it mean that people will go to the countries that are more ready? I don't know. And so it's really speculative. I think that an important role will be played also by reasons that we see also nowadays in Web2. So the fact that you go to a jurisdiction which is friendly from a taxation point of view, and this will lead to a choice of jurisdictions which are very Web2 aligned, I would say. Let's see if it will be the same for crypto. Or jurisdictions which were quite friendly to shadow banking, digital banking, because I think that there are some similarities with the activities of crypto asset service providers. And so I think that the most interesting aspect is seeing how this arbitrage will turn out. It depends on the need of the client, but I think that the competition will be not only on the rules of MiCA and the understanding of the authorities, but also on other circumstances which apply when you have a business in a given European country. The harmonization is not full, and so you will have to consider a lot of different aspects.
So the harmonization, I think there is a pushback from Europe on this regulatory arbitrage, which you can clearly see in the MiCA by, trying to bring those national bodies together and to force them to harmonize. So I think that's new in MiCA compared to prior regulations. This clear try to, prevent or at least limit to some extent the regulatory arbitrage.
I don't know, a small country that has one person that deals with crypto assets. I think that there will be obviously some decision making also depending on the type of percentage of success that you will have. And also smaller projects, bigger projects, bigger will go perhaps to jurisdictions which are a bit stronger from a political point of view. So there will be, but it's true, and also the European authorities will play a very important role in trying to set standards that are the same, that should apply as much as possible in the same way in every jurisdiction.
Great, and I think that's a very indeed, that there is this risk, as we all know here, and as we're discussing about this regulation of gold plating, right? And like member states potentially even going a bit further than what MiCA might actually require. So there is a lot of discussions here. And I think all these discussions go back to what's left, right, to be answered. All these questions that we still don't have a clear answer yet. Jan mentioned DeFi first, Hedy mentioned NFTs. There is obviously some aspects of the MiCA regulation that are not yet clear, but as we all know, there is a whole process which is called the Level 2, Level 3 legislation, developed by the supervisory authorities like ESMA and the EBA. So maybe just an open question. I don't know, Maria, Hedy, Jan, if you want to intervene on this, if you want to just mention what are you looking forward in this Level 2 and Level 3 legislation process? What are the main questions that you're hoping that get answered, and what your association, what your organizations is going to do in that respect, in that process?
Yes, of course. Before going to your question, please. I wanted to also do a follow-up on Nina and Francesco. And yes, this Digital Finance Standing Committee is exactly the body that should prevent the regulatory shopping. And you're completely right. This is there should be a wake-up call for the public administration, the NCAs. But I think the most important call is for the sector to start pushing on the national conduct authorities to prepare for the amount of work they will have to do in the licensing in the licensing process, because we've seen this in the fintech scene for many years. Whenever a fintech wants to get majority cases, when a fintech wants to get the license, the licensing unit in a authorization entity looks at the fintech and the application through the lens of what they used to be doing, giving licenses to the banks. So this completely prolongs the process for 2 years, 3 years. Sometimes there are a lot of questions asked throughout the process, and I really fear, and if I were a CASP, it would be my biggest fear, that even if I can get a license, I won't be able to get it for a long time. And if I would suggest something, this is to really push for the NSAs to prepare the people for getting licenses from a sector they are not really used to. And on the Level 2, Level 3 acts, we have several dozen of implementing regulatory standards, regulatory technical standards, delegated acts that will be prepared by ESMA, EBA, depending on the topic, coordinated by the Commission. ESMA is preparing at least 2 public consultations, to my knowledge. So we, as association, will be definitely part of that, and I guess we'll be joined by others. I know that we've worked on that before with INATPA, so I guess the cooperation will be there as well. And another call that we already did when we had the event in the Parliament with the Commission was that it might maybe important and make sense to do some sort of something that we did before COVID, and COVID interrupted us, was the digital finance outreach. When the digital finance strategy was being presented by the Commission, they had the idea to go around all member states to present the idea, to present the content, to present what is coming up to the sector. And we share this idea of doing something similar in all member states so that the national conduct authorities can really prepare themselves for what is coming up for them.
That's very interesting, very useful, I think, in terms of... Oh, please, Jan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry for being this Deus Ex Machina
No
from
worries.
Prague. Yeah. But actually, yeah, this finance outreach started 20th of February 2020. So you can see it was the perfect timing. Actually, let me also remind ourselves how this all started. We probably all can remember 2019 and the discussions about Libra. That's the reason why MiCA happened. That's the reason why MiCA is focusing on this segment of financial regulation, bridging the gap between MiFID and PSD2 in general. And I happen to be there at the beginning of the discussions of MiCA between Commission and Council. And believe me, the original scope was much broader. So now it's intentional that we have a MiCA covering just this segment. And I believe this is in two ways an opportunity for us. First, what other speakers mentioned and said, we have an opportunity to do this right together with the Commission, with the European bodies, with national bodies, and of course, MiCA can be, and I believe for European companies, it's important that it shall be a global standard. It would be a competitive advantage for all European companies. And I also happened to had a startup before COVID in the US, and believe me, they got 5 different regulatory bodies, and you have to apply for license in 51 states. So, talking to 27 national states, it's bad, but as was already said, the passportization is a miracle here. So we have a quite an advantage here. I know it's a burden for many companies. It's always a burden, something like a new regulation. But on the other hand, it's an opportunity to get to new segments of consumers, to get a new partnership in TradFi, with banks, with payment institutions and fintechs. Hi, Maria. And also the second thing, well, we have an opportunity, thanks to the design of MiCA, to be proactive, to come with our own ideas and self-regulation for areas we already mentioned. NFTs, the last time issue, literally last time issue, in the last day of MiCA discussions, 30th of June of last year. In the end, NFTs are not covered. So we have an opportunity to come with self-regulatory regime for that. We have an opportunity to come with good ideas for DAOs, for DeFi I already mentioned. So we have these two, let's say, ways we can go. The first is the imminent one, let's say the tactical one. The second is the strategic one. So I believe we should open this discussion with all the regulators in Europe and globally, because that's what we are here for. I mean, not just the Senat Bar or the associations, but the whole market. Crypto is still, unfortunately, very niche part of the financial market, and I can say it's a part of the financial market now. But it's still a niche, and it's our common goal to become the mainstream. That's the reason why we are here. So, and this is the opportunity. And I am also very glad we have Maria here representing fintech, because so many issues we are facing, like bank accounts, etc., licenses. That's something fintech is, let's say, working with regulators on for last, let's say, decade or even more. So we have also, this partners outside of our industry to talk to, and also to, let's say, learn from.
All right, thank you, Jan. And I think, again, we mentioned a few times the elephants in the room, right? We are looking at Europe as, and the MiCA regulation as a great example, a great step forward in the right direction, but then when we compare that with what is happening outside of the European Union, do we really think that's the case? Do we really think that Europe will be taking this leading role in this Web3 race? Or do we see other jurisdictions that are also quite advanced in that sense and that could be doing even better? I don't know, how do you want to start?
Maybe I can comment at that because we work with regulators cross-border. Like 3 weeks ago, we were in Washington and having meetings with the senator and the offices there, and comparing to what's happening at the moment in United States, they have, let's say, in the conversations that we had with senators, they have quite other priority in their agendas, I have to admit. And crypto is, and the first thing, of course, when you talk and bring it over the table, it's about taxation. So that is amongst the higher priority in the agenda of the crypto regulation. And then there are, whilst we had a lot of, let's say, startups starting from the US continent and that side, at the moment we are at a stage that there is a debate, what is a commodity and what is a security. So we are going to shift back. Is Bitcoin commodity or security? Is ETH commodity or security? Then, we should put every asset in different category, then you have a different authority to govern and supervise, and there are different regulations. So it somehow shows US, for whatever reason it is, it's getting a little bit behind. And having said that, talking to the industry, we are seeing the move out of crypto businesses from United States, moving to offshore and or other jurisdictions. If you are not talking per se offshore, we are also seeing a shift towards Middle East, particularly Abu Dhabi is doing a great job there. They were ahead of MiCA regulation a few weeks before MiCA was out. They already shared their regulatory requirements, and very open and pioneer and very clear and transparent for the businesses. And talking about the APAC jurisdiction, MAS, and in Singapore, they were also quite ahead, I have to admit. And I never forget, around 2 years ago, we were very hopeful about United Kingdom FCA authorities. They were the first starting having roundtable, inviting industry and from their end, authorities to talk to each other. Was the crypto sprint organized by FCA, and that was very successful. Nevertheless, we are hearing last week's, again, we are going back to talking about would-be crypto compared to gambling due to its, of course, volatility characteristic, which it's quite mind-blowing, I have to say, if you want to compare it. But comparing to different jurisdictions, I think EU then is putting a good step ahead, and that also mean it would also bring more businesses to the European Union, and then you have also the shift of crypto businesses that are looking for other jurisdictions. As Francisco was mentioning, it's yes, businesses look for, of course, it's a competition, but also it really matters which jurisdiction brings more clarity. Yeah. And what should you do, what steps you need to. It's not only being a friendly, but being a friendly jurisdiction also means you have a clear guidance out for the business, for the market, and it's a bit more clear than putting everyone up in the air. And that's what we are seeing at the moment happening in the United States, and the great interest we are seeing, particularly in Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
All right. Does anybody disagree with this? Because that will, please, if anybody wants to have a comment
No,
or...
Nina first, then I
please,
comment
Nina.
immediately
Thank you.
afterwards.
Well, I have mixed feelings, to be honest. It's great for the financial industry, right? They get new areas to expand into, because I'm not 100% in agreement with you saying, you know, they created a completely own regulation for the crypto stuff. It's basically a copycat from MiFID with, you know, twists and tweaks here and there, and they placed it into the regulatory framework for the financial supervisory authorities, right? It's not a new authority that is regulating this, but it's clearly a push into the financial regulatory business. So for them, for that part of the business, it's great. It opens up new opportunities because they were hindered into stepping into this market due to the lack of regulation. Now they have the regulation and they can expand. That's great. But for the non-regulated business and for startups, for all of those who will struggle actually satisfying the really high requirements for providing services in that area, they will move out. Right? We saw this in Germany already. We already created license requirements for crypto service providers in 2020. And I keep telling everybody, you know, like 75% of all initial talks for blockchain projects that we have held workshops with to explain the regulatory and tax environment in Germany, they move out, right? 75%.
Wow.
And I'm a little bit afraid that similar thing will happen all across the EU, because specifically in the blockchain space, people move, right? If they don't like the environment, they simply move. They are digital nomads.
Thank you. Francesco?
Yeah, just a bit of distinguish. I don't want to reply. We will do it afterwards. But with respect to the main topic, is this like a regulatory framework that will impose itself in the entire world? I would say that it's not the first time that Europe really imposes a regulatory benchmark to the entire world. I think that this could happen also this time, not because only of the MiCA, but also the surrounding regulations on AML and the CFT rules and the pilot regime. Like altogether, this package, I think, will be something that every part of the world have to take into consideration. Where I think MiCA is a bit weak is in relation to the e-money tokens and asset reference tokens. But here, this is given not because they were not able to regulate them, but because there is a political will of trying to bring the new project, which is the one related to the digital euro, which is always a bit the elephant in the room. Yeah. And so the willingness is a bit to control and stop this kind of tokens. And this will be something which will not be a model for other countries, obviously. This is a bit my feeling, so I would distinguish a bit.
All right, thank you. And as we are going towards the end of this discussion, which was very interesting and I think hopefully enriching for our audience, I would like to end on a call to action, right? So we are all looking at this regulatory framework, we're all working in this space from different angles. What is your call to action to this audience, to the industry, to the regulators? What is your focus in the next few coming months? Maybe we can start with Maria.
Yes, I will follow up on to what Jan said. Start self-regulation before the regulator comes from you, because this is the way they can learn from you, and this is the way, if you started the discussion, you will start to steer it. And, of course, come to fintechs to learn some of the hardest lessons of being regulated entities.
All right. Eddie?
I'll call it maybe 2 actions is I would have really liked to see regulators and policy leaders who are regulating this space also themselves practice and be involved, right? I already raised it to a few MEPs. Do you have yourself a valid address, or have you tried just to test, like how does it really work in practice, right? Because it gets very can be complicated. And if you don't know what are you regulating, how can you bring a good regulation to the business, to the industry? So I think that is a call, and obviously that it has a follow-up, meaning like having perhaps knowledge sharing sessions, workshops from the business, from the industry, for the regulators, for the policy leaders, sitting in the same room. Obviously, we want to take actions, but we should also be cautious we don't bring a regulation that is not fit for the, being fast to regulate, but then we don't want to harm the technology and bring limitation for the space. So having both policy leaders, regulator side, but also very crypto native, knowledgeable people in the room to talk to each other, to go through practical aspects of it, going through a demo of their products. That is something definitely, I think it's a call for action, and I really still advocate that let DeFi be DeFi, and let's not yet touch DeFi, because we are at the moment talking about still crypto assets and crypto service business providers, and DeFi is doing its work, so let's not touch it for now until we have a very good understanding of its characteristic and the risks involving the DeFi and the society.
I think that's a very important reminder. Maybe Jan, you want to agree to that? I think that's probably a topic that, of course, we are very much interested in, right? So.
Yeah, indeed. I believe it's quite important to address all the elephants in the room: taxes, AML, digital euro. Actually, that is quite important for especially non-euro countries we have in the EU. And honestly, it's about the political cycle. Thanks for mentioning the MEPs, and I believe many of them got wallets. Many of the central bankers got a crypto wallet. They are not talking about it publicly, but honestly, the digital euro is going to be the next big thing. We have 2 euro countries, let's say, in charge of the council this year and next year, and there will be European elections. I hope that crypto will be a positive topic in the elections, not the negative one. That's, I believe, the main task we are facing now. Of course, it's a crypto winter, but let me give you just an example of the Siemens. They issued a bonds on blockchain in January. So the traditional industries are, let's say, exploring the potential of blockchain. They are exploring the potential of our industry. And I hope sincerely that the elections next year won't be about spreading fear of FTX and Terra Luna and other let's say, ghosts of the past. And I sincerely believe we can jump on this wave in Europe. We're sitting in Brussels, so we should ask ourselves how we can help Europe with the Green Deal, with their energy crisis, with how to address the renewal of Ukraine, and all the political issues. So we have to become a mainstream. We have to think like the mainstream, and we have to keep our intention to let's say, change the industry, and not just the financial one, and to innovate. But still, we have to start to think about the mainstream and about the mainstream issues.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Jan. And Francesco, Nina, you will have...
Yeah, perhaps some words. The call to action is trying to contribute as much as possible in framing the standards that the MiCA requires. So what is a white paper, how to write an opinion, what is a business plan. And I think it's a phase in which you can really contribute with the authorities, and they need also help from practitioners to understand. They also asked for help explicitly. And so I really think that we are in a phase in which it is possible to shape the future and actively contributing. A small provocation for Nina: the white paper should not become a prospectus. That's the goal. And so explaining that it's different, that it's shaped in another way, because otherwise we will arrive at the point in which the rules could be so strict that in the end there would not be a difference, and that the access to this market, which is innovative, would become too difficult.
All right, thank you, Nina. Then you want to respond quickly to the provocation?
No. We do that afterwards. But I would like to add 2 further calls to action. Actually, now that we kicked off the regulatory framework for crypto in Europe, I would like to invite the legislative bodies to take a look at the private law questions of crypto. Because, for example, in Germany, a token is a nothing. Right? It's neither a right nor an object. It's not protected by law. And that is a situation which is not acceptable any longer. Looking at the comprehensive regulatory framework we put in place, we really need to pick up on that. And just in case one or the other didn't know about this effort, UNIDROIT did, during the past 3 years, set up principles on digital assets and private law, making suggestions, kind of a model law, how to implement questions surrounding ownership, transfer of ownership, custody, acquisition in good faith, such topics into the civil or private laws across the globe. And it is very important, I think, that as many as possible states follow those guidelines, because that will then actually make these things interoperable from a legal perspective across jurisdictions. Second call to action is what I also see missing, is a discussion what decentralized technologies can add for us as a society. So I personally believe if we get this right, if we start thinking, what type of decentralized networks or infrastructures are actually sensible for us to protect against the dangers that arose during the past years, I think we could leverage that technology in a completely different manner than only regulating it from a financial regulatory perspective. And that's my call to action. Please, let's start think about what can this technology deliver to us and support it.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you to all our speakers for this great food for thought, call to actions. I think we all, I hope that we all are leaving this debate with some interesting points and things to think about. I was so excited to start this debate that I didn't even introduce myself or say hi to the audience. By the way, Tommaso Stazzi, Head of Regulatory Affairs at Blockchain for Europe. Once again, thanks to the organizers, thanks to our speakers. My own call to action is, please, let's continue this dialogue, right? Let's continue joining these efforts from our associations, the other associations that are very active here in Brussels and elsewhere. Is the only way to achieve what we're trying to achieve, is to do this all together. So thanks a lot, everyone, for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommaso. Thank you, our speakers. Dear guests, we are going to proceed, and the next panel, will be the topic will be best regulatory practices from outside EU. Switzerland, Liechtenstein, UK, Singapore. So one of the key factors contributing to success is the regulatory environment. Ideally, it should be stable, predictable, and favorable, allowing local and international players to establish themselves. So with our next speakers on the panel, we are going to learn from the best practices from the other countries. Seems like we are going to start in 1 minute, yeah? Just 1 minute. And after this fantastic discussion, we're going to have fantastic lunch, and networking. Please, welcome.
Yeah, as you like. More in the center. Okay. One. Lisa and the two Lisa.
3, and 4. We're online. Okay. Let's start. Yeah. Okay. Let's start. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much to join us for one of the most interesting panel, regulation. Don't sleep, please. This is very important. Best regulatory practice from outside the EU, Switzerland, Lichtenstein, a very interesting country, of course, UK and Singapore, and of course, Dubai. And Lisa Marie Ross and Dr. Lisa Cameron have to join us online. I don't know if we have to wait 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. During these 2 minutes, we just start the introduction of each of us. My name is Xavier Gomez. I'm former banker of Credit Suisse. I spent all my career between investment banking and wealth management. And after I decided to move on the dark side of entrepreneurship and create my own fintech startup on the data. And I have the pleasure to moderate this panel. My relation with the subject of today, the Web3, with some entrepreneur in France, we push on the right regulation for fintech, blockchain, decentralized finance in order France and Europe, of course, be a nice place to this new industry. Mark, could you introduce yourself, and after we will see with Lisa from UK and Lisa from Singapore. Hello, ladies.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here again at the epicenter of MiCA, which is something that I had the honor of working on with INATBA, board members of whom, and the executive director I see in the audience. I'd just like to thank INATBA for the work that was done on MiCA, which I think was critical to the industry. I spent 2 years working on that and now work for a Swiss-based, Swiss-licensed crypto asset service provider called ZOF. And if you're struggling with the name, think of Forex backwards.
Me first? Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Thomas Nägele. I am the chair of the board of INATBA, which is the role I'm representing here, as well as my role as the managing partner of a Lichtenstein law firm. I did code software for about 10 years, then I finished my law studies. I opened up my own law firm in 2015. What brings me to the topic, the combination of technology and law. This is exactly what I do on a daily basis since 2015. And I was involved in the work group of the Liechtenstein government, thinking about regulation in Liechtenstein, and I did that in several other countries as well. Thank you very much, Mark. The work of INATBA is crucial, what we did in Europe here. It's a global association, and that's why the topic is really crucial. We need not only a good European approach, we need good global approaches. So therefore, we need the help of everybody, and INATBA wants to play that role globally, and so we ask for your support as well. If you get in touch with Ricardo, he is sitting in front. Approach him if you want to know more about INATBA. Sorry for that, but I had to do that.
No problem. Thank you, Thomas. Lisa Marie, please.
Yes, good day, everyone. My name is Lisa Ross. I'm joining today from Singapore. It's a great pleasure to be here with my esteemed panelists. Moderator Xavier.
Lisa Marie, Lisa, please, could you speak up a little bit? We have some problem to hear you.
Okay, sure. So I specialize in comparative legal studies between Europe and Asia at the National University of Singapore. And I was like Xavier, I was a banker before, so I'm doing a lot of research in the past years in the area of crypto asset regulation, and I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you, Lisa Marie. Dr. Lisa.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. I'm Dr. Lisa Cameron. I'm an MP in the House of Commons down in London at Westminster. It's a pleasure to join you for this important session. I am chair of the Cryptocurrency and Digital Assets All-Party Parliamentary Group in the Parliament, and we're working on a regulatory framework in the UK at the present time. So the work of our group is extremely important in this field.
Thank you very much. Let's start. Apparently, EU, for the first time, takes the lead of something. In particular, with MiCA regulation. It's a new thing, attract a lot of actors from blockchain, crypto, and digital asset. We can see a lot of new set-up office in Europe, in France, in Amsterdam. Do you think the other area will react soon? Because we are a little bit surprised about US situation. It's a mess, clearly, to be honest. And it's a little bit strange, you know, because we usually wait what's doing the leader, US, and also the activity of Asia. What is your opinion of each one about that?
I'll jump in first. So, you know, I think MiCA, does it lead the world? I'm not sure it does. I think it's a really good framework. I think the provision of a degree of certainty when a MiCA eventually comes into force is very much needed by the industry. But I think what MiCA has done is act as a little bit of a catalyst to get regulators and other geographies, other countries, speeded up. And there needs to be more speed. The industry has been asking for speed of clarity, for operating frameworks, for the rails on which we can build this industry since I remember, which was 2013 when I first got involved in this industry. And despite the fact that my personal voice has always been for this process to be speeded up, here we are with MiCA, which again I preface with my personal belief that it's a good framework, but we're still many, many months away from the implementation of MiCA. And then we're down to the individual interpretation of the member states to see how we as operators trying to build businesses today and since 2013 need to operate, to be compliant, to be doing things the right way. So I think MiCA has the potential to lead the world. I'm not sure it's leading the world at the moment because it's not in place. There isn't a checklist that I, being responsible in part with my co-founders and team at Xerof, can use to start at A and work through to Z to say that we have followed a compliant process and therefore can be viewed as an honest actor in Europe. And until that's there, I don't think Europe can say it's leading the way. Okay. But what it does is it acts as a bit of a protagonistic force for maybe other geographies who would like to see some of us innovators come and set up base in their countries, provide employment, support innovation, generate income, and really drive this industry forwards. And just a final shout out to finish to my home country of Switzerland, where we're based, where we're headquartered, and where we're licensed. I would suggest that as far back as 2018, maybe even 2017, Switzerland had the foresight to put in place what I call this pilot's checklist, which is a process that you can follow from A through to Z to know that you're acting in a compliant way and therefore can build a business.
Interesting. Yes.
And let me add to that a little bit. I think well, we hope for this Brussels effect, what it's called, right? The same as we had it with the GDPR, that you have a regulation which other countries have a look at and try to have the same level of regulation. I think one of the crucial points here is, and I don't know, and first I have to say that I think my personal opinion as well for MiCA, it's a balanced approach. It's a very good start, right? It's not the end of the story, but it's a very good starting point. I think what is missing at the moment is equivalency provisions. So if another country decides on like working on a same level of regulation, we don't have any equivalency provisions in MiCA, so they cannot make use of that. That's actually one thing we should consider for MiCA version 2. And what I can tell you is, with my experience globally with like regulators working on regulation, everybody looks at MiCA for sure, right? If you talk now within these work groups, when they think about which approach they should take, at least they look at what Europe has done, because it's for sure the most comprehensive framework for a bigger 400 million plus market. So they look at that. On the other hand, as long as we don't have these equivalency provisions, or what is like, they don't have very much incentives to make it quite the same, right? But I think this is happening now.
Okay. And what is your opinion, Dr. Lisa? Because usually London is very move forward about this kind of subject. What is your position?
Thank you so much. Certainly, we congratulate European partners on the development of MiCA. I think it has been very groundbreaking in that sense. And I've been looking at research which suggests that when there is a regulatory clarity in terms of frameworks, that investment follows. And we can see from some of the returns from the first quarter of this year that some investment is already moving to the EU from other jurisdictions. So I think it's a very important piece of legislation, and certainly I think it's one that we are looking to. The UK wants to obviously put together our own bespoke regulatory framework that is suitable for the UK in an agile way. And so we have in the All-Party Parliamentary Group already been out to Zug in Switzerland to look at the work that's been undertaken there. And in terms of international best practice, we're also coming to Brussels and Paris a bit later in the next few months to look at the development of MiCA and some of the positives. And obviously the UK will not be the first mover, but that's naturally not the UK's position generally in these things. So we want to look at what's working and see how we can then position ourselves and have that international collaboration moving forward that I think will be so unifying and helpful in terms of protecting consumers internationally and also attracting investment internationally. There need to be international interoperability standards, I think, as well.
Thank you. Lisa Marie, have you got an opinion? I know you are in Singapore, but did you look and take as an example MiCA for Singapore?
Maybe let me elaborate a bit on the regulatory practice in Singapore, because of course, I think Europe is so important. So definitely everyone will observe the developments there. And as it was said before, it's a very comprehensive, it's the most comprehensive framework we have now. However, Singapore has like a regulatory framework in place that is working well for now, and so I don't think they were like literally waiting to see what is done in Europe. So for the future, there are some tokens that are not regulated yet. So let me briefly go through the regulation in Singapore that applies. So the MAS distinguishes 4 types of digital tokens: digital security token, digital payment token, utility token, and NFTs. Depending on the functions, different legislative acts apply. The Securities and Futures Act applies to security token, and offerers of security token must comply with retail investor protection measures, such as the prospectus requirement. and corporations must hold a capital market service license or a regular license. So the Payment Services Act applies to digital payment tokens, and it's important to note that the PS Act does not regulate the assurance or creation of these tokens, but regulates the facilitation of the transactions of these digital tokens. So with the PS Act, Singapore follows an approach of limited regulatory intervention focused on the prevention of illegal conduct in order to support the growth of digital products and services. However, since the last 2 years, Singapore's legislator has been active to strengthen the regulatory framework to digital payment tokens with the PS Amendment Act that will allow to address consumer protection and financial stability concerns as well. The Commodity and Trading Act might apply if a digital token is backed by commodities. And now, interesting part, NFTs, utility token, are as of now not regulated by MIS, as they do currently not regard them as financial products and has abstained from any specific measures targeting them. So to sum up, Singapore applies existing regulation to new technologies and has done so the last couple of years.
That's quite the Swiss approach, is it, right? Yeah. The idea is not to have like a whole framework in place, but apply existing rules. And Lisa, we met in Lisbon the last time when we briefly discussed about the Lichtenstein approach. I think what is very interesting, not only to learn what went well, but also to understand where were the challenges and what are the problems we have. And we should learn from the countries with the with a longer tradition of having a framework or at least a regulatory approach in place. Even talking about Malta, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, like you name them, right? Because they do have a lot of experience, what worked well and what didn't, right? So I think that should be done as well, and we should learn from each other. I think that is the idea of like having this global view on regulation. And anyway, sooner or later, we hope that we have like at least a common ground or a common understanding how to approach this new and innovative sector.
It means, do you believe one day we will more or less a common framework?
No, but if you look at, if you look at the securities world, is it really that different globally? Yes, for sure it differs from country to country, from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. But the problems and the challenges are the same. In most cases, they are addressed very similarly, right? And I think that is happening here as well. And that's why I talked about this equivalency as well. Mm-hmm. If you have in Europe the MiCA framework covering the European Union and the EEA framework, you have one license fits it all. But what if you have another company, let's say in another area of the world, in MENA, in the US, in Asia, wherever, and then you have like a completely different approach. That is not helpful, right? That hinders business.
And it does. And I just want to step in from the perspective of an operator. Mm-hmm. So no longer being in public service, so to speak, working for not-for-profits and working with regulators. We do have a global position as Zeroff, and I want to represent the voice of the industry a little, because we often hear discussions about regulation from the point of the regulator. Mm-hmm. However, as an operator, what's really, really hard to do without a clear regulatory framework are very simple things, like gain access to banking so you can make payroll, gain access to banking so you can pay for fresh water in the water cooler. And these friction points are real. They exist today. So much as the discussion from a regulatory perspective in a top-down view of the world is very much needed, and in my personal opinion, needs to be done far faster, please, to all of the panelists here that are still involved in these discussions. I think there needs to be a greater voice from the practitioners still in the industry, so that we can talk about the very real frictions we have, the challenges that we face, and the extra burden that honest operators, professional operators, those operators that want to lead with a license and regulation-first strategy can follow more easily. And until you get that opinion, until you get that evidence heard very loudly in these regulatory frameworks, those seats of innovation, those headquarters, are not going to land in Europe, in the UK, in Singapore, until there is that certainty, until there is that support. And I go back to what I think was a blind spot in MiCA. There was an ability to draw on Pact in France as an example, where operators in France who were demonstrating that they could work to the framework that was introduced through Pact had the ability to go and seek assistance to secure access to banking, or if they had their banking facilities taken away or challenged, had the opportunity to go to the authorities to seek support to have those banking facilities reinstated. And I know to you all in the audience, these things might sound very simple, but as an operator, if we can't have access to banking where we need access to banking, then it's game over. So some of these frictions still exist, even though we debate the great progress that has been made with MiCA, with VARA in Dubai, with other frameworks in Singapore, for example, and in Bermuda. Until these frictions are removed, you're not going to get these seats of innovation in your countries.
But Mark, in fact, in Europe, now with the MiCA, the banking sector don't have an excuse.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, I would say it's the opposite. I agree with Thomas on that. I think they have a greater excuse to make access to banking harder.
Actually, there are three things when it comes to banking and blockchain crypto service providers. First of all, you have to differentiate between the service providers or banks, which just provide banking, traditional banking services to companies which are in the blockchain crypto space, right? Mm-hmm. And if you talk about these, there were three main issues. The first one was reputation, right? Mm-hmm. That was like in the early days, right? Nobody wanted to touch crypto, that's bad. The second point is legal certainty, regulation, right? Am I allowed to provide that service to this kind of client, right? In the same area, you also have the compliance issues there, right? Like let's focus on, or let's call that regulation. And the third one is access to US dollar. And that you don't fix with MiCA. Sorry. And actually, there's another thing. It's not only about banking. Try to get an insurance. Try to get a D&O.
All of the regular things that you would take for granted if you were setting up a business that provided telephony services, which is my background, are so much harder to do as an entrepreneur and an innovator in this space. And much as I really enjoyed the work with INATBA for the 2 years that we worked together, and other trade associations together with INATBA are doing a great job of bringing evidence to the regulatory table. I still think the voice of the industry is massively overlooked in the rush to consume the headlines, the low levels of education, and frankly, perhaps, I hope, a race to attract innovation without an understanding of the fundamentals that it takes to bring innovation to your shores.
Mark, I think we have to have a coffee or a glass of wine, because I think we had a very good example of a representative of the industry causing a lot of harm, raising the voice, and that caused a lot of harm. So I think the role of an association like INATBA, and that was a very Europe-focused role in the past, but we are a global association. I think what we should do is raising that voice, and I totally agree with you. We should hear more from the industry. The industry has to get more engaged, and it's not about only like the association itself. It's about the members and the members' voice, right? But if we could channel that and maybe even make that louder, give them the floor, I think that could be a potential way. But I think that's if you have time, let's have a coffee about that, because I really would love to explore that, because you have all of that experience, right, within it.
I would love to have a coffee with you, with everybody, as long as you're all paying, because I'm a startup, and as long as you can all pay using our merchant service and pay using crypto.
That's recorded. I pay for your coffee, Mark.
We'll see later. Dr. Lisa and Lisa Marie, have you got an opinion on that with this more or less?
I think the practicalities are just so important for people who are entrepreneurs, and certainly the UK wants to be a centre of innovation to attract entrepreneurs in this sector moving forward. We had a round table of industry yesterday in the Parliament speaking about that very key concept the basic thing, access to banking, and actually the issue of debanking in the UK and how this is becoming more of a challenge, not less of a challenge to industry over the past few months. So it's something that I've already raised with the Minister and have a meeting pending on that. And we also have an inquiry report that has been put together and compiled cross-party as part of my group with members from both the House of Commons across party and the House of Lords, which will be coming out in the next few weeks. And that will have recommendations based upon a very lengthy consultation with industry bodies. We've tried not to particularly focus on individual companies or charismatic mavericks in any particular way, but to speak to industry bodies and to get a broad sense of the challenges ahead. Because I think, as has been perfectly put across on the panel, it's these basic day-to-day issues that businesses need in order to get on with the job of driving innovation and driving our economies in this sector. And this is definitely a sector that I believe is here to stay, that has huge potential, and therefore I think we have to work together to harness that potential for our economies and for our people, creating those jobs and careers of the future that we all so want to see for our young people.
Is it true that the question we already, or we heard for quite a lot of time, or long time actually, that we might not even need regulation in our sector? I think that's answered now, right? I think we all agree that we need good regulatory approaches. And if you look at what happened in the past, I mean, in 2018 and 2019, that was not that clear actually, because the risk was that if you actually enforce a comprehensive framework, you threaten companies away, right? That was the risk, because jurisdiction thought of, okay, if we now have an own bespoke regime, people might just switch to another country where they don't have any regulation at all. But that brings me back to the previous panel. You need regulation because what you will do is you will filter. At least that's one of the side effects. Hopefully you filter the good from the bad actors. It's not, we have, again, same example last year. It doesn't hinder bad actors, right? But it makes it harder.
But it was my first point during the introduction. Do you think we will assist to a competition of regulation in coming years by areas, Asia, Europe, US, and UK, to attract the best? No, Lisa Marie, you say no? I start with you.
Yes, that's true. I don't think there will be, there's like a competition. I would agree with Thomas that everyone is now regulating the space, and every regulator is aware of the need to put a strong and a strong framework into place and to have a good licensing system. And but I don't think that there is still a competition between the jurisdictions, or at least I wouldn't say so from Singapore.
But I put this question because when you see Dubai, it's very aggressive to attract the best project. It's a little bit strange.
I hope there is competition, because I think competition is healthy. Whether competition is in the public sector or private sector, it's that competition that drives innovation, in my opinion. And just as you were asking that question, Xavier, and I was listening to the discussion from the UK and from Singapore, my mind went back to the UK. There's a place called Silicon Roundabout in the east of London. And when the announcement that the UK or Britain was going to leave the European Union came out, I distinctly remember some vans with advertising boards on being driven around outside of this Silicon Roundabout, advertising Berlin as a very innovative, a very friendly, a very open location for these innovators based in East London to come and relocate to be within Europe. And I think that's an example of where competitiveness from a public sector, from a governmental perspective, can help everybody in the market. Because within the private sector, competition forces us to be innovative, it forces us to execute with greater speed, it forces us to pay more attention to customers, it forces us to be good actors and to be compliant with the regulatory framework so that we can be efficient and not incur risk. And similarly, I think within the public sector, that competitive spirit will end up with more efficient regulatory frameworks. It will end up, hopefully, with the absolute need to have that interoperability so that industries can be global and remove some of those frictions. So I do think that it would be healthy to have an even more competitive environment than we have right now. And given that we've got members of regulatory bodies, governments, and advisory services on this panel, and maybe a good number in the audience and listening, once again, I'd repeat my request. Do more, do it quicker, please help us.
But you agree, just 1 minute, Thomas. You agree, but usually it's more simple to go to Switzerland, to go UK, and it's a little bit new for Europe.
I mean, look, what I tell everybody, if you can do it at home, do it at home. Never cross the border if you can stay at home and do the same thing at home. That's the first thing. And the second thing, I totally agree, Mark, and the US is the best example. This pressure, which we are now seeing even on the, from a public sector perspective, that you hear in hearings that they say, like, you drive business and innovation out of the US, and they're going to Europe, they're going to Dubai, they're going to Singapore, they're going to these other places. We need that competition. Hopefully, totally agree, in the end we will have like a compatible regulatory regime that it makes it easy for businesses to operate. But that's going to be a journey. This is a process. It takes time, right? So I do agree. And if you start in Switzerland, just to give you an example, I mean, that's our neighboring country. And we do have a lot of projects which have like one regulatory company in Lichtenstein for the European access, because we are part of the European Economic Area. So MiCA is going to be applicable in Liechtenstein as well, for example. But on the other hand, you want to have access to Switzerland. And in Switzerland, there are some rules which are way better for now, right, for specific use cases than they are in Liechtenstein. So this regulatory arbitrage is still happening. But sooner or later, right, this is going to be way less important because you have same level playing fields. You will see more and more same level playing fields. And that is actually the good it's a good thing, because a businessman, a startup should not focus on hiring lawyers and getting regulatory licenses in every jurisdiction they can think of and being afraid of getting in prison if they travel to the wrong place. The only thing they did is a tech startup, right? Mm-hmm. That's not what they should focus on. They should focus on building products, on finding innovative solutions, and not about regulation. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I make my money with that, but that is not what we should focus on.
Thanks, good. No, very clear. But again, it's a little bit challenging for a company like Mark to set up business on each country and raising funds for that only, because it's a huge subject for investor also to fund regulation.
Yeah, and no investors, let's be very honest about this, no investor is going to give you money to go and get regulatory licenses in certain territories, because there's no guarantee that you're going to use that license to execute in an efficient way. But the point you're making is it's a poor use of valuable funds to need to spend on, sorry Thomas, lawyers unnecessarily, and these very slow licensing and regulatory approval processes instead of innovating. Mm-hmm. What it does is it slows down the pace of innovation. And we've not brought into discussion certain territories such as China and others where these burdens are not placed on technology innovations. Okay, there are different forces at hand there, but the pace of blockchain innovation in China, for example, is frightening. I've been there a number of times, and let me tell you, we are a long way behind from a technology perspective, from a rollout perspective, from a consumer adoption perspective, from governmental services using e-services and electronic methods of satisfying citizens, despite your politics and your view on how the country is run. From a purely technological perspective, I would estimate we're probably maybe up to a decade or couple of decades behind. And the longer we languish around discussing clause by clause over months about whether we agree to substitute this word and that word, the further behind we fall and the less innovative we become. So I think I'll just end up by reminding us all of a little fable, which is how you kill a frog. Do you know how you kill a frog? You put it in a pan of cold water and you turn the heat up until the frog dies, because it doesn't recognize its environment is changing. So, given I'm part French, the challenge to Europe is, do you want to be frogs? I would say it's not probably a great bet.
It means we can learn lessons from more or less each region.
What I mean by that is recognize that our environment around us is changing very rapidly, and as an innovator, if the market in China was one that we were interested in, and we had easy access to it, I would go in a heartbeat and relocate everything there if it allowed me to build a business more quickly.
Mark, to give you some a good sleep tonight, look, think about lawyers and AI and ChatGPT. Like, they have a hard time sleeping at the moment, and I'm a lawyer. No, but I totally agree, right? I think that is exactly the challenge. We forget about that others, they are from a technological perspective way ahead of us. And think about, like, we now are maybe at the forefront in Europe, right? We have this, from a regulatory perspective, disadvantage, but I think that there are a lot of other jurisdictions working on that, and they might be way faster than we are, right? So we have this opportunity now maybe to lead that way, but coming back to the thing, if it takes too much time, we have a regulation which the technology is already way ahead, right? And it's not usable anymore.
No, it's very interesting about that. So we need to find more or less a common framework for global business activities, and after push the policymaker on the right way.
I'll come back to something quite practical that a couple of the panelists mentioned, which was how in their jurisdictions that they're either responsible for or are working in, they've used existing regulatory frameworks and adapted them to apply them to blockchain and crypto technologies. And that is a far quicker route of creating these rails on which this industry can operate than necessarily trying to start with a completely clean sheet of paper and write something from the ground up. And I think that is a good interim. And I'll give specific examples of the KYC, the Know Your Customer, and anti-money laundering, AML requirements, which our business focuses a great deal on. In Switzerland, the reason we chose Switzerland is that those requirements are super clear to us. We have that checklist where we go from A to Z, and as long as we tick every box, we know that we are compliant, which is absolutely what we want as a business. There are not too many other jurisdictions in the world where something such, two key aspects such as KYC and AML can provide you with that same checklist in this industry at the moment. And they're practical examples of where existing pieces of regulation or supervision could be quite quickly adapted to provide that clarity just around two, what seem very simple, but are critical aspects to this industry of KYC and AML.
About adaptation, it seems, but I'm not sure because I'm not a big specialist as you, Thomas. They have agreement between some regulators on different subjects, Singapore, Switzerland, or UK, it seems, no?
Yeah, I mean, normally how that is done is, as far as I know, they agree on within a memorandum of understanding that they collaborate with each other, they exchange, like for example, they agree on how they work with each other. For example, if you have a company in one jurisdiction and the other one, how they do the supervision together. So there is this collaboration between regulators, and there's for sure a lot of exchange of thoughts and how they approach the same challenges. To give you an example, Lichtenstein, that our Lichtenstein regulator is also looking at what FINMA is doing, right? And Singapore has the MAS has agreements with other regulators as well. So that is happening for sure.
But it works, for example, from business point of view. If I am in Europe and I want to...
I think what you mean is equivalency. So if, and that is what I was mentioning, that it is missing. We don't have any equivalency provisions in MiCA. So imagine if you have a country, let's say Singapore, just for example, and MiCA would allow for equivalency. And Singapore would provide with the same level of regulation as we have it in MiCA in Europe. What you could get is equivalency, acknowledging that the other country has the same level, and then you could use that license for both jurisdictions, right? That is the goal of that, right? That it's easy for you to do business in both countries. And that is something which we are missing at the moment. And that is to provide, to make it as easy as possible. And we talked about that investors are not paying for lawyers, for sure, but what they are paying for is one license which fits the purpose, give them legal certainty, they know that they don't have to spend more money on litigation cases afterwards, and they have access to a big market. Now we have access to a 400 million market within in Europe when MiCA is in force, right? And we are all ready and we know what we should do on the one hand, but it doesn't stop there, right? We need, it's not the end of, Europe is not the only market. Every bigger company should aim for a global outreach, right?
And Marie-Lisa, do you see the movement in Singapore about that? From some companies, they want to...
Yeah, maybe it would be interesting to get some numbers on the licensing applications in Singapore. So although the licensing requirements do not seem overly burdensome, the success rate of licensing application is in fact rather low. So there are a handful of entities that run exchanges that specialize in trade of digital payment tokens. Then we have 2 entities that hold a standard payment institution license, and 9 that hold a major payment institution license. However, the limited number of granted licenses stands in a huge contrast to the license application, which, for example, amounted to 176 in 2020 when the PS Act entered into force. And we can see MIS examines every application very carefully. By the end of 2021, there were 104 applications that had been either withdrawn by the applicant or rejected by MIS. So that shows something about the stringency of the licensing process in Singapore. And according to MIS, they apply a benchmark similar to the money laundering and terrorism financing risk management standards in the banking sector.
Thank you. Do you want to
I
add
think,
something?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go
I
on.
just wanted to add from a UK perspective that we're doing a lot of work with the FCA. There have been issues in terms of communication and engagement and length of time it's taken for companies to gain licenses, and that's something that government's very well aware of now. It's something that we have been raising and challenging in Parliament on. But I do think, this sector, is a global sector, and I think we have the next generation is really a digital generation. We had, just briefly to tell you, the Children's Parliament come to meet with us just a few weeks ago to speak about Web3, to speak about the metaverse, to speak about digitization and innovation. Now, when we were asking who understands Web3, all of the children put their hands up, pretty much, all of them uniformly, and very, very few of the MPs and the members of the House of Lords. So we have a great deal of work to do, and I hear the message from the panel in terms of we must work at pace and speed, and we must educate ourselves and have much more awareness in the work that we do and prioritisation moving forward, because I do think the next generation, it is a digital generation. They're further ahead than we are in many realms, And this is natural to them in terms of progression of finances, in terms of culture, in terms of art, sport, so many different aspects of their lives. It's digital now. So we have to work together and collaborate because this is our new global world.
Thank you. I don't know if some people in the audience want to put some question to our dear panelists.
If not, I take the opportunity and just say something. If you want to know more about how INATBA is doing that advocacy for good regulatory approaches globally, talk to Ricardo. Stand up for a second. The audience, talk to Ricardo. Then we have Mariana here with the red hair. She is a member of the board, and I'm also a member of the board. So if you want to know more, and we really need that. I think it's a crucial momentum now. Our industry needs representation. Our industry needs, and we know that a lot of big jurisdictions, they make bad laws because of bad cases now, and we need good advocacy. So please help us, joining us. We are a non-profit. We try our best to represent the industry.
Thank you. Education, sharpen the skills about that. Yeah, question.
European
Could you speak
Union.
up, please?
It didn't work, now it works.
Was okay? Okay,
yeah.
No. So I'm a colleague, I'm a lawyer as well, and at the European level we have this double regime for financial instruments, the pilot regime and then the MiCA for crypto assets that are not financial instruments. It's interesting to see that other jurisdictions have already a legislation on financial instruments, tokenized financial instruments. What we see in Europe is that there is a bit misbelief about this regulation. It seems a kind of sandbox which does not provide really clarity, and many people say, and also yesterday we had conversations, that it will not be adopted so much. And so I would be interested in having an external perspective from a country that already has a legislation in this field, for instance Lichtenstein, but also the other colleagues as well.
I give you a very, very quick comment on that from the perspective of an entrepreneur in a startup. How do I access Dora? How do I access the sandbox as a startup, as an entrepreneur? I'm not sure I'm allowed to, am I?
Yeah.
Because I don't think I'm big enough.
And big enough is the right topic. For example, there's another provision which limits the issuance to actually securities with an overall issuance limit of 500 million, which kills out all of the blue chips. So you have a sandbox with tools which are not fun to use, right? So why do you provide a sandbox for? I think there is room for improvement there. I have to disappoint you a little bit when it comes to Liechtenstein, because Liechtenstein is not a member of the European Union, but we are a member of the European Economic Area. So that's why the banking and finance laws, these harmonized capital market laws, they're applicable in Liechtenstein as well. So for us, a financial instrument is the exact same thing as it is in Germany or in France, right? Like, from a regulatory perspective in general. So we have actually the same path. What we did, though, we used the prospectus regime for the first time in 2018 to issue a prospectus over securities. But that is the same as it is now in Austria or somewhere else. But I totally agree. Actually, I can give you another answer. Based on the perspective of Thailand, for example, and we did a project there in 2019, that's all public information. The potential, the efficiency gains you could have if you reorganize a capital market with the use of blockchain has for sure a lot of challenges and risks, but the potential is huge, right? So we shouldn't underestimate the power of that technology when we try to make our capital markets more efficient. But, and there's a big but, on the other hand, for sure we have to be very careful in playing around with our existing and working and very well organized capital markets with implementing a technology. So I think the sandbox approach is the right one. I would amend a bit there and a bit there to make it more useful and also allow to play around with good tools.
The last question?
Me? Okay, so from the banking perspective, right, which jurisdiction or country has more crypto-friendly banks as of now?
We always win per capita.
It's a great question. And that was going to be my final request, actually. My final point was a request to any bankers, any central bankers, any people in position of power or influence over banks, is let us bank with you. Stop this ridiculousness where it takes us 6 months, 12 months to gain access to regular banking, because this is not a game, this is our living. We're operating to regulatory frameworks, to licenses, to strong KYC, to AML, and just because it has Web3, blockchain, or dare I say it, crypto assets in the title, does not automatically mean that we're not allowed to bank or should not be allowed to bank. So access to banking, which jurisdiction, to your question, Ramesh, there's a reason we chose Switzerland. It's because that's where we see the most educated banking community with the greatest ease of access to banking facilities. But let me tell you, it's not a given that you can secure access to banking nor maintain access to banking, which is one of our differentiators at Xerof. We are able to do that because of the way we operate, because of the work we've put into building those relationships, establishing our license, showing we've got strong KYC, AML, and demonstrating the caliber of the customers that we work with. But we're a bit of an exception, and it's not a given. So if there's one thing to take away from this session that I would ask for, is to ease that facility, ease that access to banking, and to maintain access to banking for the honest actors.
I think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's time to close.
Okay.
Thank you very much for my dear panelists. Thank you, Dr. Lisa Marie in Singapore and London. Thank you, gentlemen, for your insights. And maybe we can discuss in one-to-one with the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, our dear panelists. Thank you so much, our dear guests. And it's lunchtime, but don't forget that in 1 hour we are waiting for you here. So, bon appetit. Don't forget that in 1 hour.
Pour rétablir juste une
One, two. No. Yeah. Thank you. I just trained a bit. Okay. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Люди заходят уже. Все? Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Can Web3 create a more just and equal society? Все. Потом я прочитаю там тоже. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Can Web3 create more oh yeah, an equal society. Welcome. Libertas, equality, and fraternity have been the guiding principles of society. Okay, we are going to start in 1 minute, in 59 seconds. 58, yeah. Thank you. Just 1 more minute. Or we should start, yeah? What do you think? More people coming in. Yeah. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, the next panel, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternite. Can Web3 create a more just and equal society? Please welcome our panelists. Thank you. Woo! Give some applause. Thank you.
Thank you all, thank you, and hope you had a very lovely lunch break, and we're ready to get started for the second half of the second day of the Web3 European Summit. My name is Tommaso Stazzi. I'll do this first this time. My name is Tommaso Stazzi. I'm the head of regulatory affairs at Blockchain for Europe, and I'm very happy to moderate this very interesting panel today on whether Web3 can actually create a more equal and just society. A great question indeed, and I have great panelists to try and answer that question. I'm joined today by Mike Dury from the Digital Economist, Pierre Norreau, lecturer at Science Po, Mariana De La Roche, regulatory affairs expert at IOTA and member of the board of directors and co-chair of the social impact and sustainability working group at INATBA, and Santiago Abram, association manager for WEB3SUMMIT. So thanks to our panelists for being here. I will then let you all introduce yourself, pronounce your names better than I probably did, and maybe tell the audience a bit of what you're been working on and how are you looking at Web3 and how is your work trying to create this more just society through Web3. Mike, you want to get us started?
Yes, sure. Is my microphone on?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. The Digital Economist is a think and do tank. We do research and advisory work, sometimes grant work, and sometimes work in partnership with large organizations like IBM or Algorand. We've partnered with the University College London, also technologically leading institute, obviously. And I'm the editor-in-chief. That means that everything we publish passes over my desk. And and just to understand the whole picture of the organization, we're very much aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN SDGs. And of course, Web3 is a big topic in terms of merging emerging technologies and leveraging them for the greater good. So I'll stop there. And
Great, thank you, Mike. Pierre?
All right, my name is Pierre Norreau. I'm a researcher and lecturer at Sciences Po Paris School of Public Affairs and at the Learning Planet Institute, which is an interdisciplinary research center, part of Université Paris-Cité. So I teach about the uses of blockchain technologies in social innovation and democratic innovation, but also I have the pleasure to teach a class dedicated to digital ethics. I have also been part of a team of researchers who developed an open source, fully decentralized, fully anonymous e-voting system called Pebble.vote. Right, and in a past life, I have worked with the French administration, part of France's main public finance institution called the Caisse des Dépôts et des Consignations, a founding member of INATBA, in which I was designing and experimenting new digital public services that would be based on blockchain. Right, so plenty of things to talk about on the intersection between blockchain technology and democratic innovation, democratic values such as Liberté, Égalité, and Fraternite.
Thank you, Pierre. Mariana?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here today with you. As Tommaso mentioned, I use multiple hats. My primary job is with the IOTA Foundation. I'm part of the regulatory affairs team. For those that don't know, IOTA is a Layer 1 protocol. We are based in Germany. And basically, we are working on the development of the protocol. That's like our core task right now, to create like a protocol that the community can use to build on top of that is actually a good piece of technology and is going to be reliable. But the vision of IOTA in general, or like our core vision, is autonomy for everyone, which already implies that we have an inclusive approach, which I think that it just like goes hand by hand with what I do at INATPA, because in INATPA I not only sit on the board, but I've been leading the social impact and sustainability working group for the past 3 years. And we have developed different, implemented different activities. Sure, I'm going to talk about some of them with the next questions, but I think that like one of the most important, and I'm happy that you mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals, is the activities that we are implementing right now with the support of the UN General Assembly, the current president, and is actually how we can bridge Web3 to Web2. And I guess that like this also comes to the core of what I believe, because before coming to blockchain, my background is in law. I always forget to mention that. I was working with the development sector, and I'm from Colombia, so you also know like some of the issues we have back home. And I worked with the development sector for many, many years, and I actually got frustrated to see that the non-profits and the development sector had a lot of limitations in what they can do due to the funding or due to the secondary agenda of donors. And I started to explore actually how technology could solve some of those issues, and that's how I got interested in blockchain in particular, and how I got engaged with IOTA. Because to just like circle back to IOTA, we have a different kind of consensus mechanism and protocol than like in comparison to traditional blockchains. And one of the main topics is that is greener, but it's also more scalable. And for me, like the scalability part, when you talk about development, is a key component. And I'm gonna stop there.
All right, thank you. That's quite a lot already, but let's hear from Santiago.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Santiago, and I am the association manager at WEB3SUMMIT. WEB3SUMMIT is a non-profit association based in Berlin that works to promote knowledge and education on blockchain, not only within the community, but also with external actors. So we see that we want to connect the community, connect with industrial sectors. We want to connect with the general public in order to expand the adoption of blockchain. And yeah, I'm going to stop there, and we'll see a little bit about our work in the forthcoming discussion.
Right. Well, thank you. And as it happened already when we had our preparation for this panel, you know, by just hearing what our panelists are all working on and the different areas and issues that they're trying to tackle, we already see a lot of overlaps, right? So that's actually how we wanted to structure a bit of our conversation and try to see how these different associations, organizations, groups, think and do tanks are all tackling common issues from different perspectives. But maybe let's try and take a step back. And we have been talking about Web3 for some years now, especially the people that are in this sector. We have been talking about how Web3 can create this more just society. But then it's already been a few years, so let's try and do a bit of maybe a self-reflection, an assessment. Where are we right now? Are we already there? Have we already met those promises that we are making when we're talking about how Web3 can improve our future world? Mike, you want to get us started with your perspective on this?
Sure. The short answer is no. Having said that, there's a great deal of research and work that is moving us in that direction, potentially. How it's going to pan out is, you know, I don't believe in trying to predict the future. So how it's going to pan out is going to really depend upon a concerted effort between public and private sector players. I would say, based on our work, there is, well, you know, the G7 group just met in Japan, and one of the things they talked about was supply chain security. Now, part of that had to do with decoupling and de-risking. China, we saw during the pandemic, the supply chain breakdowns. We see, well, obviously, we all know that there are ongoing pitched battles between China and the US in terms of trade. So one of the pieces of research we've done was in 2021 concerning supply chains in the medical device and medical goods sector. And the paper looks at supply chains. What are supply chains? When did management decide that a supply chain was something that could be defined and could be managed separately? It's actually quite a recent development. Dates back, if I remember correctly, to the 1950s and really took off in the 70s. And as we know, there are just-in-time supply chains. These are, the vast majority of supply chains are JIT. And we saw where that leads during the pandemic. And then you have the other type of supply chains where stock-outs cost lives. I'm talking about the military. The US military doesn't believe in just-in-time, and there are good reasons for that. The US military stockpiles or sources close to the theater of war. For example, in the 2003 Iraq war, all of the latrines, the field toilets, were produced in Saudi Arabia. And there wasn't a single case of illness among the US military personnel due to poor hygiene. This is not a small feat. Otherwise, in terms of fuel, ammunition, materiel, stockpile, 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 right? So that is exorbitantly costly, not going to happen. So this piece of research tested the hypothesis, can we use emerging tech to square the circle? Without stockpiling, can we render supply chains more robust and resilient? And I'm happy to say that, well, I mean, it was real research. That is, we didn't know what the result was going to be until we finished our work. And it turned out, in Colombia, there is a use case, Clínica Las Américas, in which these essential medical items like pacemakers are tracked and traced on a blockchain. The logistics companies, the producers of these items, the warehouses, and the stock rooms at the clinics themselves are all interconnected automatically. The items are recorded through RFID technology. That is, when they enter or leave a space, it's automatically recorded on the blockchain. And I'm very happy to share the paper with anyone who's interested. If my memory serves me correctly, they cut down delivery times from over a week to 36 hours. And I don't mean 36 working hours, 36 real hours. Error rates from 60 to under 5%, and so on and so on. So, I mean, this was at the time a pilot project, and they've advanced. Initially, this company thought this was a Colombian problem, and then they very soon discovered that it's a Latin American problem, and then soon after that discovered that it's a global problem. So, you take a solution like this, which is proven, this is not science fiction, and this, I think, is the true spirit of what Web3 can do in terms of betterment of human outcomes and cost efficiency, and stock outs cost lives. And so if this kind of a solution can be taken to scale, I think we're going to see major advances. Won't happen by itself, but yeah, that's my use case, down to earth and with concrete benefits.
So there is some use cases that we can already look at that are already trying to achieve what we're talking about today. So that's very interesting. Pierre, do you have different views, or do you think we are already there? Do you think there is a lot more work to be done?
Oh, there is a ton more work to be done. I think although supply chain starts to deliver some practical use cases, I've been active in the blockchain field since 2016, which now sounds like a long time. When I arrived in the space, I felt like one of the latecomers to the space. And supply chain management was already the main use case that was heralded as the first one that would be disrupted by blockchain technologies. And when it comes to actual impact, I think, with all due respect, with what's happening in this very specific case, no, we're not quite there, right? When we were talking about blockchain, we're talking about revolutionizing the world, not just supply chain. We're talking about how we're going to change access to the financial world, access to just money in general. How can we implement a new decentralized governance model? And I think that the main piece of knowledge that we've acquired over the year is that tech, like in blockchain, the tech part is nearly the easiest part. Right? Blockchain technology is not just a technological innovation, it's very much an organizational innovation. And making organizations evolve, reshuffling the cards of governance, or who decide who is sitting at the table to make decisions, that takes a long time. And especially if we're talking about Liberte, Egalite, Fraternite, that is about how is blockchain technologies furthering democratic values in our societies, I think we have a long way to go. That being said, there are indeed some actual use cases that are very interesting. Yesterday we talked about Ethics Hub, right? We talked about how DAOs are trying to implement new models of funding and of implementation of regenerative projects. We've talked about many different aspects of, for instance, and I think it's very important to do that step aside from global north to global south if we want to see actual projects that are already impacting people's life. Look at what's happening in Ukraine today. Crypto is playing quite an interesting role in delivering actual assistance and aid, and I know we're going to come back to this topic. Tina yesterday was talking, so from Circle was talking about this new projects with even the UNHCR, so the High Committee on Refugees, that is trying to use stable coins in order to safeguard the delivery of humanitarian aid in those countries. So yeah, it's very interesting, but we're still at the experimental level. And if we want to move past that, we have a lot of work to do, and it's not just technical work, right? It's work about governance, it's work about policy. Yeah, so it's not just research that needs to be done. We need to accelerate on experimentation, gather feedback, take those risks to try new models, and also to accept to let go of some of the centralized power that we have, and trust that other models are possible.
Thank you for that. Mariana, you want to share your views?
I'm just going to start with everything that you highlighted, both of you, are systemic issues. And systemic issues require systemic solutions. So I don't think it's fair to ask, are we there yet? Because I don't think any industry is when it comes to sustainability and when it comes to social impact. Look, the Millennium Goals failed, SDGs, we are not there yet, right? So it's the same with blockchain. And blockchain at the end, I see, as I go a little bit different in the direction, blockchain at the end is just a tool as any other technology. And it comes to us decide how we use it, if for good or for bad. And that's when actually governance has a major role. But there's other things. I do agree there are use cases there that are showcasing this, but even I call them flagships or lighthouse, because these are just examples of what we can do with the technology, what can achieve. But if we want to have the impact to actually achieve SDGs, we need to have global like a scale globally, and we are not there yet. And it comes with like different, I think that like the scalability part not only comes to like the technology part, but as you mentioned, like there are other variables there. And for me, like education is one of the primary things. Because there's still like, when you don't understand something, you put barriers and you don't want to approach it. And what we have seen is that there is a lot of misinformation, misunderstanding, and misconceptions in all areas. This comes to the regulators, but it also comes to the day-to-day life. Like, I can tell you how many times I tried to explain what I do to my mom. And it's not easy. And this is the normal people that like actually needs to try to start understanding how I'm going to use this technology. And it comes also to the levels of understanding that you need to have. Yep. If it's a regulator, well, I hope like a higher level, because they are the ones setting the rules of the game. I want them to understand how this is going to be played. But if I'm just talking to users or potential users, the technology should be there in a way that they don't even notice that this is as complex as we know it is. They don't need to understand the consensus mechanism. Like, I sometimes don't understand how my phone works, yet I know how to use it. And I work with this, and it's super useful for me. Like, I will never leave it. The same goes. And we have like also see like this approach in different use cases. There's one, you put one concretely. So let me do the same. There's one in the Netherlands that is working with the municipalities. I do believe collaboration is the only way of moving forward. And this is a really interesting use case because it's the municipalities actually collaborating directly with a blockchain project. And what do they do is that they develop an app where they are collecting information about the energy behavior and energy consumption of users. So how do the user need to do? Like, they just go download an app. Just imagine like a Zalando when you buy shoes. And they just like pick here, like, do you close your curtains in the night? Yes, no. And then you have an explanation of how that small behavior can impact the energy measurement in your house or the level of energy that you need to use because of the Heizung. What is the name of Heizung in English?
Heating.
Thank you very much. And they complete this information. The way that they actually sign up is with a QR code that is distributed anonymous. Like, they have like a third party that actually like distribute these QR codes. So the municipality knows the area with like particular QR codes were distributed, but they don't know who exactly got it, so they don't get the information of the person. This information gets connected to the Tangle, the blockchain is built on IOTA, completely anonymized, so they actually like know about the answers, but like again, the privacy of the person is completely safe. And this person also gets an incentive for the data that they are sharing, which is really important because we are used to provide data everywhere. We don't get anything, and they profit with our data. So in this case, the user gets an incentive that can be then used in the local economy, in particular stores that are part of the project. And it's not any store. It are stores that are providing hardware to make your house more energy efficient. So the whole project for me is like one of those examples where they thought in every single detail to make the project not only efficient, but coherent as well, because they're like working like in a circular economy into the municipalities. Yep. And the project was used also to distribute money to families that were heavily impacted because of the energy prices. Oh. So these kind of examples are like, we have hope, we can do this, and we can give back the power of the data to people as well, which is one of the things that we have not discussed yet. So yes, there is a lot of examples. The example of Circle, GBBC also has a really beautiful project with the World Food Program. Yep. So these projects actually like showcase in big scale that actually is possible, and how they show like big, I would do like this because in like numbers of users is big, but like we know it's not enough. Yeah. But these are actually examples. I just like wanted to just like kind of like go back to the beginning. Like, I don't think that is a fair question, because I think that like people like kind of like has like more expectations about like what blockchain can do just because they don't even understand what it is, and it's an easy way to say like you didn't do it or you didn't do it on time. So I think that we also need to work with like all of those misconceptions and start to showcase by examples like this one that are easy to understand how we can, like, this is not a magic panacea that is going to solve all the issues, but it can help us to solve some of the issues that we have been trying to fight for decades, and we have not doing that effectively.
right?
I'm going to finish with that.
Thank you, and I thank you also for challenging the questions. I like, as a moderator, being challenged on the question. I think it actually shows that our speakers really know what they're talking about. And maybe I want to, because Mariana touched upon a few extra topics that we wanted to discuss today, so I'll make it a bit harder for you, Santiago. But again, the main question is, where do you think we are? But then again, Mariana mentioned the importance of education. Right, so maybe you want to also get us started on that topic.
Yes. Firstly, I also want to circle back also to your question and a little bit of where we are at, and also what Mariana said, because we also know that blockchain started with a lot of promises, with very big promises from the community, and now I think that this is also something that it's happening here. Like we are at the point where we are negotiating and redefining a little bit what do we want to do with blockchain. I think that also. Sometimes coming to Berlin, this native blockchainers and this intuition, it's there and it's very palpable. So it's something that you can sense it wherever you go. And I think that now we are renegotiating, like some questions that started here, like what is decentralized? When do we consider that something has been decentralized? So I think that now we have like a lot of use cases that has really allowed us to start building on what are the benefits that we can bring to the community. But still, we have like this gap in knowledge, and also this gap in our understanding of where we want to go at. And I think that what Mariana said, it's very important that also blaming everything on knowledge. I think that this on blockchain, it's a little bit unfair because also we have a lot of industries which are not delivering also on some of their promises, but blockchain came saying we're going to solve this. So we had a very bold statement from the beginning that now we need to own, and I think that these are questions that are coming from different parts of the community. We are now here talking with policymakers. We are also saying, okay, now you have like some use cases, all of the use cases that were mentioned, and saying like, okay, these are very valuable use cases that we can really build on. So what do you propose? And we have from the other side also people saying, okay, if we want to grow and become bigger and have more adoption of blockchain technologies, we also sometimes need to engage also with what we came and say we wanted to change, but it's also part of systemic changes, as it was mentioned by Mariana. It's something that takes time, and also we are not going to change it just with a technology. We need to have that technology change the way in which we relate and systemically. So I think that is something that is very important. And in this sense, I think that, as it was said, education is something that it's also very broad and difficult to define, especially here, because we need different types of education, and it's something that we are doing here and we do also at WEB3SUMMIT. As it was mentioned by Mariana as well, it's very hard to explain what we do to the people that we meet on a daily basis, like that are not from the blockchain scene. They do not know what blockchain is used for. So we really now have like the use cases. They do not need like a very in-depth knowledge, but they need to know the basics. What do we expect? What are some of the major definitions? This is something that it's a big problem because we have a very complicated jargon, and now we are trying to leverage the jargon, and this jargon needs not only be understandable by the general public, but also by regulators, because also sometimes regulators, I do think that they need a more in-depth knowledge, and maybe also how the technicality works, so in order to know what is possible, what is not possible, and maybe someone that it's out there doesn't need to know so much to engage with knowledge, because as we know, also Web2, a lot of people do not understand how it works, but they use it on a daily basis. But now we are at something that we will touch upon later about the user friendliness and how can people really use these technologies. And also one other thing that we need to do, it's also to connect the people that want to adopt blockchain in different industry sectors. And we know now that there are more and more companies, big companies, as it was mentioned. Siemens is engaging with blockchain. E.ON is engaging with blockchain. So we need to create also this gap. We need to fill this gap about knowledge on how can bigger companies and more traditional companies engage and also change the way in which they function and their structures in order to adopt these technologies that will allow them to be more efficient, and maybe they will need a new business plan or business use case in order to do this. And there are a lot of, in the education realm, there are a lot of initiatives. Some are here that they are also helping more traditional business to engage their new workforce, because also what we have is that a lot of the community is self-taught, and there's a difficult to engage them in a more traditional business scheme. So that is also something that we need to engage. So there are different levels of education that we need to address in order to have a wider adoption and effective adoption of blockchain technologies.
All right, thank you. And maybe Pierre, you might want to respond to some of that, to give your perspective on education.
Yeah, I want to give thanks and give a rant. But first, I want to acknowledge how good it is to hear a nuanced kind of version of what are the promises of blockchain technologies, right? Because for the longest time, indeed, we were boasting this ecosystem. The people that made it up were boasting about how blockchain could solve pretty much all of our issues. And in a way, the fact that this event is called Web3, I hope you're all familiar with this idea of Web3. The 3 in Web3 is as the next generation of internet after Web 2. So we're still fairly ambitious about what blockchain can do. But we need this level of maturity and of humility to acknowledge that blockchain is not all-encompassing. And if we want to deliver on the potential of blockchain, because I truly believe that it has the potential to transform our digital lives as we know it, we need to re-enshrine it in its ecosystem. That is, blockchain can only succeed with the right amount of social innovation, of political innovation, and of economic innovation. And now to come back on education, how many of you feel like they understand why blockchain creates confidence? Can you raise your hand if you feel like you understand blockchain well enough? Okay, so welcome. I wish this was a class, right? But unfortunately, we won't have the time to go into the details of that. But that's quite concerning to think that a tool that is supposed to rearrange your livelihoods is a tool that you do not understand. Let's come back at your smartphone example. So how many of you feel like your job would be tremendously harder if you did not have a smartphone? Okay, normally pretty much everyone in the room would raise their hand, okay? And some of you are cheating because I see that you are on your smartphone right now, which is the reason why you cannot raise your hand. Do you feel confident that you understand how your smartphone works? Yeah, a lot less hands. The issues that we have with Web 2, or at least one of them, has been very much explored by a great scholar whose name is Zsuzsanna Zuboff from Harvard University. She is the woman behind the concept of surveillance capitalism, right? About how big tech companies built a tremendous amount of economic but also of political power by gathering data through new economic models of digital platforms. If you do not understand how those companies work, how they operate, how they make money, then you are in a situation of dependence, especially if those companies are not regulated. Right. This is why we can thank very dearly all of the people here in Brussels and around the world that have worked on GDPR, for instance, on the regulation of those safe technologies in order to give back some agency to us, in order to offer us the choice to say, no, I do not want those cookies, to opt out from that, right? To say that, oh, I have the right for privacy. My point is that when your livelihood depends on a tool that you do not understand, you are in a situation that was described by quite an old philosopher, I think you're familiar with him, Karl Marx, as a situation of alienation, right? So education is tremendously important. The reason why I'm giving a class in a public school, in a public affairs university, on blockchain technologies, in which we go down into how does a hash function actually works and how does blockchain generate this confidence, this trust, is because if you do not understand that, how do you claim you can regulate it? How do you claim that you can revolutionize the world and use it for good if you do not have this ground understanding? So yeah, actually education is extremely important, and we need to be I think we need to be ruthless with this idea that it's fine if you do not understand it. It's not fine. The reason why it's fine for you to not understand how your car functions in order to drive a car is because you spent more than 2 years learning to drive a car, to not be a danger for yourself, to not be a danger for others, because you're benefiting from years of public governance, of rule-making on how to drive cars, and because anyone who manufactures a car, before having the right to put it on the road, has to comply with strong safety. We're not quite there with blockchain. We're not quite there with technology. We want, at the same time, to not be regulated, right? We want to be able to innovate. We want to be able to go in every direction. And at the same time, oh no, don't worry. You don't need to understand. You're fine. You're safe. We're creating value there. No, that does not work, right?
I highly disagree on some things because I can understand how the traffic rules are, like which do they are, what do I need to do, how I need to behave, and I know how to drive. Ask me to change one of the wheels of my car. Like that's probably basically knowledge. How it works the motor otherwise, I don't need to know, and I don't need to actually have all the knowledge to just go and to understand how actually inside my car is actually everything working. What I need to know is if something is not going well, I will have some sensors that will let me know that something is going here, and then I will take it to the mechanic that is going to do it. How to drive? Yes, of course. I did a license. I got a license for that. Right? That is
so
regulated.
That's education.
And we had, of course, but it's completely different, the level of education that you are as me, as a driver, as a particular driver that I'm going on my car, that the one that the mechanical needs to have to actually repair my car.
Absolutely.
And that's what we were discussing. If you are expecting that everyone has the same knowledge and the deep knowledge of understanding of blockchain, how consensus mechanism work, how a hash work, what you are doing is actually creating barriers for people to access this.
I'm not
because
saying,
we also have certain levels of education.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying everyone has the free time to learn about all of this, right? I'm saying that if you're a decision maker and you want to actually use blockchain, for instance, as an infrastructure for new public services, you better understand.
That completely say, completely.
But the reason why you had those those red lights in your car telling you that something is broken and you need to go to a garage is because there is a law that is telling the car constructor to do that.
Totally, but again,
so
that's
what I'm saying.
And I think we both mentioned it.
We need both education and regulation. If we want to be able to trust those tools to act,
you still need education regardless for the different levels. What we were saying is that the level of education that a regulator need to have and the understanding that they have is different to the one of the people that we are trying to reach, so they use blockchain for what they're doing. If you talk to NGOs and you talk to I don't know, UNHCR is right now one of the UN offices that is trying to actually not only explore how to do more transparency in donations with NFTs so the donors actually trust what they're doing and where the money is going, but also for identities, for the refugees. The refugees that are running away from home, they need to understand how this tool is going to work for them, how their rights are going to be more protected, how this tool can just be more secure for them. But I'm not going to start to explaining them how everything absolutely works. For example, in the moment of crisis where they're arriving to a camp and I don't have any documents, but I need to access services. I said well, there is this app, and you give the basics about how their identity is going to be protected. The government is not going to be able to backtrack where they are or located them if they need to actually run from a political crisis and they don't want to be identified or easily identified. This is actually a really good tool. Do you really will stop and say this is you don't understand, you don't trust, and it's not secure? Go.
Yeah, I mean this is where the idea of user friendliness and compliance and scaling
nice segue.
All interlap. And one aspect I forgot about the Clínica Las Américas use case in Colombia is that it's also, from the get-go, the whole system was outfitted with AI tools and ML tools. So it's constantly learning. Now, I mean, to your point, the truck drivers, they don't know all of the technology. They don't care about all of the technology going on, underneath the digital hood, so to speak. And the other thing I'd like to touch on is, you mentioned that a lot of the scholarly, the academic work on this stuff is quite old. Now, we go back, now I'm from Canada, so Marshall McLuhan, his concept of the global village, this is, we haven't seen it. We've seen, as you mentioned, the big tech companies sucking up the data, giving us nothing but convenience for this digital gold, and it's just a bad deal. So Web3 has the potential, and the further use case we researched is programmable energy. This touches on what you were talking about in the Netherlands, right?
Yes.
Yeah. This is, again, I'm based in Germany now, and people get certain incentives, certain rewards for managing their energy more efficiently. But it's a really bad deal, and it's too complicated, and people just don't use it. Again, user-friendliness, compliance, and scale. So this concept of programmable energy, it's all completely automatic. And you don't have to even know what a blockchain is. You don't have to know the term to use the system. And you then you are incentivized to feed your solar or wind energy, whatever excess energy you have, back into the grid. You are rewarded for it in real time, and the whole thing functions automatically. And I think that's where we have to go if we want it to be a global village and not a global feudal system, so to speak. And there, again, and this is my last point, that touching on your exchange, data ownership. There's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't have control of, for example, my healthcare data. Absolutely no reason. It shouldn't be anonymized, available to me on the blockchain. I can sell it to a big pharma company if I want. I can donate it to a medical research organization. I can just keep it to myself. And if these kinds of solutions go to scale, then you solve the problem of the tragedy of the commons, where each member of the community is incentivized for purely egotistical reasons, is incentivized to care for the commons and care for the common good. And I mean, this is perhaps still, admittedly visionary. And, somebody said, I think it was a former German chancellor, said, if you have visions, you should go to a doctor.
Very pragmatic. We're with the Germans.
On the other hand...
That's a great note.
I think it was Helmut Schmidt. Anyway, but on the other hand, if you haven't got vision, then you can't see your goals, and you're not going to get there if you can't see them. So I think we should, I'm all for down to earth, talking about, that's why I'm trying to cite as many use cases as possible. And at the same time, there has to be a broader vision. There has to be something, a higher goal.
So I knew this panel was going to be challenging to moderate, because keeping you guys under 45 minutes was an impossible task. But I do want to give all of you one more minute for a closing statement. We wanted to touch upon so many topics in these 45 minutes. We touched upon a lot. We talked about also very briefly about user friendliness. We talked about privacy, owning data, bringing back that control to people. So one final comment with this idea: how do we get there, right? Can Web3 create a more equal and just society? What is missing? What should we keep doing and to get there? Santiago, you want to go first?
Yeah, I had some other questions that came up during we can discuss them later, also maybe for Pierre, because they touch upon a lot of ethic issues and something that we were discussing. So I think that it's really, we are at a place where we still have to continue building great use cases. As we touched upon here, we have this discussion which we need to solve, what is I think that Mike said, like having a vision and maybe updated vision or where we want to go, or maybe what's achievable, and have like a short-term, mid-term, and long-term vision or on how we can get there. And yeah, I think that knowledge, it's something that it's very important. Knowledge will enable these discussions to happen at a base level, at a community level, also to engage in these discussions in education within the industries that are now starting to adopt blockchain or that can adopt blockchain. So we need to do a lot of advocacy. And I'm preaching not to our choir, but also to a wider choir. And yeah, I think that everything it's up there. We come a long way, and I believe that this technology is something that it's going to be adopted. So we need to continue spreading the word and getting a lot of education out there in the different levels that I mentioned before, so we can actually engage in our vision and having these discussions to get to the vision that we would like to achieve in the future.
Thank you. Mariana, very quick.
Yeah, super quick then. I think that we can only grow as big as our bubble, in the bubble that we are. And this is exactly what blockchain is right now. It's a really small bubble, and we just need to explode it and actually build bridges with organizations on the Web2. I think education, of course, is key, but there is also we need to understand actually the problems that we are trying to solve is not new problems. These problems have been in society for years. I mentioned it before. These are systemic issues, right. And we need to actually work in collaborations, and that's what I mean. We need to build bridges with governments, with organizations that are already working on the development sector, with universities, with every bridge we can to actually not only educate people, but also see how we can use tools to actually accelerate the job that they are doing in a more transparent way. And in particular, and I would say trust in the institutions has been lost and more in the past decades. Yeah. And actually with blockchain, we can rebuild that trust. And I don't think that that's an empty promise, because we can actually create accountability. So I think that there's a lot of potential there, but you mentioned it, it's just potential right now. We just need to see how actually we start to do something with the tools we have.
Thank you. I'm a bit afraid about the amount of notes that you took in just the last 2 minutes, but please, Pierre, go ahead, give a closing statement. Everybody ready for this? Yeah.
And I'm going to try to speak at a pretty normal pace. No, I think it was a very good discussion came out of this, and I absolutely agree with you, right? Not everyone needs to be a blockchain engineer in order to use blockchain technology. It would be very dull. I'm not a blockchain engineer myself. I'm not an engineer myself. So my understanding of all of that is very relative. But if you expect refugees, and especially if you expect vulnerable, underrepresented people in this community, in this ecosystem, to trust those tools and to actually use them, you need to build that trust. And you build that trust through what? And Mike, you said it very well. You build that trust through transparency, open source tools, right? You create the conditions for third parties to be able to come there, check that the code is behaving the way it is supposed to behave, so that there is this transitivity of trust, so that people that trust organizations such as the UNHCR for deploying tools that will protect the rights of the migrants and refugees will trust those tools. You need to include end users in the design of those tools, which is very important and very difficult to do, right? You need to have user ownership over the data, over the servers themselves. You associate them in the governance, right? And also, this is something we often forget, but you need to have opportunities to opt out with accessible alternatives. And so those 4 things are actually cardinal values of blockchain ever since the beginning, right? This is one of the reasons why Bitcoin got some value in the first place. It's user-owned. People can always fork the blockchain if they're not happy in the direction. Anyone can take part in the governance, and it's fully transparent.
I think we're forgetting about access, but I get your point.
I agree. All right? I have only 1 minute.
That's going to be for the next 5 hours of debate we're going to be talking about.
And I truly believe that those tools can enable better community empowerment for common goods governance, but only if we really work indeed collaboratively with those values in mind in order to achieve it. But we cannot undercut any of them. Any of them, and you've destroyed trust, and you're just feeding the bubble.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. Mike, you want to bring us home? And the organizers are looking at me very,
yeah, okay.
very
I'll be brief. Yeah, I just want to extrapolate a little bit on that topic of data ownership. This doesn't just go for healthcare. One of the things, here in the global north, I mean, as I said, I'm based in Germany. Germany is really good at making stuff. I was writing speeches for the president, Karl-Peter Forster, of General Motors Europe back in the day. And, one of the things, this was, it must have been like well over 15 years ago, maybe 20, I don't know. It's all a blur. In any case, back then it was perfectly clear that huge Opel factory in Eisenach, it was, before it was even finished, it was clear that they were going to have to produce too many cars because it's only efficient if it runs at capacity. And they knew the market is saturated. We can't sell all these cars. Now, I'm not saying that the global south has to buy all our stuff. No, we should be, if we're going to sell stuff in the global south, say Africa, we should be setting up factories there. We should be employing people there. Same thing happened in Vietnam. Probably the wealthiest man in Vietnam, the Vin Group head, decided he wanted to set up a car factory. He bought 2 complete assembly lines from BMW. He set them up there. He set up deals to buy components from Bosch. And he produces these super cool cars, premium quality, under 60,000 euros. In Germany, the only version that's coming out is an E version so far. But they also make hybrids and internal combustion. Long story short, if we move in this direction, and my feeling is that we desperately need to, the data, the consumer data of emerging markets, of consumers with more and more disposable wealth in the global south, those data are not just digital gold, they are platinum, or ruthenium. So, and on just my last point, I'm the digital economist is a think and do tank. We do, as I mentioned, research and advisory, and all of the papers I talked about, they are there free for the taking, and I'm more than happy to share access with anyone who's interested and engage in dialogue.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, all of you. And you will be able to download the 6 hours uncut version of this debate online, which we are happy to take. Thank you all for paying attention. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you to our speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, just take your seats. We are going to have the next one discussion. And after that, we are going to have some small lunch, but not now, please. Now we are waiting for next panelists, and the name of the next panel is Shifting Europe's Web 2 Private Sector into Web 3 Future. So, what we will need to do in order to change Web 2 into Web 3, how we will onboard the new technology, and what challenges we will have to overcome on the way. And we will speak about it with our next discussion panel. So, we start in just in a 1 minute. 59, 58, 57. Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 speakers offline and 2 online. Yeah, am I right? 3, yes, that's correct. Good, good. Just a moment. Yeah, just a moment. So, Web 2 to Web3 in private sector. This is our discussion. Just 30 seconds to go. Yeah? Are you ready? No, we're still waiting for one more speaker. Just a moment, please. Thank you. It's okay? Okay, yeah, just feel relaxed and everything. So we are ready to start our next panel discussion, and the topic is shifting Europe's Web2 private sector into the Web3 future. Please welcome our speakers. Thank you.
Moderator. He wasn't a chain.
Hi everyone. Does it work? Yes?
Nope.
Like maybe. Okay, you can hear me. Perfect. Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you for this wonderful panel, and thank you the organizer for putting it together, for inviting me to moderate this session. Also, thank you for this very comfortable chair. I just moved the apartment, and I'll ask you for the references because I might be interested in getting one. Super comfortable. I would like to introduce this wonderful panel, also super colorful. I think our color palettes are really on point. We have Sarah, Managing Director of the Blockchain Founders Group, Remy, member of the advisory board for Profila. We have Saskia, digital manager at Agoria, Alexandra, EU Government Affairs Manager at Revolut, and we have Nadia, who is a PhD, member of several supervisory boards for public and banking sector, and also the founder and director of the Digital Transformation Institute. Today's discussion is going to be very much focused on the use cases. So how the Web3 is really bringing some concrete value to both businesses, consumers, and the public society as a whole. Like we hear a lot of discussions about it, like about Web3, the technology. Also, we heard a lot about the regulatory aspects in these days in previous sessions. There will be more to come as well. But sometimes I think what's extremely important is to focus and to educate of what are some concrete use cases of digital transformations from Web 2 to Web 3 to actually show the general public, to shape a bit the public perception, and also to maybe educate policymakers on what could be the impact. So that's why this first round of questions for you panelists will be highly focused on your experience and how did you, within your experience, you had some concrete examples and use cases of transformations from Web 2 to Web 3. I'll start with you, Nadia. So, I mean, given your work, you worked with many companies, both big and also SMEs, and you help them and support them in the transformation from Web 2 to Web 3, or a digital transformation in general. I would like to ask you, as your opening remark, if you could share with us some concrete examples of how this played out.
Yeah, I would propose to start from the point which has been started recently, that's AI, because actually before AI, digital transformation mainly was focused on really digital part. And even it was only 30% of success, so still a lot of companies start doing digital transformation because they met the big challenge that like a disruption. Disruption which came from startup world, disruption which came from non-competing new industries. But with AI, you know, the very big topic coming on the table, and that's topic about the human. Where's the role of the human in all this digital transformation? So what would be the next step? But because you requested kind of coming more to the practical cases, before I came into some examples, because there are really a lot of cases around, I would split them on 5 business models, which from my point of view was quite successful. So if we can just split it on some kind of different parts, so I propose that number 1, it is about the transition of product companies from a loyalty club to co-creation. Example could be like Lego, so it's just you do not only produce some kind of product, but you also engage your customers into creation some part of their product, propose some kind of design of the product, or even kind of business model, or it could be even the maintenance part. So any kind of product life cycle can be co-created together with the clients. Number 2 approach, it is like a transfer of loyalty club into a property certificate of value. That's much more connecting to NFT, much more connecting to blockchain. And that's including how new tech solution can help brands create more authentic communication with their customers on sharing values and enjoying the experience. So it's of course the NBA, it's a lot of sport clubs, it's a lot of yacht clubs, so any kind of club type business. So that's quite get the value from that model. Number 3 approach, that's about the control of making changes to database for legal purposes. What I mean here, it is about the registry mainly. Example is the most valuable example are in banking sector or in public sector, because actually, for example, to avoid any raiding of the data of company to be stolen by other not co-owner of the company. Currently, we provide blockchain technology to public sector to looking into that, but unfortunately, public sector doesn't use it. So that's the biggest portion, that everything already in place, but the regulation is still not in place. There are also a lot of other points how we can control any kind of the ownership and transfer of that ownership. And of course, that's a core point that legal industry has to integrate it and implement it in their life. Actually, the great examples was in Netherlands. It's about the kind of controls of just very funny story about the marriage. So the marriage contract and following of that marriage contract from the both sides. Next business model, it's about use of smart contracts. That's close to that previous topic, for the clarity of fulfillment of obligations and supply chain. That's both topic connecting to contract complication and following of them, and also the supply chain transparency. Because in supply chain, for example, today was the sanction issue, especially which we experienced after the war started. So yeah, we have a lot of sanctions, but unfortunately, very seldom when the government can control from first end till the end, from the beginning till the end, all kind of supply chain, who is really providing some supply parts or any products or anything. And in that case, of course, the blockchain technology can help here a lot. Number 5, that's a cross-platform identification with cybersecurity underwear. Of course, that's already quite old approach used by a lot of companies, by a lot of fintech business models, as well as the gaming, entertainment, IT, and other companies. So just in addition to that 5 type of business model, which I think it's very successful within even last, so I'm managing the digital transformation last 12 years. And I would like to say that last 7 years, it becomes more and more like a trend with the supervision of CEO companies. So previously, it was like more responsibility of IT, in the best case, marketing. But last 7 years, it became more and more responsibility of CEO. And especially COVID speed up that process and really coming into it. Some more examples, that's of course a lot of beauty brands. Some beauty brands integrated with Web3 technology, especially in metaverse, like Gucci, probably you heard about that, Adidas, Nike, also the L'Oreal. If you think about AI and co-creation, so there is a very impressive example of new creation of cream from Lancome, so you can see how they engage AI into the development of that. If you're talking about some very traditional industry, from my point of view, it's very traditional. I've worked there 12 years. So that industry exists more than 100 years. That's a telecom. From one point of view, it is very, very developed and very technological industry. But unfortunately, last 10 years, they lost their value. Why? Because they just lost their part in supply chain, a new, value chain of the Web 2 to Web3 transition.
I'm sure we will dive more deep
so we'll
into
not
that as well.
touch that a lot. Just a short point. One of the way which a couple of operators even in Europe used, that's open IP, which they not just giving to their partners to connect to their platform, but also resell that for the renting of places for lines of codes. For that, they think that they have to be charged extra data, not just the traditional data charges they take it from usual consumers. So, and that's a lot. I
yes,
don't like
that's a lot of
to
use
go
cases.
deeper, so I would like to give to another.
Thanks a lot, Nadia, for all this. For the list of these all concrete and very concrete use cases. I think this shows that actually there are a lot of applications and a lot of ways that we can bring value to the consumers and public society as a whole and business. You mentioned also the banking sector, you mentioned fintech, so I would like to jump to Alexandra, who represents Revolut here. So I would like to ask you also a bit, how do you see the fintech sector moving on with this transition, and if you know that what is Revolut doing, and what are the maybe potential for this sector to be disrupted a bit and to be by the Web3 transition?
Thank you. So I will add a very financial services perspective to this debate. You asked about the role of fintechs in this space, how we incorporate this Web3 future. I think fintechs are enablers of this space. The best thing we can do is to embrace these technologies, embrace Web3, embrace blockchain as well. At Revolut, we started talking tokenized economy back in 2015 and launched our first products with tokens in 2017. What we do is that we create a space where users can access tokens in a safe manner, very compliant manner. We also deliver the knowledge sharing platforms for them, so we educate them. And I think the more crypto knowledgeable or token knowledgeable consumers they are or users they are, the more they can build on these networks and the more we can benefit from the innovation there is in this space. Blockchain is indeed the most transformative technology after the creation of the internet. Just the way the internet changed the way we transfer, the way we store information, and the same way blockchain changed the way we transfer and store assets. So this is truly transformative way. The timelines where we'll be in Web3 space are still unclear, but we are moving towards this disruption, that's for sure. And I think that Web3 players will definitely be there. In the end of the day, there will be no clear distinction between Web 2 or Web 3. I think the previous panel talked about how it's easy to use Web 2 services. Like, we don't know what's in our smartphones, like how do they function? And I think the same will happen with Web 3 space. We're just not there yet, but we're slowly moving towards this new future. And again, as I mentioned, our role is to enable this space, provide a safe environment to educate the users on the technology and as well on the risks. So I think that's about the future. We'll be there for sure.
I'm sure.
And yeah.
No, thank you, Alexandra, so much for this input. Move to Saskia. You engage a lot with various stakeholders and help them and support them and talk with them about potential transformations. Do you usually hear some type of apprehensions or some specific requirements that they mention when you engage with them?
I want to go back a little bit to the first panel, if you allow me. Agoria is the Federation of the Technology Sector, but the Federation of the Technology Sector started 200 years ago, so we still have members who are working in steel, making windows, farmer tractors, so it's not the high, cool, sexy members. It's almost 2,200 members. The majority is manufacturing, and then the other one is what they call technology or digital. And if you want to ask the question of Web 2 to Web 3, who is policymaker here in the room? Nobody is linked to policy making? No? Yes? Only you? You're scared? I mean, there's no punishment linked with it. It's just to know who's the audience. The reason why I say that is I hear a lot about technology. I hear Web 2, I hear Web 3, I read about Web 5. Just to give you an idea that the reality of our businesses is even not ready for Web 2. The maturity of digital transformation in our manufacturing organizations, there is a lot of room for improvement. And certainly with the last years, they came up with energy crisis, they came up with supply crisis, they came up with financial crisis. So where do they have to put their priority? And we all know, because you are here, so you know a little bit about technology, but they don't have a clue. For them, blockchain is equal to crypto. And XR is metaverse. And we are thinking in silos. We have an opinion about blockchain, and we have an opinion about AR, and we have an opinion about cyber, and we have an opinion about AI, but not ChatGPT. That's maybe a different opinion. But I've been CEO myself. There is only one person and one head, and they have already troubles in defining their own business models. So just that the maturity level of the organizations to whom we are talking is not ready to accept the first phase, so let's not talk immediately about the third phase. Every company is becoming a digital company. To my opinion. That's not because I'm a fan of working and I'm representing Belgium for DG Connect for more than 15 years, but it is a fact. But they've not been educated to manage digital companies. They've been educated to produce farmer tractors or windows, and they have a P&L to close at the end of the month because they have to pay the salaries. So the more you talk about blockchain, the more you talk about technology, they see dollars, and they say, oh, I'm not going to do it. So, and on top of that, you're talking about the health sector, I've heard. You're talking about the finance sector. You can talk about the energy sector. We talk about data spaces. We talk about sectors in a connected world where there are no sectors anymore. I mean, if we are all connected and we are all working decentralized, then tell me how is the old way of thinking in sectors fitting into it? And that's a dimension that we need to understand coming from the technology side, is that we have a major gap in the understanding. We have a major gap in the business objectives that those people want to reach. And on the other hand, we have huge organizations, and don't take it personally, but we had an initiative 2 years ago, which was called Cake in Belgium. It was a little bit the disruptive financial model for the financial sector. They've done everything they could to kill it as early as possible. But the competition is not coming out of the sector anymore. So how are we, as an industry, going to evolve, going from an old pre-web world to a Web 5 going forward? And that is the dimension that I do not hear enough. And I just want to emphasize on technology, and somebody in the first panel said that technology is not a problem. It is there. But the human beings are not ready with the basics. Where do I want to be with my business going forward?
Thanks a lot. I think that's a big issue, and that's why we need more occasions like this, where we bring together industry, policymakers, and stakeholders as a whole to discuss and to educate and to really communicate about concrete business models, concrete use cases, because otherwise, yeah, the technology is there, but it's not enough. We need more.
And just if you allow me to pin on that, you mentioned the word contracts. It goes even to there. It's not a question of buying and selling anymore. The financial model is completely different.
It's evolving.
And it doesn't fit. I mean, you give me a contract where you fix my head, my shoulders, my hips, but you ask me to run the 100 miles in 3 seconds. Otherwise, I have to pay an SLA. There is something wrong in the way, and that is what is the biggest hurdle. From my first days in IT, there was always a misalignment between IT and the business. But now we can't avoid it anymore because IT is the business. And that's where it's now starting to really be very crispy.
That's super interesting. I'm sure we will also dive more deep also on these type of hurdles. You mentioned also both traditional sector, but also some more disruptive companies. And when I think disruptive, I think about startups. So we have you here, Sarah, and I wanted to ask you a little bit about how these 2022, 2023 has been for venture capital in general, like in this space, and also if you noticed any type of like direction of travel when it comes to new startups and new technologies that are engaging with you as a Blockchain Founders Group.
Yes, thank you for the question. So as you already said, I'm coming from the angle of the startup perspective, the VC perspective, because we as Blockchain Founders Group, we are a startup accelerator, so we basically help startups build at the beginning, because it's especially for first-time founders, but it's all for experienced founders, it's the same. The beginning of a startup is always quite hard, because there are so many things you have to consider that it's sometimes getting even too much, and this is why we are kind of jumping in that place and helping them to build and to grow and to make the right decisions. And so you asked the question, what happened in 2022, what's ongoing in the current year. So the last years, it quite often had been like, if you had a great idea in the blockchain space, your valuation just exploded, and there had been many VCs even throwing kind of money on you because it was super easy. There was so much money in the market, so it was super easy to get money. And now, from my point of view, the most important thing at the moment is the question about the product market fit. And this comes back to, for example, what you said about the use cases. Because at the beginning, the founders, they are super happy about their idea, and then they talk to friends and family, and everybody is like hyped, and wow, this is an amazing idea, but quite often it's not. Because there's only a product market fit if there is somebody willing to pay what you're offering. And people are only willing to pay if there is a problem. And sometimes people have a great idea and a solution, but there is not even a problem, so people don't struggle with something. And so this is something we especially really trying to take care. And we kind of position us as bridging Web 2 to Web 3, because this all fits with some things that already had been said. So quite often you have to help companies and people coming from the Web 2 space to get to Web 3. And so this is what we are sometimes trying with our startups to kind of bridge. And so it's really about product market fit. So build an MVP, try whether somebody is willing to pay, and if not, you have to pivot, and you have to measure that. So you really have to find out, is there a real value? So this is one of the things that really, really changed. And another thing I want to mention is, for example, the difference between value and valuation. Because, so especially for a startup in the blockchain space, it's super hard what the real value of the startup is. Because let me give you a quick example. If you want to buy a flat in Brussels, you know the street, you know the size, you know when the building has been built, and so you can kind of compare and find out whether the value is like realistic or not. And then you can decide whether you want to buy the flat or whether you don't. But in the startup space, it's super hard, and especially in the blockchain space, because like I said, it was super hype. Now the market is down. People building something, you can't compare it because everything is new. So it's really difficult to find out about the real value behind. And so what happened in the last year, like the startups got a lot of money, and now people are really hesitant, like the VCs waiting, nobody's investing, people are waiting, what's happening. And why is that? For example, I mean, FTX is like, what happened from an investor perspective, what happened? Some amazing names decided to fund that company, and so many other VCs and investors didn't do a proper due diligence because there was like a huge name and people trusted that name. And so, and this is like, we are all biased. And so what is happening is that if there is somebody with an amazing name, with a great experience, with a great company, people follow. They follow the investment decision of one of those great investors. And now people are really careful, and VCs and investors. So for example, the due diligence got a lot harder. So people really, really dig deep in what you're doing and what you're building. And so it's not that as a startup, it's not enough to have one investor. You need like 2 or 3 or 4. I mean, it always depends on the size and on the round. But so, yeah, it's quite hard to have several VCs at the same time. And they are careful about their decision, they wait. And so the market is it's kind of hard for a startup at the moment to get money. It was super easy before. And so what I just say and recommend the startups is try to build and try to wait, if possible, to raise money, because the current phase is like a really hard one, a tough one. And especially startups, Series A and bigger, they do have like huge challenges because they can't cut the costs like a lot. Because they have like, I don't know, 100, 200 people working for them. They have running costs, and so they can't just cut everything half and say, okay, that's it. So yeah, it's a tough phase, basically.
Okay, no, that's interesting. I figured because, of course, we are in a different market than we were maybe in 2021, or where we were in 2020 to 2021. So maybe now it's even more important than before to actually find a product market fit as soon as possible and to bring concrete value from the beginning.
It's the most important thing. And especially if you have something in mind that sometimes you can even be too early, and especially in that market, maybe you are now too early, because like if people are still in Web 2 or even not in the area of digitalization, then, and you're doing great stuff in metaverse, it's like, but there are no users. So this is like the biggest problem at the moment.
Being too early sometimes, and most of the time, means being wrong. So no, that's...
being wrong at the current phase in time, but yeah, being wrong, basically, yeah, that's true.
And I mean, I think here, Remy, you're representing a company who found a product market fit, which is Profiler. So I'm happy to hear from you also on the concrete applications of your company, and especially since the panel before we were mentioning also about a little bit more of ideal of Web3, one of which is better control on user data. I'm curious to hear from you how Profiler is helping this.
Sure, thank you. We found and we didn't found yet, so it's a two-phase opportunity. But indeed, and I think that's also, and I've heard really very interesting stuff and I can confirm some of them, very difficult to get funding nowadays. But I think because all these startups also are not taking the problem in the right way, is that instead of building technology that they think will fulfill a need of a customer, they should first think about what the need of the customer is, and then trying to find the right solution. And I would slightly disagree when you say IT is the business. I'm coming from the business, I'm a CMO of a pure B2C business in the travel industry, so very real economy. And I always say IT or technology, and today Web3, and still Web2 very often, enables the business. It helps the business to become more efficient and to resolve customer issues. And startups in the Web3 economy needs to rethink the way they are building their products or their services by saying, let's first list the use cases. What problem are we going to resolve? Is it going to have an impact on the brand, on the consumer, or ideally on both? Will it add a value to the company? And if you tick all these boxes, then suddenly you say, there is a market fit, and there is an opportunity to really create a product. And that's what we try to do also at Profiler, where they said, well, data privacy for the consumer, the end consumer, will become a valuable marketing attractive to the brands. And the bet that they are putting on the market is that they're saying, well, through the blockchain technology, and again, it doesn't really matter if the end consumers really understands what the blockchain technology is or not. It's going to be used as an enabler to make that business better and more efficient. So using the blockchain is great, but that's for you and us because we understand that business. But the end consumer, you know, it doesn't, at this stage, it doesn't really matter if they understand that. So Profiler said, well, we have data privacy, and consumers will become more and more eager to understand what brands are doing with data privacy. We all agree today that they all get our data, all of us. There is no exception anymore, I think, with all the digital capabilities, where you don't give away your data for free to anybody, and you don't know who is using that. Well, we say that is going to come to an end at one point. When? Still question mark. But it's going to come to an end where consumers will say, well, my data has a value, and I'm going to finally be the master of that value. I'm going to own my data, and I'm going to tell the brands, hey, brand, I'm happy to connect with you. I'm happy to give you my data. You will be very happy to get my data because it's going to be way more qualified than the generic data that you're getting on my cookies, on my surfing behavior, blah, blah, blah. Now I'm going to tell you this is real data. I'm going to give you what my preferences are so that you will be able to connect with me in a way more personalized way, target, better message, better product. It will have an impact in the way you build your product. And finally, because it needs to be a win-win opportunity, we say to the brands, because of the quality of the data you will get from a permission model that the end consumer is giving to you, your conversion will be much higher. And in a B2C environment, and I know it for the travel industry in particular, average conversion is between 2.5% and 3.5%. How much millions of dollars those brands are spending to buy Google keywords, to buy traffic, to acquire new customers. They don't think about how to retain already existing customers. And that's the secret of this little sauce that we're trying to build with Profiler. Again, we're using the blockchain as an enabler because we think that that's the best technology for data privacy, for transparency, smart contracts that will make all transactions in the world in the future way more. I'm gone? No, I'm there. And so that's a little bit the environment I'm working. So I'm an evangelist of new type of technologies to these more traditional industries that needs to go through digital transformation. I fully agree with you. I would even say Web 1. I mean, during the lunch, I gave an example. I still receive newsletters on my phone that are not mobile readable. I mean, how can you spend money, time, resources to write those newsletters, to try to send a message? I cannot even read it on my mobile. This is Web 1. Huh? That's not even Web 2. It's how to read the right information. So we are still far away, but I think there is a lot of innovative capabilities in the Web 3 that will help to give back the ownership to the end consumers.
Maybe to add one sentence, and yeah, thank you for sharing your thoughts. And I just read a report that privacy and everything you just said is one of the most important topics for 2023. And hopefully people will realize it sooner than later that this is super important, what we do with our personal data and how we handle it.
Perfect. So. We're still looking for investors for Profilers, so guys, we are open to that.
I also wanted to add, if I can, on the point about financial services players and their user privacy. So I think I really like the point about users being in the center of what we're doing and evaluating, actually, if a business is consumer-centric, it will allow them, for instance, to play with Web3 space. And financial services and hosted wallets. This is a great example of a new self-custody solution that was not present in financial services space. And of course, I hope that in 10 years' time, the financial services user can store their assets on the unhosted wallets, because that's what users want. And we as financial service players should also offer them such opportunity. Because again, this is what our market wants. That's what our customers want.
May I add on that one?
Of course.
It's pretty important that we include everybody in this game. And I hear a lot about customers and users. But in my role, we've made a study of Belgium. What is the reality on the risk of e-exclusion? And the result was that 46%, that's 1 on 2, of the people working between 16 and 64 have the risk of being e-excluded. Now, Belgium is a country of welfare, I would say, so if 1 on 2, and it's people working, so we need to take into account that our objective as a technology, we want to influence the users. I want to know what happens with my data. If I combine that with 1 on 2 doesn't have a clue what we are talking about, then we may not forget that we still have some awareness raising to do on the consumer side.
Of course.
And that's a little bit, then you can say, yeah, but the financials are not allowed to close the agencies and the post office needs to stay open and this is, we go back to Web 0, or we have to work together with scalable startup initiatives, which can avoid that we go really to a reality of 46, and it comes from 46 during COVID, so it was the highest. Connectivity, because everybody was obliged to connect. So with the heating crisis, it became worse. So just to put in perspective that within each organization, 1 on 2 of the people working for the moment are not with us. And then if you talk about competences, yeah, we can look to the education system, and normally I should be a teacher myself in front of a classroom or give physical education, so I'm not an engineer. So I dare to say it, but between now and 2030, 2035, nothing will have changed. Yes, we need to work on the curriculum. Yes, what I heard in the previous panel is fully right. We need to learn them from the smallest age, but it's not yet there. So we will not have we do not have the schools, we do not have the curriculums, we do not have the students. So the industry will continue to cry to have the right people with the right competence, and they will not have it. The only solution we can use is what I call non-regular education. We have a lot of great initiatives where we help people who are working, people who are not working. We only have 66% women active in Belgium. We need 80%. and it's going down because most of those roles will be automated one way or another. So we need to recover them. We need to give them. But if I see the industry saying, I still want my bachelor, what I heard recently with 37 years of AI experience, of what 10 years in a concrete project, yeah, then we can still cry for a long time. I have, for the moment, more than 1,000 people being trained in AI, but they will never have a bachelor certification. So please, if you have a problem of having the people with the right competences, look around all initiatives which are organized. A lot of them are scalers, a lot of them are using the new technology. It's free, it's non-free, it's online, it's offline, it is whatever, to really solve the problem and to avoid the risk of 1 or 2 for Belgium, which for me is pretty scary.
Reskilling and, in a way, improving the competences for these new technologies will be key. We hear about potentially new jobs that could do.
It's not potentially. We've done part of the BDH study of Agoria. We have today more than 550,000 open vacancies. For each job that disappears because of technology 2.7 new jobs is created. The problem is only that it's completely different skill set.
Yes.
So if you do not reskill your current population, I'm scared how many unemployed people we will have and who is going to pay for it. So we need to really invest in skilling, reskilling and upskilling, and not necessarily, and I do not have anything about regular education, but please get in contact with the ecosystem on non-regular education.
That's a super good point, and this is a little bit more on the hurdles of these technologies and what's needed to get there. Because yes, technologies are evolving, startups are being funded, like the ecosystem is growing a lot, but at the same time there is something that sometimes is not talked about, which are the challenges. Sometimes are like job and skills challenges, some others are regulatory challenges. Before jumping into the challenges though, I would like to ask to the public, because we've mentioned a lot of potentially concrete use cases, and I think this was great food for thought, but I want to ask the public if there's any more use case that you know and you would like to share. You raised your hand and then you didn't raise it anymore. Are you hiding? Then I will also go from you.
Yeah.
I will do both.
Thank you for this panel, guys. I was wondering, I'm a Web3 specialist at Deloitte, and we are making steps from Web2 to Web3 by doing our first crypto transactions, receiving crypto for work we're doing. We're buying digital art with it. But my question is, we can, by these experiences, we can make really extensive risk frameworks around this. And my question was, what are the first steps for Web2 companies to go to Web3? What kind of steps do you think they have to make?
Okay, we will take the question as well, and thanks for your input. First, I would like also to hear another use case, potentially.
Yes, thanks. Really interesting discussion, and it reminds me of the panel I was just on before the break. And there was one discussion I had, or one continuation of the discussion I had once the panel ended. We talked also about data ownership, and I touched on the fact that the global north needs new consumer bases in the global south. And I think some people could consider that cynical. So be it. I think it's the nature of the beast, and that's the only way a lot of things are going to get moving. And that has a lot to do with with ownership of those consumer data. Now, companies wishing to expand in emerging markets spend huge amounts of money. They don't just look at the user data they are sucking up. They hire consultancies and conduct huge studies, millions and millions of euros. Now, so I mean, basically, when we think of data ownership in the Web3 space of the future, we should think of turning that digital gold into something that users on the ground in these emerging markets actually own and profit from in real terms. And that was the point I realized in our discussion. I didn't really hammer that nail home, but the thing is, it's a really good deal for the companies wishing to expand in those markets if we can create a system where there is true data ownership.
Thank you. Yeah, if I can add to that, that's totally true. So those emerging markets can also jump some steps that we have gone through to go straight to the better technology, because it will have a direct impact on their life. And that's also what we are thinking in the way we are developing these new, on a startup mode, these new startups, is that we can actually find more real use cases in those countries or in those areas that helps us also to build the capacity and the confirmation that the business model is the right. We are also looking, and in the travel industry in particular, it's very, very true, because now all these new emerging markets are opening up for travel, both inbound but also outbound, and those guys are more keen to go into new way of consuming hospitality or travel or air, and we see that immediately in the data that we are collecting from them. So you're totally right. But I just want to add one more thing on the education also. We are missing, we are missing dramatically good level of education. I'm a lecturer in several hospitality universities in the Netherlands, in France. Still in 2023, MBA class on hospitality management, they don't have a digital course. They don't have a digital course. I mean, this is amazingly crazy. Now, what I think also, and I'm a good example of it, you can also convert non-digital people to this new technology and this new, I mean, I was a CMO outside of the digital world. You know, I started working, internet was not even the standard, and I became, I hope, an expert or an ambassador of all new technologies. So requalification nowadays, with the help of the technology becoming the enabler of this new educative opportunity, is also something quite positive. And you can requalify any age. You know, I'm 51, and I did it in a couple of years. No problem, absolutely no problem.
Yeah, and it will change anyhow with the speed of light.
Yes.
So.
Just I propose to move forward already regarding the challenges, because it was the right question of moving from Web 2 to Web 3, and because I was very polite to wait of the question, so I take the ownership of the next question. So first of all, asking your question or answering your question, it was a great one. I would split it on two parts, because there are challenges for the companies who is proposing services for Web3, and actually that's all IT companies. They have a problem, what they have to change in their way, how they propose. And there are another point for the company who is accepting the services, like, for example, Deloitte. So I will start from the second one. From the second one point of view, the core mix of non-successful digital transformation and moving from Web 2 to Web 3 is that companies start from the very cost-efficient separations, and usually they think about ERP implementation. So for them, ERP implementation or some changes on their production houses or some kind of efficiency, process efficiency improvement, that's a core what they need to do. But that's a big mistake, because they have to focus first on their clients' experience. First, what they have to find is what kind of core customer and efficiencies which customer constantly mention to that company, which they are dissatisfied in their cooperation with them. So building on that, you first evaluate what kind of data and everything kind of data lakes which you can collect about that topic you can create. And after that, you already start building the new business model. That's first stage. Second stage, that's of course connecting with the point that that's less connecting to the technology, it's more connecting to change management. And change management is a huge point about people. It's not only about education, because education is a separate topic. I would like also to comment that, but now I will finish with the first topic. So, second point regarding the clients or, companies who is providing IT services, who is providing actually services for Web3. We know all 4 inefficiencies, which is currently has to be managed by that company. But they don't like to do that. They just push to the market and say, hello, clients, why you are not buying our products? But stop, guys. Looking into blockchain last 8 years, what the blockchains don't do? First, usability is very low. Because if a simple customer doesn't understand how to use it, sorry, you have a very bad front-line application. So that's number 1. Number 2, ecological and inefficiencies from the cost point of view. Yes, we have a new blockchain, but how many new blockchains clients used currently? Very little, very little. So we have to optimize blockchain approach. The third question, that's of course about the everything which is connecting to the interoperability, because we have a different blockchain, you know, how to connect data between themselves, that's a very, very big issue. And of course, the last but not least, that's a security point, and all kind of the transparency, integration with regulation, and so on. So now coming to education. So with the education, the old education system, I'm from education, I'm a professor, it's built on the developing academics, not developing professions. Everybody has to understand that currently we have end of previous education system, which was created for industrial economy. How many years ago? 300 years ago, probably, right? So currently, the skills, we don't need the skills for industry development. We need skills for creativity. We need skills for data management. We need skills for managing AI, because all kind of physical skills will go through AI, or any kind of robotic system. So in that case, education has to be transformed a lot. So, and that's a question about if the education is ready today. Yeah, they can apply a lot of kind of 3D model, like 3D printers, Web3, any kind of VR, AR, but still approach are the same. So approach are the same. Approach has to be changed, and that's a big challenge for the education.
And jumping on that, also to conclude a bit, I think that many different perspectives were shared also on the hurdles and what we need. So maybe to conclude, I would like to ask each one of you in 1, 2 words, 1 line, 2 lines max, what is the key factor that you think is needed? Some of them were mentioned. It was mentioned education, it was mentioned reskilling, management, technology, concrete use cases, you name it. From each one of you, I would like to know what are those? What do we really need to accelerate and to accelerate the transition and to actually get there to sort of a mass adoption, both for consumers, for business, and for society as a whole? I start with you, Sarah.
Well, there are 2 things coming to my mind. So the first thing is user interface. So I think this is a very broad name, but what I want to say is many services and things in Web3 are super hard to access. So it needs to get a lot easier for people to use Web3 in every way. So I think this is something that directly comes to my mind. And if I go back to a startup perspective, I think the most important thing is that we have smart people building in the space. And so Charles Hoskinson, the founder of Cardano, he once said, the target is to align the humans with to align the greed of humans with a positive outcome. And so I really like that quote because, for example, it works. Sorry?
Nice.
Yeah. For example, it works very good for me for the refi space, so regenerative finance. And so, I think it's just good to focus on things that fit to that quote and to help things to help real world problems. And ESG, the whole topic around ESG, for example, is a very hot and important topic. And so this is, for example, people can understand that we need to do something. And so if blockchain technology helps, it's easier to bring in and to start working with that.
Thank you.
There are many, but I will choose one, and is write the correct user stories before you start even thinking. But write it, really, writing the stories. Where is my customer will go on that website, how they will behave, what their needs are. And when you have done that, then you can write your use case, and when you have your use case, you can decide what type of technology needs to respond to that use.
Fantastic.
If you do that, I think you are in a safe world.
Fantastic. So user interface and societal impact, then user stories.
Well, it's a little bit in line. I would say in my last book, Dare for Tomorrow, I call it Set Your Flag. I'm a believer that in 2040, me as a citizen, I would like to have one invoice a month for my telecom, for my transport, for the education of my 5 kids, for the health, for the energy, for whatever. So, dear sectors, do whatever you want, but I want to have one invoice.
Okay, that's interesting.
And if that is my flag, then me as a CEO, I will start managing my business to get there. If I'm in Web 1, Web 2, or whatever, Web. And then I have, the industry can help me with right technology and those kind of things. But you need to set your flag, and set your flag far enough in time, because otherwise you find there's 50 reasons why it will never work.
Nice.
As a policy person working in financial services, I think I will mention...
Nothing against.
I think I will mention the clarity of regulations. I mean, I know that this is the question of whether we should regulate Web3 space, but clarity is super important for us as highly regulated entities. When we started, there was no regulatory clarity when it comes even to crypto, or what's the business around crypto exchanges and other, even right now, there are lots of financial traditional players that are super afraid of even dealing with Web3 space, because it's uncertainty. It's, you don't understand how to assess the risk as well. So I think generally the clarity is something that can be considered as a bottleneck. But of course, there are also a couple of other, I think, key factors that will lead to success, and I think Nadia will also tell about them.
Yeah, just to continue with the finance sector, just would like to say, I strongly believe that if regulators do not support further banks would be already disrupted by the fintech market. So that's my purely believe in that. But I think that for technological company of Web3 and startup especially, the core point and focus has to be on simplification and scalability. So with the thinking of individual approach. So that's just a very complicated story, you know, how to individual approach to pact with the scalability factor. For the traditional company, so the core point is really to understand that, to take in their mind the customer, but from another side to start small steps. Because sometimes company would like to grab everything and change whole model in one way. It never works, unfortunately. So it means that they have to start some portion of that and see what can work, and also engage startups. Because for big companies, it's less risky to work with startups, to buy startup and to integrate them into their business model than to change all their business model, which traditionally exists within a very long period of time. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think there is a lot of food for thought, both on how everyone can really use these new technologies, and some not only as a person but also as a business, as a management person. So that's super interesting. Also, a lot of nice insight on where the market is going, also from a VC and startup perspective, and also, of course, we are getting there, so there are some challenges that we need to overtake, and some of them were mentioned. We still have some room to go and to improve, but I think we are getting there, and also occasions like these where we can share all these positive and negative experiences are great, and they're super useful to push the space forward. So thank you a lot to my panelists, and again to the organizers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up for the speakers. So, dear guests, now we have some short coffee break for 15 minutes. And right after that, we have extremely interesting discussion based on the two topics, consciousness and technology. So, this is our philosophy, why we are doing it, about cooperation, about development, and other stuff. So, in 15 minutes, please, we are waiting for you back in this room. Thank you. Dear guests, we are going to start our next discussion in 1 minute, 1 minute and a half. It's too early today. Ah, okay. Parfait. So, just 30 seconds and that's it, yeah? Okay. There is no neutral technology on the planet because there is no neutral human on Earth. Really? Yes. Okay. Dear guests, our next panel discussion, our next presentation sounds like technology and consciousness. There is no neutral technology on planet because there is no neutral human on Earth. Our consciousness extends into technology, not just something humans create. So, right now we are going to discuss this very important topic with our next speakers on the next panel discussion. Please welcome our guests.
Где все?
Thank you. Do you want some water? Everybody can hear you.
I would kindly ask to change the slide. Amazing. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Seaman. I'm a co-founder and a visionary strategist at Restate Foundation. Restate is a Swiss-based foundation with the aim of rethinking the future of governance and global collaboration. Our goal is to help governance systems become more human-centric, participatory, transparent, and at least partially decentralized. This mission seems for us barely possible without the proper utilization of modern technologies and a systematic approach that can elevate the level of human consciousness on a global scale. The question is how to effectively combine these two tremendous fields in a way that they can complement each other for the benefit of all human beings, rather than just a particular group of people. And that's precisely what today's session is about. It's interesting because when we were discussing the proper timing for this session with the organizers, the idea was to find a slot where people can just a little bit unwind, relax, and enjoy the conversation without extra cognitive efforts. Because unfortunately, in our society, consciousness and the whole theme of it falls somewhere between well-being and entertainment. Well, it's okay. However, at Restate, we often say that the fragile state the world is currently in is a direct result of poor governance. And poor governance, in turn, is nothing more than the consequence of the low level of consciousness among both the governing and the governed. We can all observe this dramatic outcome in real time, as we all have front row seats to witness the damage we cause to each other and our planet. Well, this observation is not new. From day one, humans have shown a tendency to ruin the very foundations we rely on. We sink the ship that carries us through the waves, and to destroy the planet that sustains our existence. Unfortunately, it seems that our colleagues who are responsible for addressing climate change would only agree with this notion. However, we must face this scary paradox heads-on. Humanity needs alternative ways of existing and coexisting. Many of you may argue that raising the global level of education would be extremely helpful, and that's for sure undeniably true. Empowering education system is a game changer. But nevertheless, we must acknowledge that our world is mostly governed by highly educated individuals. Similarly, like the majority of characters of this picture, Ship of Fools by Roman Bos belong to higher societies as well. So it proves that education alone is not enough. This formula is still not working because something crucial is missing. As a co-founder of Restate Foundation, I firmly believe that the missing piece is none other than human consciousness. Those of us who have interacted with ChatGPT know that it can be super scary and very, very inspiring at the same time. However, AI, along with other technologies, is not merely something humans create. It is an extension of our consciousness. As we elevate our consciousness, our technologies will naturally flow. Unfortunately, our focus hasn't reached this point yet. So it comes with no surprise that Darkbird, please meet Darkbird, ChatGPT's dark web cousin, exclusively trained on the dark web, has recently been unveiled to the world. Just a side note to think about, don't want to scare all of you. So which wolf will we feed? That's the question. Well, we say that there are two primal forces within the human psyche, love and fear. And all our actions either come from one or the other. An American author and entrepreneur, John Hope Bryant, did an excellent job of communicating the qualities that characterize both love and fear in his book, Love Leadership, and you can see it on the screen now. What we don't love, we fear. And unfortunately, this is relevant not only for our personal relationships, but also for global leadership. The main reason why there are struggles and conflicts around the globe is because most of the world leaders have been leading with fear. And fear is the domain of ego, a structure of mind that organizes relationships towards separateness. The narrative presented in fear-based world is us versus them, a narrative that we try to dismantle at Restate Foundation using the core principles of conscious leadership: global collaboration and love. And by the way, we at Restate have discovered a formula of unconditional love. We simply extracted E, which represents ego, from love, and somehow ended up with formula of unconditional life. This principle is a principle of universal love. This principle is very close to how God loves us. And of course, it aligns a lot with the golden rule of treating others as we would love to be treated. So today we have a privilege to talk to two unique individuals who represent different spheres of life, academic and technological. However, they share the same mission of empowering people to smoothly transition into more desirable futures. These conversations are extremely timely, given the rapid pace of technological progress and the painfully sluggish advancement in moral development. It's an enormous pleasure to be able to introduce Michelle Bounds, theorist, writer, and founder of the P2P Foundation, and Val Vavilov, co-founder of BitQuery Group and board member and co-founder of Restate Foundation. Well, I would like each of you to share a few words about yourself and your professional achievements. So maybe we can start with Michel. And I will...
I wasn't prepared for this one. So basically, I was in business. I created 2 startups in the 90s in Belgium, Ecom and Kyberco, which were sold to Alcatel and Virtual Holdings. So that's a long time ago. But by 2003, I was doing strategy with Belgacom, and I kind of thought, like, what am I doing here? Am I part of the solution or part of the problem? And to be honest, I thought I was part of the problem. So I took a 2-year sabbatical, studied historical transitions. So I looked at the end of the Roman Empire and the end of feudalism, and some a bit outside of Europe. But I only had 2 years to do it, so there was already plenty to read and to think about. And I created a peer-to-peer foundation, which is a global network of researchers looking at the impact of distributed infrastructures. And so the basic idea is very simple. Civilization has been geographical. It's a relation between the city and the countryside based on the surplus that we get from farming, and that creates, all the rest. But now we're inventing something new, which is non-territorial coordination. So we have market pricing, we have planning, but now we have stigmergy, massive coordination through mutual signaling in open ecosystems. And to make a long story short, because I will talk about it maybe later, I believe this has also many, many civilizational effects, how people behave and think. And yeah, we can talk about it. It can end very badly, but it can also it has a lot of promise at the same time, so maybe that's something we can discuss later.
Got it. And then we have a broader presentation of current issues we face, created by Val.
Yeah, thank you. I was born in Latvia. It's a small country with population less than 2 million people. It was once been part of Soviet Union, and now it's part of European Union. So when Soviet Union collapsed, I was a 12-year-old kid, and I remember how my family and families of my friends literally lost everything overnight. All savings, all pensions, and all dreams, it just disappeared. When time went by, I realized what had happened because systems were not designed to work for the people. And as a computer scientist and a tech entrepreneur, I spent most of my life in search of the solution of how to design the systems which will work for the people and not only to those who created them. For the last 25 years, I'm doing my personal research on life, on technology, and on consciousness, and I would like to share with you some findings. Can we show the
graphic, please?
The graphics, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So on this chart, you can see 6,000 years of humanity's evolution. And we can see the good news and the bad news. The good news is that we're growing exponentially in our technical development and science. The bad news is that we are mostly flat, or maybe a little bit up, in the development of our ethics or development of our consciousness. And this gap is increasing as we speak. So all of us are different. We have different skills, different plans, different nationality, but all of us are one, as one humanity at the same time. It may seem obvious, we remember what we are different, but we forget what we are one. And if you look at it from this perspective, it doesn't come as a surprise why we are choosing unhealthy competition instead of cooperation. And we are building different kind of institutions which are supposed to solve this problem. But even inside those institutions, we see this unhealthy competitive behavior, which is very inefficient and in most of the cases just counterproductive. If we will remember that not only what we are different, but also that we are one, as one humanity, one organism which is living with other beings on this planet, we will understand that choosing to co-create open decentralized systems in collaboration is few orders of magnitude more efficient when choosing to compete against each other.
And you may ask, okay, but how we will make profit if suddenly everyone on this planet will start to cooperate between each other? And the answer is, in the set of technologies what we as a humanity already invented, and this is Web3 and tokenized economies, what we're discussing during those 2 days. I spent more than 10 years in crypto, blockchain, Web3, and tokenized economy space. And having this experience, I really finally see what this set of technologies will help us to co-create in collaboration and extract profits at the same time, but in the healthy and sustainable way. However, to use these technologies properly, we need to start prioritizing and shifting the development of ethics, the development of consciousness, so that it matches our technical development. Why it is so critical today? Because if we keep building open, decentralized, collaborative systems with the selfish, centralized, competing mindset and low level of consciousness, no matter how hard we try to do good and try to make this world a better place, the result will always be selfish, centralized, and competing systems which would only benefit those who created them. And we will keep investing in yet another AI, robotics, biotech, nuclear, you name it, until we destroy ourselves one day with the help of the technology. So we're trying to search for solutions outside us, but all of the answers are inside us. We just need to remember what all of us are one, as one humanity, and finally start to prioritize development of ethics and development of consciousness in line, in balance with our technical development, as both the technology and consciousness are just two sides of one coin, which only together makes us complete as humans. And of course, today we are solving all our problems by competing because we think it's very efficient. But I can assure you that spending this 25-year journey in different discussions, research, tries, successes and failures, I'm finally convinced that we can solve our problems thousands of times faster if we just choose to co-create in collaboration. And that's why it's so important. Yeah. The consciousness and collaboration topic, yeah.
Thank you. You introduced this chart, and my first question is to both of you. How do you think we can close this huge gap between technological and moral development? Based on your professional experience, how do you see this possible?
I think it's important to work on education, because if we look at our education, how we are educating our children from the day one, from kindergarten, schools, and universities, it's all technical knowledge. History, literature, it's all technical knowledge. It's very important to implement the development of ethics and development of consciousness in our educational system so that we have at least 50-50 development of consciousness and development of technology, not 99%. We're educating ourselves on technology and science, and we're not educating ourselves on consciousness. And only a few people are trying to get this information from somewhere.
But could you be more specific about consciousness? Because I do believe that we all know some moral principles. But what do you mean by consciousness? Do we have to meditate at schools, or how do you see this process?
Consciousness is working to make yourself a better people. We all try to make this world a better place, solving global human issues, SDG 17, climate change, and so on. It's all very important, but we are forgetting to fix internal issues, our ego, yeah, our greed, desires, all those 10 points what we know since like 2,000 years. We just somehow forgot to implement it in our education system. That's why all transformations of humanities will start from the human, not from the outside, solving outside problems. Because if we fix ourselves, everything else will be fixed by default. We will fix it. And there are a lot of methodologies, a lot of communities who already have all those methodologies how to improve yourself. We just need to start implementing it in our education system. And I think very important to start with policymakers. We should have academies for educating our policymakers, our decision makers, to make more conscious decisions, to develop themselves. And this is low-hanging fruit, I think we can start with.
So I assume you're talking about self-awareness, correct?
The self-awareness as well, yeah.
Okay. Michel, would you like to share your ideas?
Okay, so I think I have a slightly different approach where I look at the interaction between the outside and inside. And so this morning I sent you a little article to Anastasia about what I was going to talk about here. And so it was basically meditation on the technological unconscious, right? The opposite of conscious is being unconscious. So first of all, Marshall McLuhan, he saw technology, I think correctly, as an externalization of the body, right? We start with spears and bows, which is our hands and our feet. Then we do the plow, mechanistic, physical technologies, which are arms and limbs. Then we do industry, which is digestion, right? We have raw material and we produce products and waste, just as our body functions. And then today we do brain and nervous system, the internet, right? And AI. And so now we have reached a stage where we actually have achieved this more or less, and now we are trying to put it back in, right? And that's transhumanism. So why is this important? Because we don't see it that way. And so one of the rules that McLuhan said is technology develops the collective human, but weakens the individual human, right? So a car cuts off our legs, as it were, right? And so we become physically weak. Like they do a test like a Greek soldier 2,000 years ago. You know, the kind of shields they could carry for a whole day, we can't do it. So our bodies have weakened because we externalize technology. So that's one thing. The planetary body, right? I think more or less in the 16th century, especially in the West, we moved away from an organistic vision of the world, like seeing the world as a living space, to a mechanistic vision of the world, seeing the world as a resource, and matter as being dead matter that is useful for humans. So in that sense, we forgot about the planet. And if you look at the history of civilization, all civilizations collapse. So they all have an ascending phase. They use up too much of their local resources, and then they start going down. But under capitalism, because we have a global system, we kind of cheated, and we serially exhausted parts of the world without really feeling it in the core system. And so we have global overshoot, right? We have globally forgot the planet. So one of the ways to see it is like we went from an immature biosphere, and then there was something called the Great Oxygenation Event, and suddenly organisms started cooperating to maintain the planet as a viable, long-term living planet. So mature biosphere, that created the human, and we created the technosphere, but we have an immature technosphere. So the moral shift we need to make there is to mature technosphere. A technosphere that doesn't destroy the biosphere. And I think this is where we are now. This, the transition that we're going through, our meta crisis, we have to basically become conscious of our bodies. That's one thing, the first, and then the second thing is the planetary. I would add a third thing is the social body. I just spent 2 months in Zuzalu, which is a crypto transhumanist pop-up city in Montenegro, which is ending. It was great. I met fantastic people, but there is absolutely, I think, within the crypto world, part of the thing is we want to escape, right? Elysium. Like, we know the catastrophe is coming, and maybe with Bitcoin and all of that, maybe we can escape. And what that means for me is that we forget the social body. We believe that we can create societies and forget about everybody else, right? So that is also consciousness, right? So I think today the biggest problem is the split between the virtuals and the physicals, and the nowheres and the somewheres. So this really, the culture war is a class war. We have split the cognitive from the body. And so in terms of education, I think we need to go back. Like, our hyper-mediatization, hyper-virtualization, but we also need to go back to, how do we make food, how do we make things? And kids don't get that. Like 70% of German kids, when asked to draw a cow, color the cow purple. They've never seen a real cow. They've seen the commercials of MiCA, right? Okay, fourth and last one. I think the spirit itself. I think, again, more or less in the 16th century, we abandoned the idea that, we looked inward, right? So if you lived in the Middle Ages and before, there was no sense of progress, right? So you could not construct yourself with the idea, I'm going to have a better life. So the only thing to do was to go inward and think, how can I be a better person in this world? And that world is not changing much, right? Now we all have, even if we are not super technologically oriented, we all have this idea, I'm going to make a career, I'm going to get better, I'm going to get, so we have turned our consciousness to the outside. And I think that's part of what you're saying, is that we need to find that consciousness, that awareness of our inner world. Okay, I want to say one more thing. And this is where maybe I'm somewhat different in my ideas. I think there is a connection between the outside and the inside. So in other words, the structures that we build also, to a large degree, influence how we are as a person. And so the way I see it is the following. In the ascending cycles of civilization and societies, markets and states dominate, and there are extractive institutions. They're based on competition and rivalry. Both market players and states compete with each other. When we are in a descending cycle, then the people, in order to survive, and they can't trust the state and the market anymore, they revive their commons. The commons is the regenerative, protective institution of mankind. And actually, again, I may sound a bit anti-Western, but we have in the West, as the only civilization ever, we have repressed the commons. I think this is where, at the positive side of technology, we are recreating digital commons since '93, and people have realized they can work together, create knowledge commons, share knowledge, learn from each other. And so I call this cosmolocalism, which the rule is very simple. Everything that's heavy is local, and everything that's light is global and shared. So we spend 2 times as much on transporting than making. So if we relocalize, so the subsidiarity of material production, right? And then the supersidiarity of immaterial cooperation. So I believe the commons is a way to recreate a more aware population. Because when you're in the commons, you are exchanging with a whole, right? So in a market, I'm exchanging equal value. In the state, we are planning the collective good. But it's an outside institution, it's not us. But the commons, by definition, is a shared resource that is maintained by a community or a group of stakeholders with their own rules and regulations. And that changes you. When you're engaging with the commons, you're a different person. So I think partly, we are what we are, not just because individually, but because we are part of a cybernetic system. Right, and so here we hear a lot of talk about technology being escaping humankind, but basically that was true already 10,000 years ago. Civilization is a cybernetic system. it's an external externalization of ourselves that we lose control over. And so I want to shift that around and think about, for example, pro-social AI, right? So yesterday I heard, humanity is done, we are going to be taken over by these, I think, demonic machines. I don't believe that at all. I think we can create pro-social AI. So in other words, design AI that is a natural extension of our collaboration, collective intelligence. And so in terms of how we do this, that actually requires commons. Like in open source, you have a contributory community, people are contributing to the common. Then people create all kinds of companies around it, but they have to be generative towards the commons. So generative markets. And then, as you know, we create FLOSS foundations, which I call the state of open source, because they take the common good, right? The collective infrastructure which makes cooperation possible is managed, enabled, empowered by these foundations. And this is, I think, is the kind of society we need in the future. So we need to balance the greed and the rivalry with a new set of institutions that can, discipline and limit those. I don't think we can be not greedy, right? I think we are mixed beings. And it's a matter of disciplining our individual and collective being by developing techniques and tools that allow us to, so competition within cooperation.
Healthy competition.
Right, today it's cooperation within competition. Mm-hmm. You cooperate in a corporation, in a state, against other states and other corporations. Mm-hmm. And once you have open source, it actually shifts to the other. We have a common of code, and within that we can still be better than the other person. But the basis of civilization becomes cooperative. And I think this is the shift we are engaged in.
Mm-hmm. You gave an amazing explanation of our commons, and I do believe that blockchains and Web3 tools are designed to be more participatory, human-centric, more transparent, which is technically to be more narcissistic than previous generations. And how would you describe this tendency? Does it mean that, like based on their idea that technology is our extension of our body, extension of our consciousness, is that a sign?
The tools is how we see the world, right? Yeah. So for example, accounting. So accounting was invented in Mesopotamia and created a state, like these temples, and the grain came in and out, and they started counting and keeping apart for themselves. Mm-hmm. That's the origin of the state. Then in the 15th century, I'm not sure exactly when, a Franciscan monk, Lucio Pacho, if I remember correctly, invents double-entry book accounting. That's capitalism, right? We start seeing the world as things coming in and out of a closed entity, the corporation, and we only look if we are making profit or not. So we basically invented a narcissistic worldview that externalized cost, ignored impact. And so the big revolution today, I think, with open source, crypto, Web 3.0, is the shift towards open ecosystems, right? So stigmergy, the language of the ants, is mutual signaling. We are now able to coordinate our human activities in open ecosystems, and we can see what we're doing, we can see what we do to the other and with the other, and we can see the impacts of our activities. So we're developing new types of accounting that allow us to see the world in a different way. And I think that's the shift that Web 3.0 crypto represents, the shift towards open ecosystems. We no longer use double-entry book accounting, we use REA accounting, resources, events, agents. Everything is 3D now. I think this is the big promise of this new technology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also I think Web3 as a set of technologies, by definition, pushes you to be more conscious, because what is Web3? It's open, it's decentralized, where trust is implemented by design using blockchain. To open decentralized systems, you need to be more collaborative. You cannot build decentralized system with the super strictly centralized and competitive mindset. You will end up with centralized system. The same with openness. Yeah, you need to be less selfish to create open system. Otherwise, you will end up with the closed system. So this set of technologies, by definition, pushes the developer and the people who are trying to build the new systems using this set of technologies to be more conscious, which is very good.
Does it mean that mass adoption of this system will facilitate a conscious transition for humanity?
It could, but I think it's not enough. I think we need to push the agenda of this gap as a separate agenda. Because what I observed also during 10 years in crypto space, I saw so many startups which tried to build decentralized open systems with centralized and selfish mindset, but they didn't achieve the results. They just used Web3 and decentralization as an umbrella, but under the hood there was centralized selfish system. And this is what need to be changed. That's why it's super important when we are helping to understand the Web3. We need to help to understand also what is consciousness and why it's so important to raise this consciousness level. Because this technology, without consciousness, will create another loop, and we will end up with another centralized systems, with just beautiful blockchain Web3 umbrellas.
And
can I say something on that? Because I think it's important. So historically, the picture is not looking good. So if we look at all the big reforms in humanity, they always come after war. So after Napoleon, we have 100 years of peace in Europe. After World War II, we had the welfare state and 70, 80 years of social peace and very little war. Now this is ending. We are back into more conflict and war. And the problem is, I don't think we can afford it this time, right? So this is a big challenge. Can we actually get out? Because what happens is that solutions become interesting only after the cost of not doing them has become too expensive, right? Well, we need peace because we just had a big war. And so now we're going to do everything to keep the peace, because that was like, we don't want this again. And so this is a big challenge. I think where global governance comes in is we need to find ways to avoid the big collapse of the whole world, because that's the agenda. And so,
the question is, how can
thinking
they do
this.
that?
Don't have time to explain it, but we really have to think about global catastrophic risk, war, AI, nuclear, pollution, climate change, and what kind of institutional framework would allow us to get out of this with awareness, but without first waiting, for the big conflict to emerge.
Michelle, I know that you work a lot on the idea of collaboration, and you know a lot about it, and just because it's one of the main principles of Free State Foundation, maybe you can say a word where the collaboration stands right now in the world, and how can we improve it from your perspective?
Paradoxically, I think it's going down in many ways. So globally, we are, going to hegemonic conflict and all of that. But paradoxically, as a reaction, people are reacting against it, right? So you have, for example, I did a study on urban commons. So people taking care of their own provisioning systems, organic food, renewable energy, shared transport. It went up by tenfold in 10 years. So there's 10 times more people in cities collectively organizing as commons than there was 10 years ago. And so it's happening at the same time. So you can't just be optimistic. It's, it's a dialectic between the deterioration of the situation and more people being motivated to do something about it, right? And, you know, it's an open future, so it will depend on us, you know, how... and I think that's where maybe spirituality comes in, because at some point you have to do a shift, right? I decided to quit business. I'm not saying I was right to do that, because I thought I cannot do good within this environment. And so you make a choice, you know, and maybe you earn a lot less money than before, or, you know, it's challenging, but we need more people to do that transformation.
What was your trigger? Maybe we can share this trigger with the rest of the world.
Okay, how can I say this in a diplomatic way? Let's say that accounting becomes very creative the higher you go in the corporate world. And so you're realizing that there is actually no consensus on value. Value is what you can get away with. And I think our whole system is now based on these speculative, you know, projections. And so we're not seeing the real behind the speculation. I think that's the main issue. So that's why I'm working on accounting systems. I mean, not myself, but, you know, like observing people who do contributive accounting, thermodynamic accounting, and flow accounting as ways to actually see the real. Because in our system, we don't see the real. We see money, and we don't see what's happening behind the money. You know, we are blind to what is actually happening in terms of real impact. And so again, I would say cryptocurrencies can play a role in that. You know, intelligent money, like Fishcoin, where you make a currency that represents the amount of fish that you can fish, so that the fishermen and I guess they're fisherwomen as well, you know, fisher persons, have a currency that is not blind, and is not pure supply and demand, but actually takes into account the real impact of their activities. So the money becomes intelligent. And then you have things like solar coin, you know, so the money actually represents real energy. This is the kind of world I want to see, where in Web3, we build these tools that make us more aware of the impact of our human choices.
Right. Okay, before we wrap up, any questions from the audience? Yeah, maybe we need a mic.
My question is to both speakers. Rapid development of technologies during the last 2 decades resulted huge gap between technologies and social aspects. In the same manner, rapid development of technology resulted huge gap in education. How do you see is possible to cover this gap, what we see now, including AI, to cover gap in education?
We just need to start transforming education. If there is a will, there is a way. Yeah, how it's saying. And I think it's important to raise awareness of this issue to policy makers, to decision makers, so that they do not ignore education. Because somehow we are focusing a lot on very important topics like climate change or something else. But education is not the highest priority right now. But education can solve the climate change. If more people will start to collaborate between each other, if more people will be educated how to transform themselves inside, we will solve climate change thousands of times faster. We are solving it, yeah, somehow we are collaborating, but this collaboration is very fragile because, as we already discussed here, even inside institutions, we have this unhealthy competitive behavior, which just stops the progress. And that's why it's so important to raise the awareness of this issue on policymakers and push the agenda of transforming education. And all the methodologies are there. It's just not part of the education system. It should be part of education system. And first of all, the policymakers and decision makers should go through this education. We should have academies of policymakers, and I think the system should be developed with different kind of checks and balances, where you cannot be a policymaker if you don't pass the Academy of Consciousness. Otherwise, you will make if you are not consciousness, you will make unconscious decision, and we will go into another loop where we are during last 6,000 years. And I think it's very simple. The methodologies are there, the communities are there, even institutions, some universities who are educating the policymakers are there. It's just not implemented at a massive scale. It's just very focused. So this is, I think, very important.
Yeah, you know, when I say the cybernetic system has escaped our control, you know, you can take an example like smartphones. You know, very useful, but since we have smartphones, the mental health of young people has deteriorated exactly at the same time. So, I mean, there's some controversy about it, but I think that this is it. And I don't know if you follow the news, Sweden is actually going to ban computers from schools. And maybe, you know, you think that's a bad thing. I don't think so. I think high tech, high touch. You know, the more high tech we have, the more we actually need to balance it out. And so I think children should be connected to, you know, how they get their food. And, you know, for example, in Waldorf schools, they participate in actually producing their food, crafts, working with materials. So we need to have like a developmentally logical education, not start with virtualization. Because, okay, for example, you know, I'm an intellectual, I'm sorry to say, and I think that it's, you know, you have to do things good, so you have to farm well and work well, but you also think well. And, you know, I noticed that a lot of people are coming out of the education system have no idea where they are, when they are. And, you know, they know more about, I don't know, World of Warcraft than about the history of their country. And so I think that's a real issue, that we have to think of technology as a conscious extension of the needs of nature and human beings, you know, and not as this runaway thing that is driven by a lot of unconsciousness, right? I think actually transhumanism is a religion. You know, and I spoke with a scholar who made a map of the 64 cities, which is, you know, what you supposedly can get by doing yoga. And then he mapped the 64 technologies which correspond one by one. So basically, unconsciously, we're trying to create paradise on earth, right? But we're not aware of it. And there's, you know, religion is dangerous. You can do bad things in being religious, but being unconscious of your own religion, I think that's even more dangerous. And that's where we are now. And I think that's where we have to work on.
Delicate balance.
Yeah.
And one more question.
Yeah, so I actually had a question about history because I've also looked at translations historically, and I'm from Greece. So I've seen how ancient Athens went from a city-state to what Greece is now. And you also saw, let's say, Rome becoming an empire, and then from empires you went to kingdoms, and now to nation-states. My point here is that every single time we always competed. So my question here is, how do you not perhaps see that competition is ingrained within us? All the time, how do you call it, the people, every single person was competing. And you see it also in open decentralized financial systems. You have the Bitcoin maxis, you have the ETH maxis, and they do not really cooperate. What they do is they compete and compete in order to become the #1 blockchain, or Polkadot maxis, or any other open decentralized financial system. So my question here is, I suppose, how do you explain that as to the cooperation?
Well, so the way I look at history is a bit more optimistic in the sense that, so systems get more complex over time, and there is competition, right? And then you get really a maximum competition which destroys the system, and that creates a new form of cooperation. I'm not an expert in this, but they call it complexity thresholds. And you see it in biology and you see it in societies. So you have, so one of the ways to explain the current crisis, so you have a level of complexity. Two things can happen. There's no more energy to maintain the complexity. That's what happened in Rome. Or you can have a new technology, like print or the internet, which creates too much complexity for the existing level. So it can no longer, so then you get fragmentation and polarization. Christians against pagans, Catholics against Reformation, and today it's the culture war. So, usually it ends badly. But what we see usually is that after the conflict, there's a new level of cooperation. And so a good example would be the end of feudality, where you have a religious civil war for 3 centuries, and we invent capital state nation, right? We invent a new system which allows people to be religious at a personal level, so we don't destroy the freedom of being a spiritual and religious person. So we maintain that level of complexity, but we add on it something that creates peace within the nation, right? And so I think so that's why I talk about cosmolocalism. I think the next step is to build translocal, transnational institutions based on the commons that can balance out the transnational capital and the international state system, because this is the problem today. So until, 20, 30 years ago, there was a cycle within capitalism that was called the lib-lab cycle. 30 years of more labor, 30 years of more, finance. And then it ends up with a crisis and then starts over again. So within the nation state, you could do something, right? You had revolutions and where the people revolt and then forced the state to re-embed the market, basically. Or the opposite, when there was too much state, you had, like a Reagan-Thatcher type revolt, and then it liberalizes the market. We can't do that anymore, because if you want to change anything within a nation state, within 100 days, your ATMs are empty. So we can no longer change within the nation state. We can do some things, but we cannot change the world system from within the nation state. And that's why I believe in translocal, transnational. So what is the civic equivalent of civil society within a nation state that can rebalance the global state system and the global market system? And we don't have it. We don't have it. I mean, we have a few big NGOs, but we don't have nearly enough power to protect the commons and natural resources and human and non-human communities and human communities from the disturbing pressure of these big systems. And that's where we're at, I think.
But that's why education is so important, because we are constantly trying to somehow fix the nations, fix the states, fix the institutions, but we forget what we need to fix ourselves. Because everything is coming from each in particular individuals. Why this conscious education is important? Because we forget what we are one as one humanity. We always think what we are different. And if you think what all people are different, of course, all people are competing between each other. Once you're competing between each other, you are creating competing systems, you're creating competing institutions, you're creating competing states, and that's it. So that's why everything is starting with each individual. Yeah, and So the question is, what the competition is not bad, but we should not mix the unhealthy competition and healthy competition. Because how we are competing today, we have competing foundation and we are built competing entities, businesses on competition, and this leads to unhealthy competition, and unhealthy competition leads to wars and so on and so forth. Yeah, but we can compete in a more healthy and sustainable way if we start to compete based on collaborative foundation. If each of us will remember that not only that they are different, but also that we are one, and remember this simple golden rule to treat other people like you want to be treated. We know it for like 2,000 years already, yeah. But somehow it's this simple rule even not part of education system. And in this case, we will start create healthy competition without wars, without killing each other, yeah, or without hiding information from each other. And this will be healthy competition inside, on top of healthy collaboration with open systems, with information sharing, like in sports, yeah? Sport is a very healthy competition.
Okay, I think we have one more question.
Yes, thanks. Mike Dury is my name. I'm sorry. Am I speaking out of turn?
Actually, no, we were supposed to have a third speaker, but unfortunately his flight got delayed. So now we have a chance to have a little bit of His Eminence, Shalpa Rinpoche, a Tibetan Lama and a meditation master. And just because here we are discussing the topic how to gain more control of your ego, maybe you can share some thoughts and ideas how we can raise the level of human consciousness on individual level and, of course, for all of us.
Yes, when you talk about how to control ego, and I see a problem already there, because needing to control something and shows that we are not necessarily confident in this very moment, or not. We are not comfortable in being ourselves. So when we are controlling, whether we are controlling ego or we are controlling anything, at that moment, this is a sign that we are lacking in something, where we feel that we need to control. So also, when we are needing to feel to control anything, it is a sign that we are conditioning, because we can control only and with comparison to something. We can control only when we are limited. So when there is a sense that we are free from needing to control anyone or anything, at that time, there is no role for ego to play. So when ego has no role to play, ego doesn't have place to exist. Like a bubble bursts, and then momentarily it can appear, as long as you are not participating and as not trying to make something out of it, and a bubble has no chance whatsoever to exist by itself. In a similar ways, when we are not necessarily feeling that we need to be dependent on something or we need to really relate to something other than being oneself, we are free from ego. In that sense, that we are able to fully integrate in this essence of our being, which is complete in itself. So I see a problem when we feel that we need to control ego. And who is the controller of the ego? Is the controller of the ego is another version of ego? Or there is a big ego that exists independently? So I think this is something we have to ask if we want to really, deepen our understanding. So it's great that we are discussing like this here today. And sorry that I was late, but Now I'm in the Kathmandu, landed, and speaking to you actually from outdoor in the parking lot of the Kathmandu airport.
Yeah, man, thank you so much for your great words. And we will definitely have to think about who's controlling our ego. And yeah, thank you again, and I hope to see you in person one day, probably very soon in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you. You all are welcome.
Okay, bye-bye. Well, I still would like to have a chance to answer another question, probably the last one in a row. Please go ahead.
Great, thanks. I'll keep it brief. This is a baby step back. This is all about consciousness, right? And talking about education, there were a lot of comments about education. And two things. There is a gentleman he calls himself a philosopher, and he's very big in AI and in evolutionary theories. He's quite controversial in the United States, especially among creationists. Daniel Dennett is his name. He's written a number of really interesting books. Now, he talks about human consciousness as an evolutionary development based on words. Because we developed language, and that enables us not only to think and solve problems, which we know many, many animals can do. Birds are, way off the charts. But through language, we can think about thinking. We can think about existence. And of course, we do that a lot. And now, speaking of words, I'm a writer. I'm the editor-in-chief of a company called The Digital Economist. And I'm based in Germany, and there was a recent PEARLS study. It's actually from 2021, but the results just came out. Now, Germany being Germany, there was instant panic that fourth graders are more than half read below sufficient levels. Now, of course, we had the pandemic in between, and a lot of countries have seen a decline. But I think the panelists would agree with me that the Western education systems are generally broken. It's top-down command and control, doesn't prepare kids to think creatively and entrepreneurially. And so my question is, if we take that as a given, that for consciousness we need words, what can we do to help kids take words more seriously, take books more seriously? I mean, especially when we're living in a world where adults don't take the written word seriously. Adults live in their own bubbles and think, anybody can write anything.
Probably we should implement psychoanalysis in our primary education. Yeah, we're out of time, but please, if you can briefly answer and share your opinion, that would be amazing.
So yeah, I think we need to use as many channels to spread this information. Yeah, I think this is, if, for example, it's not happening on policymakers level, we need to use organizations, for example, such as organizations what we have here, and together with pushing the narrative of technology in Web3, each organization needs to push the narrative of conscious level improvement. There are a lot of methodologies on social network, on the internet. We just need to make people aware of this issue, I think. And because, my experience is showing what I personally spent at least 10 years in different kind of search to get to some answers, which will start to lead to another answers to unlock this kind of conscious insight. But it took 10 years of research because education system didn't show me the choice. I had so many technical knowledge, but where to get answers, who we are, how to improve your ego, and so on, it was really hard to find.
So we have to use blockchain technologies to spread the message more precisely. Michelle?
Well, very quickly, I think that every stage of humanity developed something particular, like orality first, and then the scribal, written words, which creates kind of a depth and deep thinking. And the problem is that digital technology, which may seem like an evolution because it has all the media in it, but in practice, it's the reactive mind. So if you watch videos, it's not your neocortex. It's your reptilian and mammalian minds, which are... And I think this is the problem. So we need to compensate the loss of scribality, the old traditional book learning and engaging with text. We can't just allow children to go straight away in the superficial reactive mode. I think this is a tragedy, and we need to correct that.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank the speakers. Thank you for your time. And I think we're already out of time, so yeah, let's just move to another session. Thank you.
Thank you so much for our speakers, and thank you, dear guests. So our next panel is Digital Identity, a Web3 tool for Europe to spur global human rights. So please welcome our next panelists. And this is the pre-final panel discussion. And right after this discussion, we're going to jump into the final discussion and then have some coffee break and some networking. Thank you. So please be seated. Just some photo, yeah? That's for Instagram, for Facebook, for social media. Yeah. Okay. So should we start?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, let's start.
Hi, everyone. I know you may be a little bit tired because it has been a long journey. So I will be moderating a panel with a beautiful subject, Digital Identity, a Web3 tool for Europe to spur global human rights. Before starting, I am Kenji Samuel. I am a journalist for BN Crypto, a media company. So I will present our panelists. We have Eric Schnockel. Eric Schnockel is a business development worker at Zyson. We have Daniel Dusseri, who will join us online. He is a governor at EBC. We have Ala Abudeka. He is the founding director of Access Advisor. And we have Samuel Gomez Escalante, who will join us online. He's the co-founder and CTO of Gataka. So before we start in deeper questions, my little question that you will be answered in few words: what is digital identity? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about, of course. But if you look at the identity that we have been given, is authorized usually by the government. So the government issues a document, and that proves our identity. And that's not. And the topic of today is, I think, is how that is for people that don't have access to these governments, and how they can prove who they are and what they're allowed to do, etc., etc., etc. And I think that's what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, that's great. What about you, Ala?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm deeply honored to be here today, and with esteemed colleagues online, and also I would love to thank the organizers for this incredible platform that gave for all of us with thought leadership that has been, we have seen day one and day two. I think this is an incredible event. Short introduction maybe about who am I?
Okay.
My name is Ala Abudaka. I am a digital innovation expert and and I work in the field of social impact, and I advise different companies and also the European Commission when it comes to digital innovation. When we talk about digital identity, and coming back to your question, I think the best way to put it is that digital identity or self-sovereign digital identities are the online equivalent of our true or physical identity. So it has the attributes that we have in our identities, like our name, our age, address, and all of that. And also, if we go broader, it also has the all the other attributes when we are interacting online, such as browsing data, such as like our passwords. All of that is part of our digital identity.
So that's great. Let me introduce our friends online. Daniel Jussori, could you make a brief presentation of yourself and then answer our question, what does that mean, digital identity?
Okay, happy to do that. I hope you hear me. So I'm Daniel Jussori. I'm the convener for the European Self-Sovereign Identity Framework within EPSI. And EPSI is a European blockchain service infrastructure, where we try to see how governments, public sector work together on creating new approaches, new decentralized approach, and one of them is also the approach on the identity. So coming back directly to your question, what is digital identity? It is your digital life. Like Allah mentioned, all the things that you do, the interaction that you do in that digital world is your identity. The data that you do, the interaction that you perform, those are all parts of your digital identity. So it's a very broad term and a very broad interaction that you can identify as digital identity.
Okay. What about you, Samuel?
Hello, well, I'm Samuel Gomez, I'm CTO Kataka, I am a software engineer. I spent my last years working in cybersecurity, identity, and now I'm currently working in SSI, as sovereign identity. Well, from my perspective, the digital identity, as my colleague said, is the representation of each of us in the digital world, in internet. And when we are talking about sovereign identity, what we are doing is put the control of that representation in the digital identity in the users and not in the third parties or intermediaries that is currently happening right now.
Okay, that's good. We have heard the definition of the expert of digital identity. Now let's go to a more in-depth question. My first question will go to Allah. How can the implementation of a digital identity tool in Europe contribute to advancing and promoting global human rights?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I think, in short, if a digital identity is being used carefully and taken in consideration privacy, security, and inclusiveness or inclusivity, it can greatly improve human rights in Europe and globally, of course. First and foremost, I think these tools can be utilized to democratize essential services, digital services such as healthcare, online banking, education, security, social security, and e-governance in general. So if we put this into context, these services will be essential and it will be accessible for all people. And in this, and this will be regardless of your physical location or socioeconomic status in a way. Moreover, it does help when it comes to promoting privacy rights. So as Samuel was mentioning, now these self-sovereign identity puts back the ownership to the user, the end user, so they can basically share what they want, when they want, and also with their explicit consent, which is very important. So these things will help reduce any kind of unwanted surveillance, for example, or any sort of data exploitation that we saw in the last decade or so.
And I think the challenge of that is that how can you create that identity for yourself? For me, as a white male living in Western Europe, I can go to the government. It's quite easy. I can get a document and I can make a start creating my digital identity. I think who here can do the same? I think in the audience, most of the people here can do the same, can go to the government and request a proof of their identity, right? Mm. Okay, but for the people that can't, that live in countries where it's not that easy to go to the government and get, they have to build up that identity themselves. And they need attestations, verified credentials, information from universities, etc., etc. So, and they need to store that in a way that they can easily access it and easily share it in the way Ala just described. I think that's where the biggest challenge is, to create an app that is probably resides on your phone, but still can be restored once you lose your phone in an easy way so that you don't have to build up everything again.
Daniel, do you want to react or?
No, I completely agree with what the colleagues has mentioned. The only thing that I just want to emphasize is that, of course, it's not only a technical solution. Yeah, we have it as a side with decentralized identity, a lot of possibilities to approach identity and digital identity in another way, but it needs to be combined by other legislation, other regulation, other kind of protection. If not, the user is alone with all his data and will be confronted with a complete other approach. Yeah? So you need always to combine the technical evolution, the new privacy enhancing technology that we have today, and of course, a new kind of way how society, how political, how governments look at it and treat it that way. Because a good tool is not enough. Yeah? It's also about a good context and a good setting.
Okay, so my question, this question will go to Samuel. How can a Web3 digital identity tool ensure inclusivity and accessibility for diverse population across Europe?
How can contribute is avoiding blocking points and that kind of stuff that we have right now. For example, when we are trying to make a process or access to a service in a cross-border way. That is something that we can avoid with this kind of technology, because the paradigm changes. And right now in Web2, we have all the information together in one single point. For example, Facebook, Google, and that kind of big companies have all the information about the citizens. And what we are trying to do with sovereign identity is distribute, decentralize that information in all the citizens. You allow the citizen control this data and to control how to exchange that data, how to share that data with the right party that they want. This happens on the same country, in a cross-border scenario, as we are doing right now in the early adopters in the EPSI project.
Okay. I think the EPSI framework that you're working on, Samuel, is a great thing to create that a possibility and create standards where we can interact based on these. With our identity, right? The identity framework in EPSI. Am I right, Samuel?
Sorry?
Could you?
That was a question for Samuel, from me to Samuel actually, about can you explain how EPSI works in that way, enforcing these standards and these.
Maybe let me help Samuel a bit on this, because Samuel is indeed a very active member with his wallet. But based on it, how we see this in EPSI is indeed how you mentioned. So EPSI wants to create a common good, a public good, where you can deploy those kind of solutions. We have a framework where you can work on these kinds of, but of course, before you can implement this, it needs a lot of standards, it needs a lot of protocols that are equal, that we have interoperability with different wallets and those kinds of things. And what EPSI is also trying to do at this current moment, with that Web3 kind of approach, is try to influence and try to inspire of course, the EUDI wallet, the European Digital Identity Wallet, the IDAS version 2 wallet, so it can also embrace those privacy enhancing capabilities. So it is a revolution that we try to establish with a new approach at identity. Of course, it's always a bit difficult to see how the current models can be combined with new models. You get, I think we are a bit in the hybrid phase today, where you will be having two different things, but we need to evolve to really complete privacy preserving aspects. So EPSI is trying to help this kind of approach, but of course we are not the only framework. We see a lot of movement in the market, private sector, but also international. We, at a certain moment, EPSI, but other networks will need to try to see how we can combine each other, make it self-interoperable for the better of the user. Because it's not also that the user needs to only have one system. It will be, in any case, a combination of multiple networks, multi-networks, where the user controls what he uses and what he does at this moment. So, and that is also maybe one of the other questions. This is a European approach. But at a certain moment, we also need to look at, okay, how will this fit in a global context? And that will be, of course, a bigger challenge. But of course, we need to see that also in human rights, that can be also achieved.
So Daniel is talking about a global approach. So what step do you think like the government needs to take in order to foster a digital identity? I'll go to Ala and then Snorkel can rebound after.
Yeah, well, obviously, this is a complex and technical topic, and in order to do that, you need all the various stakeholders into working together into this. Governments is indeed, as the custodian of well-being and welfare of the public, have the responsibilities to essentially create and develop legislations and also policies that basically that safeguard people's rights when it comes to development of these tools. They also have the responsibility to consult with technologists to see the benefits, the practicality and of the technology, and also importantly the risks of it as well. So like that. They inform the decision-making process, but and with that also civil society, which is another actor which very important. So governments have to consult with civil society to see how the public interest into the creation of these tools. But coming back to Daniel's point as well, another stakeholder that I see here is international organizations that they can play a huge role in setting up the standard globally, and so that we make sure that whatever we are creating an ecosystem here in Europe is interoperable and can talk to other ecosystems like in the US, China, or any other countries. And finally, I think technology providers have an essential role in all of this. They need to be hyperly focused on user-centric design mechanisms, so they are building the technology with end users instead of for them. So in that case, we in many ways reflect the need on the ground rather than we are building something and we cannot scale it up afterwards because of the problems of we don't understand the market that much. Unfortunately, this is something in my field I've seen a lot of great technologies out there. However, they don't make it because they're not really connected with the ground.
Okay, Snorkel, you?
Well, what the government provides is the base layer, I guess, for the identity. And on top of that, there's a lot of information, the attestations, the verified credentials or not verified credentials. And we also have to think about these attestations. What's a lifetime of an attestation? Is the longevity, I would say. So if somebody, if you create your reputation based on attestation, what's it worth if somebody says you have been doing this pretty well 5 years ago? What does it tell you about today? And it's also part of your identity. So there's a lot of things. We try to build wallet structures where people can gather all that information to make sure that if somebody asks them for who they are and what they are allowed to do in a certain role, that they can really provide that information to these people. But then again, we need to do that within the frameworks that exist. So we need to be able to that people are able to share that in a trusted way and can revoke this permission to look at the information whenever they like it, etc., etc. So I think the self-sovereign identity is not just this part of what the government provides, but it's also all the information you gather on all the roles that you have in day-to-day life.
Last year, the discussion will go to Daniel. Last year, we saw that Binance is trying to implement soul-bound token. What will be the problem if a digital identity tool is promoted by a private company? What risk will that be for individuals?
Well, it doesn't need to be a risk on sig, so it can be also an opportunity. Yeah? The only thing is that a private company is not the sole controller of that aspect, but that is also the role of the government. You cannot control the digital identity of the citizen by yourself. The government plays a role, a private sector can be that, but if you try to control everything, then you have a problem. Yeah? If we have a healthy model, a healthy business model, and also an open model, that not only private companies control the identity, so the way that maybe Facebook and other kind of providers play this today, but if you have another model, it can be healthy. Yeah? But of course, you need to have rules, you need to have agreements, how we will deal with those kind of things. Yeah? So, but one company, one government cannot create this. This is, I think it's already been said a few times, this is an ecosystem approach. An ecosystem approach where we put the user into the centric aspect and we interact in the best way. That we have a new form of organization to do those kind of things. So the step of Benin can be a first step to create that, but they need to be realizing that this is an open ecosystem and you need to have rules. And of course, they also need to apply to the things that you can do with the digital identity, the tracking and tracing that you are allowed to. And Europe will try to influence the world in this aspect, but we need to have also collaboration with those kind of things. No? Yeah. Privatization can be a risk, but it doesn't need to be a risk. It is also a risk in the public sector to have oversized control on the digital identity.
Yeah, if I may add to that point as well, just to complement what Daniel is saying, we already have mechanisms in place for a European-wide digital identity that is led by the work of the European blockchain service infrastructure and being implemented in an ecosystem which is going to be across 29 European countries. So why reinvent the wheel, in a way? So here, there are plenty of systems and tools and infrastructures coming out. My ask for the market that we consolidate, the knowledge and try to support initiatives that are far progressing than others. So like that, we move forward and we make this a reality rather than we keep ourselves in the legislations process where governments, regulators are looking at different initiatives, and at the end it becomes which is which and which one should we take over. So this is something that in Web3 community that we need to address and make sure that we come with a consolidated approach for policymakers. Otherwise, we will lose the momentum that we created so far.
But to add to that, actually, on a thing that you said in the beginning as well, let's not forget the user. Let's also make sure that the user knows what he's doing and educate them as well, so that they know what they're doing when they are giving their credentials to somebody. And I think that that is a thing that is, you cannot put that in a framework. That's a thing that market parties should do, and that market parties probably have to be verified as well because of their compliance thing. But that's I think, a big part of what we need to do as well, to make sure that it's clear what we're doing.
Okay, Samuel, you will add something?
I will, yes. Yes, I will add that that question can be answered talking about trust. What we are trying to do with this kind of platform by government, by the European Commission, or by the private sector is try to build in trust. Is the citizens or the entities trust in the platform that you are building, that platform will have a very adoption. If the government, in that sense, and the private sector have not that trust that the citizens want, that platform will be crashed in few years.
So, my last question is, how can we export like a digital model, like a European digital model to other parts of the world, like Africa or Asia?
I don't think export is the right way to frame it, actually. Then that suggests that we have all the knowledge, and I think we still have a lot to learn. But I think it's a matter of cooperation with each other, and you pick the best elements that you can find wherever they are created. If they are created here in Europe, that's good. If somebody else in South Korea invents something different that is better, then why shouldn't we look at that as well? So export is not the right thing. It's an old world term, I would say.
Yes, I think I totally agree with that. And by creation of open source infrastructures and products, that's how we allow others to benefit and to build upon and on top of what we are doing. So I think transparency, coming back to infrastructure that we are building, transparency and having open source infrastructures are very important and crucial to move forward. So like that, Gattaca in Spain or a company in South Korea or in the United States can extract the information that we already have done there and then build on top of it for the benefit of the end users. And the end users here are the European citizens or global citizens. So what we are trying to create are tools that could be used, to basically bridge the digital divide, basically between Europe, United States, and other parts of the world. And to do so, we need to create and to think about open source platforms.
Absolutely.
Finally, Daniel, you can say Web3 will promote the global village as we are for a long time waiting for. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so, because this is a global identity approach, so where you as a citizen can interact in a global base with a lot of that aspect. So the technical tools are there. So it's indeed not something European that needs to be exported, and no means. We see a lot of evolution in a lot of countries, so that global village is huge. But of course, at the end, I think what is already mentioned, put that user in the centric, but also see how we can protect them. Yeah. Because currently we don't have globally, but also I think European-based, not a good framework to have that protection of that user in that new digital world. He's alone with all his credentials, with all his kind of thing. So I think we need maybe to reinvent certain digital rights, of certain human rights, to also protect them in the digital world. Yeah? Because a lot of research has been done on those kind of things, but we need that framework. And I think maybe a redeclaration of human rights in that aspect, that you have the right to privacy, that you have the right to protection, to those anonymity or whatsoever, that needs to be done. And I think that is something that the global community needs to think about. How can we ensure that? And that it goes beyond individual government or individual regions. It is a challenge, but we need to face them. If not, I think even with the promising technological tools that we have today, we will be ending up in the same approach where we have surveillance, where we have data exploitation, yeah, even with the good tools that we have. So that's a risk, and that's something that we need to really work on.
So Samuel, before we're taking the question and reaction of the public, what will be your last word on digital identity?
Sorry, can you rephrase? I have a little bit delay in the sound.
I say before we're taking like the question of the public, what will be your last word on digital identity?
My last rule was in the last months that we in the last month from this year and the last year we are receiving a lot of requests from for example, Africa and that kind of regions with no regulation about digital identity. For example, South America and Africa, many countries are requesting help from our side to see how they can implement or deploy this kind of technical platforms on their countries to start with a digital identity in the country, because right now they have no platforms deployed right now. So the problem that they have are simpler. The scenario that we have in that countries are very simple, because they are building from the scratch, so they have the problems that we have, for example, in Europe or North America, that we have the current legacy implementation, and we need to modify or deploy on the top of that service.
So, okay, if anybody and the public have a question, you can raise your hand and then ask a question to our panelists. No questions? Okay.
One question.
Hi, I'm Mike Dury from The Digital Economist. I have a question about, and I'm sorry I missed the very beginning of this discussion, so maybe you touched on this already. I have a question about the system that has been introduced in India, if you have thoughts about that. It's been criticized for being overly transparent and being overly in the control of the state. And it really touches on pretty well every aspect of data of private citizens, medical data, financial data, etc.
So who would like to answer?
I'm not knowledgeable about, I know about it, but I'm not knowledgeable about the details, so I cannot answer that question. So.
What's the system called? Sorry.
Sorry, I don't know the exact name, or if it actually has the name. It started out with the digital rupee, and it's a full stack solution that, as I said, it covers pretty well through the digital identity. Indian citizens, all of their data are pooled and are in the hands of the state. So instead of having them in the hands of big tech, they're in the hands of the state.
Right.
And so I just maybe I mean we don't have to engage in India bashing, and we don't have to pick apart the system, but maybe that's the question you could answer. If we, in the Web3 world, I would say, playing the devil's advocate here, I would say if we move away from a situation where Google has all of our data, and toward a situation where a nation state has control of our data, that's all fine and good as long as the nation state is completely benign.
Right.
But in a democracy and in other systems, of course, leaders change, systems change. So maybe you could comment on that development.
Maybe if I'm allowed, indeed. You touch a good point and a well point. Currently today, we are seeing those two models as maybe the only models. An over-commercialization, data exploitation, surveillance by commercial firms, like you have mentioned, Google, Facebook, and those kind of things. That is one model, but we also see in the model other also very state-centric surveillance aspects, not to name India, but other countries also like to see, okay, we use a centralized. I think the promise of Web 3.0 is to say, okay, let's diverse, that there is a third way to do those kind of things, that you can have trustworthy, safe digital interactions, but you don't need to trust on that sole source of truth if it's a big corporation or is it a big government. It's not only about, it's a third way, that big tech and big gov doesn't need to control our life. And that is, I think, the promise, but also the challenge that Web3 can be playing a role in that aspect. And the things that we are discussing, the decentralized identity, is that third way. But of course, it's always very tentative to go into over a gathering of information and controlling and surveillance aspects. We have seen that also in European governments, where we have also some kind of discussion. Yeah, but it's interesting to gather that data, and if you have that kind of information, you can do this, or maybe if you use that. That are natural discussions, but we need to see this in a different way.
Yeah, if I may add to this point, Daniel, also what we are currently working with, the model that we are currently working with, which is the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, which is the unique blockchain that is being backed by the European blockchain partnership. It is something that is in between both. So it is depending on use cases from private and public institutions coming together to do use cases that citizens at the heart of them. And since this is also an initiative backed by the Commission, of course, we have embedded in all the use cases, including digital identity use case, the principles of human rights and European values into this. And I think that is one of the unique initiatives that is combining both the private and the public interest at the same time.
But it's not a rigid infrastructure. It gives you guidelines to develop, and that's what we do as well. So you develop wallet structures based on the guidelines. And I think there's plenty of opportunity for a lot of parties to create specific tools and solutions within that framework.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. I hope you enjoy our panel. So thank you, the panelists, and thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, and dear guests, so this is our final discussion for our conference, and we completely just ran out of time, so we need to be very, very, very compact. So the topic is reverse on the metaverse or enter a brave new world.
Okay, will do. Thank you very much.
Please welcome our panelists. Yeah, and let's move forward. Okay, so let's start it. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for staying here for the final session. It's an honor to be the one closing this very nice summit. It was 2 days full of insightful discussion, and it's a pleasure to be here with this great group of panelists. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'm Gianluigi Vona. I'm a strategic public affairs consultant in Brussels, and I will be the moderator. And I'll be joined by Sunny, CEO of Mass Ventures, Elena Bascone, Executive Officer of XR for Europe, Courtney from Accenture, Metaverse Continuum Business Group, Ramesh from the IEEE organization that you told me, very nice name, and Dan Nikita, Head of Office of MEP Dragos Tudorache from the European Parliament. I will start with Dan, as I know that he's on a very tight schedule. I would like to do this first round of questions about what do you think the metaverse is. If I can ask you to give me your definition of what you think it is, if it's still alive, if it's still a thing, if it's still a hype, or if there is a future, in 1 minute, each one of you, and then I will dig a little bit deeper.
Well, I mean, I promised, hi everybody, a pleasure to be here. I promised Gianluigi when we entered that I will say that the metaverse doesn't exist. So I'll start with that, right? And indeed, in what we in our political thinking on the metaverse, it doesn't yet exist, right? So there is this concept of a very large, probably global platform, interconnected, where you can put in your identity, you can put in your real economic and physical and economic and personal identity in and be connected basically in a almost like or even more than the internet. That's still far out in the future. So if you're going to ask me what you said, you want to ask me about regulation, then everything I want to say about regulation refers to that. And then you have, of course, virtual worlds. You have, you know, so many things that nowadays they're in the hype of, you know, metaverse, from digital twins to simulators to meeting places. I had good conversations with people who are cutting edge. They're saying they were able to get 7,000 people in the same virtual place at the same time. Yes, but when we think about the metaverse, we think about something else, something bigger, and that's where, you know, foreshadowing your question,
I will get
you
there.
You will need regulation.
I will get there. Ramesh, please.
Yeah. So it's basically the next evolution of digital transformation. You know, we've been going through this different stages. Now it's about you know, digital reality. It's almost like, you know, a digital world that's hard to tell the difference between the environment created by, you know, basically computers versus the reality that we are in. So, but, you know, as we get into the discussion, we will get into more features, like there are things like, you know, this, it has to be immersive, it has to be like a, you know, 3D and, you know, persistent. There's a lot of features that, you know, still people in the space are debating, discussing, but we will get into that. I'll stop there. It's basically digital reality, yeah.
Courtney, please.
Yeah, so I'd say a little dispute here. I'd say the metaverse is in its infancy. That's what I would say. And yeah, it represents the next evolution of the internet, so marked by convergence of technologies such as AI, VR, AR, mixed reality, blockchain, IoT, and also 3D reconstruction, and real-time rendered virtual worlds to enable new ways of experiencing reality and interacting. We can think of the metaverse, or what it will become, as the future state of the internet, where immersive and more engaging virtual experiences will become the norm. The way we engross ourselves in those experiences will shift to more advanced technology mediums, such as mixed reality, holographs, or other mediums still in development that will enable more fulfilling experiences and new ways of interacting with physical and virtual worlds. And wherein, by leveraging blockchain and distributed ledger technologies, we'll gain the ability to port a persistent identity and exchange objects of value, such as digital assets, digital tokens, digital currency, within and across virtual spaces, and eventually also between virtual worlds.
Very nice.
Yes.
Elena?
To me, the metaverse is simply a digital universe. And I think that the real question as of 2023 is not, does the metaverse exist, but is how many metaverses exist. And I think the XR industry is the shuttle that we take to go to this new universe. And we already took this shuttle. The real question is, how do we overcome the fragmentation of metaverses and of the XR industry? And I would really like to insert a quote from Virgil here that is carpem tuapum manipotes, which is that our children, our children's children will have the results of our work today. And I think it's really important for us not to focus on short term, on how is the metaverse succeeding now, but the challenges for the long term, which is to overcome fragmentation.
Sunny, please.
Yeah. Well, for me, I would say it is not easy to answer what it is, because it's really in the early stage to evolve and to develop. But I think it's also good to think about what is not in the metaverse. So I would say metaverse definitely is not virtual reality, because that's just a technology. And metaverse is also not augmented reality, because those are just similar like application or technology based, but it's just one part of it. On the other hand, for sure, metaverse is not video game, because there's a lot of misunderstanding that metaverse is a small or short or simple version of a 3D game, and which you can access and just look around, something like that. That's not at all. So what I'm thinking, take another one step back, is what are the human needs? So according to Maslow's a hierarchy of needs, we have sociological needs. We need love, we need a connection, we need to feel secure, we need to realize ourselves, and also we need to have self-esteem. So those are our basic needs. I would say a metaverse is a kind of a mixed reality that heavily interacts with our real world, and on the other hand, to enhance the real world and ultimately to fulfill humans' needs. So I would say that is metaverse. But of course, I fully agree with the other panelists that then in order to achieve that, you need to really unite and connect all the technology, and also not only in the technology level, but also in economic and social societal level.
Thank you so much to all of you. I'm sure that if we ask also the public, like if you ask 100 person, like what is the metaverse, you're gonna have like 100 different answers. But I think there are certain points which are in common from the answers that you all gave, which is yes, an evolution of the internet with maybe a better layer of visualization, whether it's through a certain type of technologies, with certain criteria that will allow like transfer of digital assets, as you were saying, Courtney. And I think that might be considered inevitable in a way that internet, as we know, will have to evolve, will have to get better. It won't stay as it is right now forever. And that ties a bit to the question I want to ask you, Dan. So given that maybe some idea or concept of metaverse could be inevitable as an evolution of the internet, where is the EU now? Like, is it already starting to think regulation, and why maybe start thinking about regulation now without allowing this technology first to evolve a little bit more, to give it space to grow, and then create a clear set of rules? So if you could share some insight of where is the EU standing right now?
Well, I think that the European Commission is preparing now a communication, which resembles more of a white paper. And the communications are usually statements of political intent, right? They do not put out rules per se, but they say we, the European Union, are thinking about this issue, and here's how we think. Usually these are very powerful, right? Because you have the freedom to put in political statements without actually making laws on the metaverse. And I think that this is the fine touch approach that they will take. But if you ask me personally where exactly regulation should come in, I have probably three more philosophical questions that are related to the metaverse, where I think at one point, and again, I think that we're in the very, very early stages of what I think will be a metaverse. But there are three things where we need to pay attention. One is the social contract, right? So we as humans have evolved into governing mechanisms by having this social contract between the citizens and the state needs to provide a certain number of functions, national security, different things that only the state provides. As you move more of these functions into the metaverse, so first education, then labor, then social security, then more and more of these functions, we need to make sure, because it's no longer the state who is enabled by the citizens, it will be private actors, decentralized or not, big companies or not, it will them who will be providing the services. So we need to make sure that there is an equivalence into what we as citizens have signed up for when we entered into a contract with the state. The second point is privacy, right? We have now the GDPR. Very good. It's amazing. It protects our personal data. But there's so much inductive data that you can get after you link your identity to a virtual world. You can measure blinking. You can measure anything from the movement of the hands to, and you can do statistics, and you can really be very, very intrusive. So we need to make sure that we preserve privacy in the metaverse. So that's where perhaps regulation will be needed. And then last, it will be the whole idea that what is illegal offline should be illegal online, right? As this is in its infancy, but as you have millions and billions of people connected to this, you want to make sure that, going back to the whole idea of the state, that the rules can be enforced. Is it going to be, Meta or Alphabet or whoever else setting those rules? How can you enforce them? Here you have, police stations. They are mandated to enforce the rules. You have traffic signs. You have all of these things that we have agreed so far to make our society function. So at that point, we will also need to intervene with regulation, but not now. Right now, we do the political statement, the communication, here's what we think, and so on.
Okay, that's super insightful. So there will be rules, maybe not now. Now it's just to set a little bit the scene and to kickstart also the discussion of what are the focal points that then needs to become object of regulation. Thanks a lot, Dan, for the insight. I want to dive now a little bit more also on concrete use cases of the metaverse. So concretely, we have Courtney here, for example, today with us. He works at Accenture in a specific task force on metaverse. And I would like to hear from you, like, when you sit in this boardroom conversation with companies and, you try to pitch them potentially some metaverse solutions or some Web3 solutions, what are these discussions like? Like, how do you pitch? How do you convince a Web2 company to, implement sort of a immersive solution or just metaverse solution?
So, as we said earlier, the metaverse currently it's in its infancy, right? So a lot of the work done around metaverse or metaverse technologies, we could consider it in a sandbox environment. Sandbox in the sense that won't be the final version of what the metaverse will look like. These are initial, iterations. We're kind of in a place like in the early internet around the year 2000, where we see the potential. We're trying to exploit it, and so that's kind of the same vision that we have when we're working with our clients. We're helping our clients to look at how can these technologies, which are foundational to enable new ways of interacting, new experiences, that'll be metaverse experiences. How can they bring those experiences to their clients? How can they leverage some of those technologies to create these interactions, these experiences? How can they integrate those experiences into new products and new services and new ways of interacting with their clients? And so that means what we do is we look at what are the key touch points they might have, what are some different areas around their business where these technologies could be relevant. So we're going to look at the strategy. We're going to look at internally inside of a corporation, for example, on how some metaverse technologies might help enable new interactions, whether it's onboarding new employees, around learning internally. How can virtual experiences create greater engagement through learning? Also, how can they use some of these metaverse experiences to better engage with customers through marketing, through immersive events, through gamified experiences, product demos, or also NFTs tokenized for loyalty programs. And we're also going to look at topics such as how can digital twins or operating simulated version of industrialized factories also be an interesting solution for certain industries. And then finally, Where I spend most of my time working is actually on the exchange of value aspect. You know, when we think about the metaverse, as I mentioned earlier, there's the topic of digital tokens, CBDCs, digital money, and at blockchain as a layer where we're going to have these digital assets which are used in these virtual worlds and maybe between virtual worlds. So we're working with financial institutions, with central banks, with other actors of the payment infrastructure or financial service industry to understand what technology payment capabilities they should be implementing now to remain relevant and engage in the world of tomorrow. So we're helping them explore, test, design, write specifications for CBDCs, stable coins, payment infrastructure, which is the right blockchain technology or DLT technology that responds to the different needs they have, the standards, the concerns, the constraints.
That's interesting. And I will ask you more maybe on what are some challenges that you face when you are having these discussions, but maybe later on. Pass the word now to Sunny, because you also work at Mass Ventures. You develop metaverse as a service solutions for companies. So I would like to hear a bit from you on, you know, what are exactly these solutions. I know that some of them are, for example, tokenization of real-world assets. So I want to ask you, what do you mean exactly by that, and why do you think, where do you think it's the added value of like tokenizing real-world assets? Do we even need to tokenize real-world assets?
Thank you very much. So I strongly believe that the future of metaverse should be mixed reality, because the current metaverse, there's a big problem of current so-called metaverse, is that there's no direct link with human needs. For instance, you are a avatar, you enter into a room. What kind of needs fulfilled because you're doing so? Nothing. So to solve this problem, we find, because last year I was in the East Global San Francisco hackathon, we exactly built a solution to add an interaction layer to metaverse, because we find the interaction layer in metaverse is missing. There's no interaction. So to do so, I think it's very important that we always orientate the human needs when we think of design the metaverse. And on the other hand, it's absolutely important to not only think of, for instance, the 3D models or the virtual world and just something like that, but also think about the interaction, really, not just a virtual world, what I want to mean, but also think about the interaction with the real world, because we have already a reality, that's our real world. So if that is something we are in, why we need another reality? Because this is our preferred reality. So the only way I think metaverse can go is to really as a part to enhance and mix with our reality. And in that sense, it's extremely important to find a way to bring our real world, also assets, also our behavior, our activities in the metaverse. So only that layer be realized, we can do much more, and we can keep people in the metaverse. As all of us know, there's a problem of presence of people in the metaverse at this moment in all the platform. So in that sense, we try to build the metaverse as a service protocol, or called as MaaS protocol. Is more targeted to really in the economic layer to really tokenize all the assets, because in that level, people have something to do when they enter metaverse, and the benefits of tokenization is obvious, that you can make the illiquid assets liquidable. So for instance, like real estate, like masterpieces or artwork, or a lot of things you're not imagining before, you don't think that is something you can sell. But with tokenization, it is possible to sell, because you can fractionize it, you can allow a lot of ownership, and also it's possible to open the global market immediately, because you are towards the global investors. And the direct benefits for the companies, that every company has two needs. One is money needs, the need for raising funds. the needs for generate revenue. On the other end is the needs to get customer and return customer, interact customer, and improve their products. And the tokenization can help in both ways, because they either can use this as a method to raise funds. Well, tokenize, now I think there are already several startups to focus on tokenize the equity of company. So everyone is possible to invest the company in a low entrance level. And on the other hand, it's also a way to enhance the customer loyalty, engage more customer, and also long-term or sustainable business. Think about companies is not only exist for business only, because there's also social responsibility. There's also consideration of social impact for the goods for the human. So in that sense, they can really do a lot of sense to enhance their sustainable business model as well. I think you also try to address that point. So all in all, I would say, once we build this layer of economic layer of tokenization, then we are easier to bring the real-world asset to metaverse, and then combining with the immersive experience, because pure blockchain experience is just functional app. There's no immersive experience. So combining with that, we can really build a metaverse that's to attract people, that people will need to be there, and also define its benefits for their daily activities.
Thank you so much, Sunny. That's super interesting. I think you raised a lot of interesting points, and we will come back to some of those later. The word extended reality, XR, has been mentioned already quite a lot in this discussion, and I mean, I'm looking at you because you're here representing the XR industry. Mm-hmm. As a member of XR for Europe, you are at the real core of the XR industry in Europe. So I would like to ask you, what does it mean? What's the scope, and what does it mean to create such a cohesive community to empower businesses and the ecosystem of XR as a whole? If you could give us a bit of insights on that.
Well, I think my colleagues already touched a little bit on this, and I wanted to thank them for the very insightful speeches so far. I think that our work as XR for Europe has really two main objectives. One is more business related, and the second is more value related, I think. The business side is, as I used the metaphor of a shuttle, is that the European shuttle, I think, right now is a little bit behind others in the race to the metaverse, in the sense the XR industry in Europe is behind the US or Korean, Japanese, Chinese XR industry. And so bringing together the European XR industry can really make our shuttle faster, and us being stronger as a European community can make us more competitive in this race to the metaverse, especially given that Germany is behind the countries I mentioned, Korea, Japan, China, and the US when it comes to the XR industry. So we have a lot of potential. But at the same time, it's not really just about competing in this race, but I think it's also about making this race European-like, in the sense of inserting our values in this race. And working for a European organization means to shaping a community that is reflective of European values. And I think we are all familiar of values like inclusion and sustainability, which are such foundation to the European Union. And so what we're really looking at right now is to make the XR industry in Europe not just competitive, but also reflective of those values, because we think that building a European identity when it comes to XR is really pivotal in this moment.
I'm sure some of EU people are very familiar with what you said, and they can definitely, some people are happy about the mention you made about European values. I think it's been mentioned by commissioners plenty times that we need not only the metaverse, but in general future technologies always to respect what are the key values at the European Union core. So that's super nice that you also mentioned that you're pushing that for the broad ecosystem. I'm turning now to you, Ramesh. The organization you work for, you are at the forefront of also of creating standards, so actually making an impact on the standards of what's going to be the metaverse and the future of metaverse. So I would like to ask you, since it was also mentioned from other panelists before, the fact that there might not be just one metaverse, there might be multiple metaverse. The metaverse needs to be open and needs to be competitive. There needs to be interoperability of digital assets. You know, I wanted to ask if you could elaborate a little bit more on the work you are doing at your organization to achieve that, and if you have an opinion.
Yeah, let me start setting the background here, right? So there's two different communities that I've been monitoring, right? One is the folks that we met here, like blockchain, people coming from the blockchain space. Now they, talk about Web3. So if you ask them what is metaverse, typically they talk, in terms of like community governance, this utility token, governance tokens, this NFTs. This is the kind of thinking they have in terms of like building the community around these tokenomics model, ownership model, correct? That's one way of thinking. And if you ask the people, like companies, I should say, who are working in this space for a while, the XR, AR, like for decades, you ask them what is metaverse, they talk about this headset. I mean, they're still expensive, right? They're like, they're not $100, they're like thousands of dollars. So still expensive headset, and they're talking about the content user experience. Typically, they don't talk about tokens, any of those things. Usually, they are creating a virtual economy that works, that they can actually monetize by selling avatars that works in that virtual economy, right? So you have these two different communities trying to push whatever the technologies they have to the metaverse field. So this is why IEEE we are setting up an association, Metaverse Association. We are bringing, stakeholders from both, players from both industries or communities to work on like a roadmap, like, 3 years from now, what would Metaverse look like? Or, see, the future is we create the future. It doesn't happen on its own. So, that's why we want to look at roadmaps, like, okay, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, and given these ideas that we have from these two communities, what is ready for integration? So, roadmaps, and then we will look at standards. In fact, IEEE, I don't know how many of you heard of IEEE, is the organization that created the Wi-Fi standard, the Bluetooth standard, even the Ethernet. So, we are setting up this Metaverse association under IEEE, where we bring all these different players to look at, as I said, like roadmaps, standards, open source, certification, and so on. So I think I'll stop there. If you want me to dive deep into it, I mean, I can maybe mention for a few seconds, like, for example, we launched a standards working group focusing on terminology, taxonomy, we need to define that first. As we can tell from today, everybody has a different definition, right? So we're looking at that, and also we are looking at the ethical aspect of metaverse. I mean, if you look at the title we have, reverse, or we're going to see if it's not. I think Dan, you touched upon that, like the reality versus metaverse, and if you don't take care of the ethics part of it, we could go in the reverse direction in terms of it could be not beneficial, right? So we're looking at ethics, and also we have some working groups looking at some technical standards as well. But I'll be happy to share more details if you want to know more about it. I'll stop here. But also, I wanted to shortly answer your question about the business use cases of metaverse. I came across a survey a couple of weeks ago. Apparently, fashion industry is leading right now in the metaverse space in terms of use cases where people are able to try, different clothing, and so it's like fashion industry, and the other things are like potentially like education, entertainment, and then there's also like training for like skills, like for example painting. I saw a demonstration where they were. Because painting job, you could waste a lot of paint learning how to paint. So this company in India, they are training these, they're like teenagers. They just came out of school and they're training them how to do painting job in metaverse. And also this military training as well, because some of those things are expensive, right? If somebody is very beginner, giving them some expensive equipment, it's not worth it. So beginning level, like training, so those are the things that are, but in summary, fashion is leading us up today. Yeah.
Definitely, you have you had in the past 2 years multiple Metaverse Fashion Week with most of the big brands like doing some very interesting things, also because in the Metaverse, like there's no gravity, so the rules are different, so also the different settings can make for a very good show. So that's interesting. I wanted to ask if anyone from the public had questions for the panelists. Please.
Hi, I'm Mike Dury from The Digital Economist. I encountered a use case a few years back for a chemicals company, and this was, chemicals is, old school smokestack, and the task was to install new production facilities in Asia. I can't remember exactly where, probably somewhere around Shanghai, and to go through the whole online process through virtual reality. So in chemicals, things go bang, right? It's dangerous, and the equipment is expensive and can cost lives when things go wrong. And this was, for this chemicals company, this was really science fiction. They were really excited about it. And I just wonder if any of you has any use cases in examples like that. You mentioned military. I mean, that's another area where it's not only expensive, but also dangerous. Accidents happen during training. And I think, we have a lot of industries that can profit from the metaverse in a way that's far more advanced than what I wrote about back then.
Sure. First, there is just another question.
Question, or should we answer before the next question?
We'll answer both.
It was going to go in the same direction, but building in another industry, because I can see a lot of applications really useful when we talk about for example, virtual reality applications for OP training and all of those, all in. But one of my concerns when we talk about the metaverse, and this is coming also for the gaming industry and see how addictive it can be sometimes. I have also seen really weird things going on the metaverse. So I would like to actually understand a little bit, because not from the regulatory point of view, because I know what is there and it's not that much, but actually how we can incentivize via the metaverse also some kind of compliance coming from the user, so we can actually not limit access, but actually prevent, for example, when we talk about kids or underage, the type of content that they are going to access. And just please don't go into education, because I would like to just actually see or hear more about what is out there of tools that you have seen on the metaverse already that can help us on this particular topic.
Yeah. Okay, who want to answer maybe first on the question on the more industrial use cases, which is, I think it ties to this discussion of industrial metaverse, which is also one of the biggest areas here. I think in general, as a use case, we mentioned fashion, but the industrial use cases are growing a lot, especially in certain sectors like automotive and training. So who wants to take this?
Maybe I can add up shortly. In the past years, I worked heavily in the healthcare industry as well. So I think in the medical and the healthcare industry, definitely they can benefit. At this moment, I think I also saw it started in the direction of education and training. For instance, a surgeon, instead of they need to simulate this simulation to practice how to really do the surgery for patients. But with a really VR metaverse environments, cost is much down and also easier for them to learn that. And on the other hand, I think a little bit, for instance, like a pilot. The pilots, they need to train to flight. And per flight, per time is so expensive. But nowadays it's possible that they can just use this kind of tool and the metaverse to train really feels really fully immersive. It's really like the real environment. So that's very helpful to help this kind of industry, I think, to train the professionals. I think at this moment, I think these are things which is ongoing. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone wants to add on that or maybe answer the question on.
I could add 2 points. We are working with Microsoft on a true supplier marketplace. So it's a topic about tracing products from the origin through the supply chain. This vision of being able to trace products, but also to monitor operations within a factory. We can combine those in a metaverse experience, the combination of the movement of goods across the blockchain and the simulation in terms of a digital twin of a factory to watch what's actually happening in the factory. So I can combine them to see the movement of the supply chain in relation to operations at a factory once they arrive, and also and look at the digital twin version of a factory to analyze the different processes and have an AI assistant who's giving me feedback about how I might optimize different areas of my operations, and taking into account arrival, taking into account the flow, taking into account the different parameters in the operations, and seeing all of this information, this data, being fed to me through 3D models of the factory, where I'm able to also see, with color coding, for example, the movement of the products, and seeing alerts, getting alerts from about how to potentially optimize through an AI avatar and AI assistant. So these are real use cases. We're working with clients on different industrial applications and also integrating the supply chain aspect.
So, I mean, there's like 3 categories of use cases right now, right? Your consumer, which I think we all know about that. And then industrial, I think that's what Courtney mentioned about industrial, like I've come across a few use cases like heavy machinery, like, troubleshooting, like maintenance, those kind of things. They do training. And then the government, I talked about military, right? So those are 3. And I think Mariana was talking about the consumer side of like, kids, like how you prevent, is that your question? Like how you prevent or take care of the safety of? Well, while you get your mic, you can maybe ask Dan to comment on this, yeah.
Well, I mean, again, our political thinking is not necessarily as much focused on the current applications, right? Because these are still not interconnected, interoperable at a larger scale. So from a legal point of view, I think that the legislation that the EU is passing in, relation to protecting children online, there's multiple files that are ongoing. More and more, they're incorporating some of the safeguards related to metaverse, related to artificial intelligence, related to new technologies. So there is thinking. In terms of the future metaverse, when you really have at-scale access to interconnected platforms that really are connected to the identity and to the end consumer rather than specialized use cases like we've just heard of, then at that point you might need specific rules. And I've just made a long discussion about what those rules should be. But I think, going back to values, I think it's really, now we have seen the internet, we have seen the problems that happen because in the beginning it was the Wild West, right? So now we as the human species have learned, hopefully, to be driven by more than just, the competition and the race to be the first one. So there is also a lot of responsibility on the companies who develop these technologies and who deploy them. And that's why sometimes regulation comes in, because the companies don't take the responsibility seriously. But more and more, I think that we should see, especially when these technologies have a transformative impact, more and more we should see more in the DNA of the companies. And I appreciated very much your intervention about how you're thinking proactively about the values and about embedding this into taking ethical considerations when thinking about the technology. So there is no easy answer. At one point, if there will be trouble, there will be regulation, but we really hope that this, is already a lesson and something that the companies are proactively thinking about rather than expecting, and then of course complaining that the EU, in our case, is over-regulating the space.
I was actually playing devil's advocate, and that's why I didn't want to hear the regulatory part, but maybe more coming from Sonny, because I know she has seen a lot of what is going on in the metaverses. You just mentioned it, it's identities. So I basically wanted to see if there is right now DID or self-sovereign identities in place already that are interacting with the metaverse. If you have seen any use case, because I think that, and that's what I also say, that it's not prevention, but it's a matter of access. And this, I see that it should be actually the way, but I have not seen anything out there where these two are interacting yet. So just curious.
Wants to add on that? Or maybe you wanted to add something also on what Dan was saying?
Yeah, I wanted to add something on the previous question because I found it really, really interesting. So on the concerns regarding addiction to these new technologies, but also data protection, I think that making the XR industry European, it means, and creating a European ecosystem of XR professionals means that we're not just speeding up the European industry in this sector, but we're also trying to build a higher quality for this sector. And that's why we're trying to embed European values in this field. And this is why, as an organization, we're trying on one side to empower the businesses and on the other side to empower the citizens. We empower the businesses by making the XR technology more accessible, because I think right now there's still a lack of accessibility, not just to the XR technology itself, but to the information related to the XR technology. So sometimes the threats are real, sometimes the threats are just perceived, because we live in the era of fake news as well. And on the other hand, we have the task to empower citizens to understand better this technology, but also to protect them with specific legal frameworks. And in the European Union, I think right now we're very lucky to already have the GDPR, which of course is not enough, but we're going to work more on that. And we also becoming the matchmakers between businesses and customers, where we want to have an XR community in Europe that is building consumers-friendly products, so to make them human-centric and products that are exactly tackling those kind of challenges that you talked about. So we're really working on that.
Thanks a lot. Maybe just to wrap up, I think there was an article last week or 2 weeks ago about rest in peace metaverse. It's the latest tech to join the graveyard of failed technologies. I think based on the discussions we had today, a version of the metaverse as the evolution of internet will be there. So it's, I think it contradicts a bit the Business Insider's article. And there are multiple concrete use cases that can be explored. Is the metaverse going to be in the future the same as it is right now? Most probably not. but we are here and we are excited to see where this future brings us. So thanks a lot to all the panelists for this discussion, again to the organizers, and see you next year.
Thank you so much. So this is it. We did a great job. So I'm thank you so much for all participants, all organizers, for everyone. Thank you so much, each panelist, each attendee. So hope to see you on our next events. We are going to proceed. We're going to make some smaller events like roundtables and everything in different countries for the next year. And thank you for being a part of this transformative journey. And I wish you safe travels. I wish you a good night. So it was really, really nice start for our Hope annual conference. So thank you so much, everyone, and see you on our next events. Thank you and bye.